Oh, such a charming man. You shall marry him, my dear. You shall not marry Lord Fitzwarren. But you forget he is going to be married, said Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. Miss Temple tried to rise, but she could not. She held down her head. She felt the fever in her cheek. Is our engagement, then, so notorious? She thought to herself. Yes, I forgot he was going to be married, said Lady Belair. Well, then, it must be Lord Fitzwarren. Besides, Captain Armine is not rich, but he has got a very fine place though, and I will go and stop there some day. And, besides, he is over head and ears in debt, so they say. However, he is going to marry a very rich woman, and so all will be right. I like old families in decay to get round again. Henrietta dreaded that her father should observe her confusion. She had recourse to every art to prevent it. Dear Ferdinand, she thought to herself, thy very rich wife will bring thee, I fear, but a poor dower. Would he were here. Whom is Captain Armine going to marry? Inquired Mr. Temple. Oh, a very proper person, said Lady Belair. I forget her name. Miss Two Shoes or something. What is her name, my dear? You mean Miss Grandison, madam, responded Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. To be sure, Miss Grandison, the great heiress. The only one left of the Grandisons. I knew her grandfather. He was my son's schoolfellow. Captain Armine is a near neighbor of ours, said Mr. Temple. Oh, you know him, said Lady Belair. Is not he charming? Are you certain he is going to be married to Miss Grandison? Inquired Mr. Temple. Oh, there is no doubt in the world, said Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. Everything is quite settled. My most particular friend, Lady Julia Harteville, is to be one of the bridesmaids. I have seen all the presents. Both the families are at Bath at this very moment. I saw the happy pair together every day. They are related, you know. It is an excellent match, for the Armines have great estates, mortgaged to the very last acre. I have heard that Sir Ratcliffe Armine has not 1,000 a year he can call his own. We are all so pleased, added Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, as if she were quite one of the family. Is it not delightful? They are to be married next month, said Lady Belair. I did not quite make the match, but I did something. I love the Grandisons, because Lord Grandison was my son's friend 50 years ago. I never knew a person so pleased as Lady Armine is, continued Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. The truth is, Captain Armine has been wild, very wild indeed, a little of _Rouet_, but then such a fine young man, so very handsome, so truly distinguished, as Lady Belair says, what could you expect? But he has sown his wild oats now. They have been engaged these 6 months, ever since he came from abroad. He has been at Bath all the time, except for a fortnight or so, when he went his place to make the necessary preparations. We all so missed him. Captain Armine was quite the life of Bath. I am almost ashamed to repeat what was said of him, added Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, blushing through her rouge, but they said every woman was in love with him. Fortunate man, said Mr. Temple, bowing, but with a grave expression. And he says he is only going to marry because he is wearied of conquests, continued Mrs. Montgomery Floyd. How impertinent, is it not? But Captain Armine says such things. He is quite a privileged person at Bath. Miss Temple rose and left the room. When the hour of general retirement had arrived, she had not returned. Her maid brought a message that her mistress was not very well, and offered her excuses for not again descending. Chapter 7. In which Mr. Temple pays a visit to his daughter's chamber. Henrietta, when she quitted the room, never stopped until she had gained her own chamber. She had no light, but a straggling moonbeam revealed sufficient. She threw herself upon her bed, choked with emotion. She was incapable of thought. A chaos of wild images flitted over her brain. Thus had she remained, perchance an hour, with scarcely self-consciousness, when her servant entered with a light to arrange her chamber, and nearly shrieked when, on turning round, she beheld her mistress. This intrusion impressed upon Miss Temple the absolute necessity of some exertion, if only to preserve herself at this moment from renewed interruptions. She remembered where she was. She called back with an effort some recollection of her guests, and she sent that message to her father which we have already noticed. Then she was again alone. How she wished at that moment that she might ever be alone, that the form and shape of human beings should no more cross her vision, that she might remain in this dark chamber until she died. There was no more joy for her. Her sun was set, the luster of her life was gone, the lute had lost its tone, the flower its perfume, the bird its airy wing. What a fleet as well as fatal tragedy! How swift upon her improvidence had come her heartbreaking pang! There was an end of faith, for he was faithless. There was an end of love, for love had betrayed her. There was an end of beauty, for beauty had been her bane. All that hitherto made life delightful, all the fine emotions, all the bright hopes, and the rare accomplishments of our nature, were dark delusions now, cruel mockeries, and false and cheating phantoms. What humiliation! What despair! And he had seemed so true, so pure, so fond, so gifted. What? Could it be? Could it be that a few short weeks back this man had knelt to her, had adored her? And she had hung upon his accents, and lived in the light of his enraptured eyes, and pledged to him her heart, dedicated to him her life, devoted to him all her innocent and passionate affections, worshipped him as an idol. Why, what was life that it could bring upon its swift wings such dark, such agonizing vicissitudes as these? It was not life, it was frenzy. Someone knocked gently at her door. She did not answer, she feigned sleep. Yet the door opened. She felt, though her eyes were shut and her back turned, that there was a light in the room. A tender step approached her bed. It could be but one person, that person whom she had herself deceived. She knew it was her father. Mr. Temple seated himself by her bedside. He bent his head and pressed his lips upon her forehead. In her desolation someone still loved her. She could not resist the impulse. She held forth her hand without opening her eyes. Her father held it clasped in his. "Henrietta," he at length said, in a tone of peculiar sweetness. "Oh, do not speak, my father. Do not speak. You alone have cause to reproach me. Spare me, spare your child." "I came to console, not to reproach," said Mr. Temple. "But if it please you, I will not speak. Let me, however, remain." "Father, we must speak. It relieves me even to confess my indiscretion, my fatal folly. Father, I feel, yet why, I know not, I feel that you know all. I know much, my Henrietta, but I do not know all. And if you knew all, you would not hate me? Hate you, my Henrietta. These are strange words to use to a father. To a father, I would add, like me. No one can love you, Henrietta, as your father loves you, yet speak to me not merely as a father. Speak to me as your earliest, your best, your fondest, your most faithful friend." She pressed his hand, but answer that she could not. "Henrietta, dearest, dearest Henrietta, answer me one question." "I tremble, sir." "Then we will speak tomorrow." "Oh, no, tonight. Tomorrow may never come. There is no night for me, I cannot sleep. I should go mad if it were not for you. I will speak. I will answer any questions. My conscience is quite clear except you. No one, no power on earth or heaven, can reproach me, except my father. He never will. But, dearest, tell me, summon up your courage to meet my question. Are you engaged to this person?" "I was." "Positively engaged?" "Long ere this I had supposed we should have claimed your sanction. He left me only to speak to his father. This may be the idle tattle of women?" "No, no," said Henrietta, in a voice of deep melancholy. "My fears had foreseen this dark reality. This week has been a week of terror to me, and yet I hoped, and hoped, and hoped. Oh, what a fool have I been! I know this person was your constant companion in my absence, that you have corresponded with him. Has he written very recently?" "Within 2 days." "And his letters?" "Have been of late most vague." "Oh, my father, indeed, I have not conducted myself so ill as you perhaps imagine. I shrunk from this secret engagement. I opposed by every argument in my power this clandestine correspondence, but it was only for a week, a single week, and reasons, plausible and specious reasons, were plentiful. Alas, alas, all is explained now. All that was strange, mysterious, perplexed in his views and conduct, and which, when it crossed my mind, I dismissed with contempt, all is now too clear. Henrietta, he is unworthy of you. Hush, hush, dear father. An hour ago I loved him. Spare him, if you only wish to spare me. Cling to my heart, my child. A father's love has comfort. Is it not? So, I feel it is. I feel calmer since you came and we have spoken. I never can be happy again. My spirit is quite broken. And yet, I feel I have a heart now, which I thought I had not before you came. Dear, dear father, she said, rising and putting her arms round Mr. Temple's neck and leaning on his bosom, and speaking in a sweet yet very mournful voice, henceforth your happiness shall be mine. I will not disgrace you, you shall not see me grieve. I will atone, I will endeavor to atone, for my great sins, for sins they were towards you. My child, the time will come when we shall remember this bitterness only as a lesson. But I know the human heart too well to endeavor to stem your sorrow now. I only came to soothe it. My blessing is upon you, my child. Let us talk no more. Henrietta, I will send your maid to you. Try to sleep, try to compose yourself. These people tomorrow, what shall I do? Leave all to me. Keep your chamber until they have gone. You need appear no more. Oh, that no human being might again see me. Hush! That is not a wise wish. Be calm, we shall yet be happy. Tomorrow we will talk, and so good night, my child. Good night, my own Henrietta. Mr. Temple left the room. He bade the maid go to her mistress, in as calm a tone as if indeed her complaint had been only a headache, and then he entered his own apartment. Over the mantelpiece was a portrait of his daughter, gay and smiling as the spring. The room was adorned with her drawings. He drew the chair near the fire, and gazed for some time abstracted upon the flame, and then hid his weeping countenance in his hands. He sobbed convulsively. Chapter 8. Underscore in which Glastonbury is very much astonished. Underscore. It was a gusty autumnal night. Glastonbury sat alone in his tower. Every now and then the wind, amid a chorus of groaning branches and hissing rain, dashed against his window. Then its power seemed gradually lulled, and perfect stillness succeeded, until a low moan was heard again in the distance, which gradually swelled into storm. The countenance of the good old man was not so serene as usual. Occasionally his thoughts seemed to wander from the folio opened before him, and he fell into fits of reverie which impressed upon his visage an expression rather of anxiety than study. The old man looked up to the portrait of the unhappy Lady Armine, and heaved a deep sigh. Were his thoughts of her or of her child? He closed his book, he replaced it upon its shelf, and, taking from a cabinet an ancient crucifix of carved ivory, he bent down before the image of his Redeemer. Even while he was buried in his devotions, praying perchance for the soul of that sinning yet sainted lady whose memory was never absent from his thoughts, or the prosperity of that family to whom he had dedicated his faithful life, the noise of ascending footsteps was heard in the sudden stillness, and immediately a loud knocking at the door of his outer chamber. Surprised at this unaccustomed interruption, Glastonbury rose and inquired the object of his yet unseen visitor, but, on hearing a well-known voice, the door was instantly unbarred, and Ferdinand Armine, pale as a ghost and deluged to the skin, appeared before him. Glastonbury ushered his guest into a cell, replenished the fire, retrimmed the lamp, and placed Ferdinand in his own easy seat. "You are wet, I fear, thoroughly?" "It matters not," said Captain Armine, in a hollow voice. "From Bath?" inquired Glastonbury. But his companion did not reply. At length he said, in a voice of utter wretchedness, "Glastonbury, you see before you the most miserable of human beings." The good father started. "Yes," continued Ferdinand, "this is the end of all your care, all your affection, all your hopes, all your sacrifices. It is over, our house is fated, my life draws to an end." Speak, my Ferdinand, said Glastonbury, for his pupil seemed to have relapsed into moody silence. Speak to your friend and father. Disburden your mind of the weight that presses on it. Life is never without hope, and, while this remains, pointing to the crucifix, never without consolation. I cannot speak, I know not what to say. My brain sinks under the effort. It is a wild, a complicated tale. It relates to feelings with which you cannot sympathize, thoughts that you cannot share. Oh, Glastonbury! There is no hope, there is no solace. Calm yourself, my Ferdinand, not merely as your friend, but as a priest of our holy church, I call upon you to speak to me. Even to me, the humblest of its ministers, is given a power that can sustain the falling and make whole the broken in spirit. Speak, and speak fearlessly, nor shrink from exposing the very inmost recesses of your breast, for I can sympathize with your passions, be they even as wild as I believe them. Ferdinand turned his eyes from the fire on which he was gazing and shot a scrutinizing glance at his kind confessor, but the countenance of Glastonbury was placid, though serious. You remember, Ferdinand at length murmured, that we met unexpectedly, some 6 weeks back. I have not forgotten it, replied Glastonbury. There was a lady, Ferdinand continued in a hesitating tone, whom I mistook for Miss Grandison, observed Glastonbury, but who, it turned out, bore another name. You know it? I know all, for her father has been here. Where are they? Exclaimed Ferdinand eagerly, starting from his seat and seizing the hand of Glastonbury. Only tell me where they are, only tell me where Henrietta is, and you will save me, Glastonbury. You will restore me to life, to hope, to heaven. I cannot, said Glastonbury, shaking his head. It is more than 10 days ago that I saw this lady's father for a few brief and painful moments, for what purpose your conscience may inform you. From the unexpected interview between ourselves in the gallery, my consequent misconception, and the conversation which it occasioned, I was not so unprepared for this interview with him as I otherwise might have been. Believe me, Ferdinand, I was as tender to your conduct as was consistent with my duty to my God and to my neighbor. You betrayed me, then, said Ferdinand. Ferdinand, said Glastonbury reproachfully, I trust that I am free from deceit of any kind. In the present instance, I had not even to communicate anything. Your own conduct had excited suspicion. Some visitors from Bath to this gentleman and his family had revealed everything, and, in deference to the claims of an innocent lady, I could not refuse to confirm what was no secret to the world in general, what was already known to them in particular, what was not even doubted, and, alas, not dubitable. Oh, my father, pardon me, pardon the only disrespectful expression that ever escaped the lips of your Ferdinand towards you. Most humbly do I ask your forgiveness. But if you knew all God, my heart is breaking. You have seen her, Glastonbury, you have seen her. Was there ever on earth a being like her? So beautiful, so highly gifted, with a heart as fresh, as fragrant as the dawn of Eden, and that heart mine, and all lost, all gone and lost. Oh, why am I alive? He threw himself back in his chair and covered his face and wept. I would that deed or labor of mine could restore you both to peace, said Glastonbury, with streaming eyes. So innocent, so truly virtuous, continued Ferdinand. It seemed to me I never knew what virtue was till I knew her. So frank, so generous. I think I see her now, with that dear smile of hers that nevermore may welcome me. My child, I know not what to say, I know not what advice to give, I know not what even to wish. Your situation is so complicated, so mysterious, that it passes my comprehension. There are others whose claims, whose feelings should be considered. You are not, of course, married. Ferdinand shook his head. Does Miss Grandison know all? Nothing. Your family? Ferdinand shook his head again. What do you yourself wish? What object are you aiming at? What game have you yourself been playing? I speak not in harshness, but I really do not understand what you have been about. If you have your grandfather's passions, you have his brain too. I did not ever suppose that you were infirm of purpose. I have only one wish, only one object. Since I first saw Henrietta, my heart and resolution have never for an instant faltered, and if I do not now succeed in them, I am determined not to live. The God of all goodness have mercy on this distracted house, exclaimed Glastonbury, as he piously lifted his hands to heaven. You went to Bath to communicate this great change to your father, he continued. Why did you not? Painful as the explanation must be to Miss Grandison, the injustice of your conduct towards her is aggravated by delay. There were reasons, said Ferdinand, reasons which I never intended anyone to know, but now I have no secrets. Dear Glastonbury, even amid all this overwhelming misery, my cheek burns when I confess to you that I have, and have had for years, private cares of my own of no slight nature. Debts, inquired Glastonbury. Debts, replied Ferdinand, and considerable ones. Poor child, exclaimed Glastonbury. And this drove you to the marriage? To that every worldly consideration impelled me. My heart was free then. In fact, I did not know I had a heart, and I thought the marriage would make all happy. But now, so far as I am myself concerned, I would sooner be the commonest peasant in this county, with Henrietta Temple for the partner of my life, than live at Armine with all the splendor of my ancestors. Honor be to them, they were great men, exclaimed Glastonbury. I am their victim, replied Ferdinand. I owe my ancestors nothing, nay, worse than nothing. I owe them. Hush. Hush, said Glastonbury. If only for my sake, Ferdinand, be silent. For yours, then, not for theirs. But why did you remain at Bath? Inquired Glastonbury. I had not been there more than a day or two, when my principal creditor came down from town and menaced me. He had a power of attorney from an usurer at Malta, and talked of applying to the Horse Guards. The report that I was going to marry an heiress had kept these fellows quiet, but the delay and my absence from Bath had excited his suspicion. Instead, therefore, of coming to an immediate explanation with Catherine, brought about as I had intended by my coldness and neglect, I was obliged to be constantly seen with her in public to prevent myself from being arrested. Yet I wrote to Ducie daily. I had confidence in my energy and skill. I thought that Henrietta might be for a moment annoyed or suspicious. I thought, however, she would be supported by the fervor of my love. I anticipated no other evil. Who could have supposed that these infernal visitors would have come at such a moment to this retired spot? And now, is all known now? Inquired Glastonbury. Nothing, replied Ferdinand. The difficulty of my position was so great that I was about to cut the knot, by quitting Bath and leaving a letter addressed to Catherine, confessing all. But the sudden silence of Henrietta drove me mad. Day after day elapsed, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and I heard nothing. The moon was bright, the mail was just going off. I yielded to an irresistible impulse. I bid adieu to no one. I jumped in. I was in London only 10 minutes. I dashed to Ducie. It was deserted. An old woman told me the family had gone, had utterly departed, she knew not where, but she thought for foreign parts. I sank down, I tottered to a seat in that hall where I had been so happy. Then it flashed across my mind that I might discover their course and pursue them. I hurried to the nearest posting town. I found out their route. I lost it for ever at the next stage. The clue was gone. It was market day, and in a great city, where horses are changed every minute, there is so much confusion that my inquiries were utterly baffled. And here I am, Mr. Glastonbury, added Ferdinand, with a kind of mad smile. I have travelled 4 days, I have not slept a wink, I have tasted no food, but I have drunk well. Here I am, and I have half a mind to set fire to that accursed pile called Armine Castle for my funeral pyre. Ferdinand, you are not well, said Mr. Glastonbury, grasping his hand. You need rest. You must retire, indeed you must. I must be obeyed. My bed is yours. No, let me go to my own room, murmured Ferdinand, in a faint voice. That room where my mother said the day would come. Oh, what did my mother say? Would there were only mother's love, and then I should not be here or thus. I pray you, my child, rest here. No, let us to the place, for an hour. I shall not sleep more than an hour. I am off again directly the storm is over. If it had not been for this cursed rain, I should have caught them. And yet, perhaps, they are in countries where there is no rain. Who would believe what happens in this world? Not I, for one. Now, give me your arm. Good Glastonbury. You are always the same. You seem to me the only thing in the world that is unchanged. Glastonbury, with an air of great tenderness and anxiety, led his former pupil down the stairs. The weather was more calm. There were some dark blue rifts in the black sky which revealed a star or two. Ferdinand said nothing in their progress to the place except once, when he looked up to the sky, and said, as it were to himself, she loved the stars. Glastonbury had some difficulty in rousing the man and his wife, who were the inmates of the place, but it was not very late, and, fortunately, they had not retired for the night. Lights were brought into Lady Armine's drawing-room. Glastonbury led Ferdinand to a sofa, on which he rather permitted others to place him than seated himself. He took no notice of anything that was going on, but remained with his eyes open, gazing feebly with a rather vacant air. Then the good Glastonbury looked to the arrangement of his sleeping-room, drawing the curtains, seeing that the bed was well aired and warmed, and himself adding blocks to the wood fire which soon kindled. Nor did he forget to prepare, with the aid of the good woman, some hot potion that might soothe and comfort his stricken and exhausted charge, who in this moment of distress and desolation had come, as it were, and thrown himself on the bosom of his earliest friend. When all was arranged, Glastonbury descended to Ferdinand, whom he found in exactly the same position as that in which he left him. He offered no resistance to the invitation of Glastonbury to retire to his chamber. He neither moved nor spoke, and yet seemed aware of all they were doing. Glastonbury and the stout serving-man bore him to his chamber, relieved him from his wet garments, and placed him in his earliest bed. When Glastonbury bade him good night, Ferdinand faintly pressed his hand, but did not speak, and it was remarkable that while he passively submitted to their undressing him, and seemed incapable of affording them the slightest aid, yet he thrust forth his hand to guard a lock of dark hair that was placed next to his heart. Chapter 9. In which Glastonbury finds that a serene temper does not always bring a serene life. Those quiet slumbers that the regular life and innocent heart of the good Glastonbury generally ensured were sadly broken this night, as he lay awake meditating over the distracted fortunes of the of Armine house. They seemed now to be most turbulent and clouded, and that brilliant and happy future, in which of late he had so fondly indulged, offered nothing but gloom and disquietude. Nor was it the menaced disruption of those ties whose consummation was to restore the greatness and splendor of the family, and all the pain and disappointment and mortification and misery that must be its consequence, that alone made him sorrowful. Glastonbury had a reverence for that passion which sheds such a lustre over existence, and is the pure and prolific source of much of our better conduct. The time had been when he, too, had loved, and with a religious sanctity worthy of his character and office. He had been for a long life the silent and hopeless votary of a passion almost ideal, yet happy, though he never told his love, and, indeed, although the unconscious mistress of his affections had been long removed from that world, where his fidelity was almost her only comfort, that passion had not waned, and the feelings that had been inspired by her presence were now cherished by her memory. His tender and romantic nature, which his venerable gray hairs had neither dulled nor hardened, made him deeply sympathize with his unhappy pupil. The radiant image of Henrietta Temple, too, vividly impressed on his memory as it was, rose up before him. He recollected his joy that the chosen partner of his Ferdinand's bosom should be worthy of her destiny. He thought of this fair creature, perchance in solitude and sickness, a prey to the most mortifying and miserable emotions, with all her fine and generous feelings thrown back upon herself, deeming herself deceived, deserted, outraged, where she had looked for nothing but fidelity and fondness and support, losing all confidence in the world and the world's ways, but recently so lively with expectation and airy with enjoyment, and now aimless, hopeless, wretched, perhaps broken-hearted. The tears trickled down the pale cheek of Glastonbury as he revolved in his mind these mournful thoughts, and almost unconsciously, he wrung his hands as he felt his utter want of power to remedy these sad and piteous circumstances. Yet he was not absolutely hopeless. There was ever open to the pious Glastonbury one perennial source of trust and consolation. This was a fountain that was ever fresh and sweet, and he took refuge from the world's harsh courses and exhausting cares in its salutary flow and its refreshing shade, when, kneeling before his crucifix, he commended the unhappy Ferdinand and his family to the superintending care of a merciful omnipotence. The morning brought fresh anxieties. Glastonbury was at the place at an early hour, and found Ferdinand in a high state of fever. He had not slept an instant, was very excited, talked of departing immediately, and rambled in his discourse. Glastonbury blamed himself for having left him a moment, and resolved to do so no more. He endeavored to soothe him, assured him that if he would be calm all would yet go well, that they would consult together what was best to be done, and that he would make inquiries after the Temple family. In the meantime he dispatched the servant for the most eminent physician of the county, but as hours must necessarily elapse before his arrival, the difficulty of keeping Ferdinand still was very great. Talk he would, and of nothing but Henrietta. It was really agonizing to listen to his frantic appeals to Glastonbury to exert himself to discover her abode, yet Glastonbury never left his side, and with promises, expressions of confidence, and the sway of an affected calmness, for in truth dear Glastonbury was scarcely less agitated than his patient, Ferdinand was prevented from rising, and the physician at length arrived. After examining Ferdinand, with whom he remained a very short space, this gentleman invited Glastonbury to descend, and they left the patient in charge of a servant. "This is a bad case," said the physician. "Almighty God preserve him," exclaimed the agitated Glastonbury. "Tell me the worst. Where are Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine?" "At Bath." "They must be sent for instantly. Is there any hope?" "There is hope, that is all. I shall now bleed him copiously, and then blister, but I can do little. We must trust to nature. I am afraid of the brain. I cannot account for his state by his getting wet or his rapid traveling. Has he anything on his mind?" "Much," said Glastonbury. The physician shook his head. "It is a precious life," said Glastonbury, seizing his arm. "My dear doctor, you must not leave us." They returned to the bedchamber. "Captain Armine," said the physician, taking his hand and seating himself on the bed, "you have a bad cold and some fever. I think you should lose a little blood." "Can I leave Armine today if I am bled?" inquired Ferdinand, eagerly, for go I must. "I would not move today," said the physician. "I must, indeed I must. Mr. Glastonbury will tell you I must. If you set off early tomorrow you will get over as much ground in 24 hours as if you went this evening," said the physician, fixing the bandage on the arm as he spoke, and nodding to Mr. Glastonbury to prepare the basin. "Tomorrow morning?" said Ferdinand. "Yes, tomorrow," said the physician, opening his lancet. "Are you sure that I shall be able to set off tomorrow?" said Ferdinand. "Quite," said the physician, opening the vein. The dark blood flowed sullenly. The physician exchanged an anxious glance with Glastonbury. At length the arm was bandaged up, a composing draught, with which the physician had been prepared, given to his patient, and the doctor and Glastonbury withdrew. The former now left Armine for 3 hours, and Glastonbury prepared himself for his painful office of communicating to the parents the imminent danger of their only child. Never had a more difficult task devolved upon an individual than that which now fell to the lot of the good Glastonbury, in conducting the affairs of a family laboring under such remarkable misconceptions as to the position and views of its various members. It immediately occurred to him that it was highly probable that Miss Grandison, at such a crisis, would choose to accompany the parents of her intended husband. What incident, under the present circumstances, could be more awkward and more painful? Yet how to prevent its occurrence? How crude to communicate the real state of such affairs at any time by letter? How impossible at the moment he was preparing the parents for the alarming, perhaps fatal illness of their child, to enter on such subjects at all, much more when the very revelation, at a moment which required all their energy and promptitude, would only be occasioning at Bath scenes scarcely less distracting and disastrous than those occurring at Armine. It was clearly impossible to enter into any details at present, and yet Glastonbury, while he penned the sorrowful lines and softened the sad communication with his sympathy, added a somewhat sly postscript, wherein he impressed upon Lady Armine the advisability, for various reasons, that she should only be accompanied by her husband. Chapter 10. Underscore in which Ferdinand Armine is much concerned. Underscore. The contingency which Glastonbury feared surely happened. Miss Grandison insisted upon immediately rushing to her Ferdinand, and as the maiden aunt was still an invalid, and was incapable of enduring the fatigues of a rapid and anxious journey, she was left behind. Within a few hours of the receipt of Glastonbury's letter, Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine and their niece were on their way. They found letters from Glastonbury in London, which made them travel to Armine even through the night. In spite of all his remedies, the brain fever which the physician foresaw had occurred, and when his family arrived, the life of Ferdinand was not only in danger but desperate. It was impossible that even the parents could see their child, and no one was allowed to enter his chamber but his nurse, the physician, and occasionally Glastonbury, for this name, with others less familiar to the household, sounded so often on the frenzied lips of the sufferer, that it was recommended that Glastonbury should often be at his bedside. Yet he must leave it, to receive the wretched Sir Ratcliffe and his wife, and their disconsolate companion. Never was so much unhappiness congregated together under one roof, and yet, perhaps Glastonbury, though the only one who retained the least command over himself, was, with his sad secret, the most woebegone of the tribe. As for Lady Armine, she sat without the door of her son's chamber the whole day and night, clasping a crucifix in her hands, and absorbed in silent prayer. Sir Ratcliffe remained below prostrate. The unhappy Catherine in vain offered the consolation she herself so needed, and would have wondered about that Armine of which she had heard so much, and where she was to have been so happy, a forlorn and solitary being, had it not been for the attentions of the considerate Glastonbury, who embraced every opportunity of being her companion. His patience, his heavenly resignation, his pious hope, his vigilant care, his spiritual consolation, occasionally even the gleams of agreeable converse with which he attempted to divert her mind, consoled and maintained her. How often did she look at his benignant countenance, and not wonder that the Armines were so attached to this engaging and devoted friend. For 3 days did the unhappy family expect in terrible anticipation that each moment would witness the last event in the life of their son. His distracted voice caught too often the vigilant and agonized ear of his mother, yet she gave no evidence of the pang, except by clasping her crucifix with increased energy. She had promised the physician that she would command herself, that no sound should escape her lips, and she rigidly fulfilled the contract on which she was permitted to remain. On the eve of the 4th day, Ferdinand, who had never yet closed his eyes, but who had become during the last 12 hours somewhat more composed, fell into a slumber. The physician lightly dropped the hand which he had scarcely ever quitted, and, stealing out of the room, beckoned, his finger pressed to his lips, to Lady Armine to follow him. Assured by the symbol that the worst had not yet happened, she followed the physician to the end of the gallery, and he then told her that immediate danger was past. "And now, my dear madam," said the physician to her, "you must breathe some fresh air. Oblige me by descending." Lady Armine no longer refused. She repaired with a slow step to Sir Ratcliffe. She leant upon her husband's breast as she murmured to him her hopes. They went forth together. Catherine and Glastonbury were in the garden. The appearance of Lady Armine gave them hopes. There was a faint smile on her face which needed not words to explain it. Catherine sprang forward and threw her arms round her aunt's neck. "He may be saved. He may be saved," whispered the mother, for in this hushed house of impending death they had lost almost the power as well as the habit of speaking in any other tone. "He sleeps," said the physician. "All present danger is past." "It is too great joy," murmured Catherine, and Glastonbury advanced and caught in his arms her insensible form. Chapter 11. In which Ferdinand begins to be a little troublesome. From the moment of this happy slumber Ferdinand continued to improve. Each day the bulletin was more favorable until his progress, though slow, was declared certain, and even relapse was no longer apprehended. But his physician would not allow him to see anyone of his family. It was at night, and during his slumbers, that Lady Armine stole into his room to gaze upon her beloved child, and, if he moved in the slightest degree, faithful to her promise and the injunction of the physician, she instantly glided behind his curtain, or a large Indian screen which she had placed there purposely. Often, indeed, did she remain in this fond lurking place, silent and trembling, when her child was even awake, listening to every breath, and envying the nurse that might gaze on him undisturbed. Nor would she allow any sustenance that he was ordered to be prepared by any but her own fair, fond hands, and she brought it herself even to his door. For Ferdinand himself, though his replies to the physician sufficiently attested the healthy calmness of his mind, he indeed otherwise never spoke, but lay on his bed without repining, and seemingly plunged in mild and pensive abstraction. At length, one morning he inquired for Glastonbury, who, with the sanction of the physician, immediately attended him. When he met the eye of that faithful friend, he tried to extend his hand. It was so wan that Glastonbury trembled while he touched it. "I have given you much trouble," he said, in a faint voice. "I think only of the happiness of your recovery," said Glastonbury. "Yes, I am recovered," murmured Ferdinand. "It was not my wish." "Oh, be grateful to God for this great mercy, my Ferdinand." "You have heard nothing?" inquired Ferdinand. Glastonbury shook his head. "Fear not to speak. I can struggle no more. I am resigned. I am very much changed." "You will be happy, dear Ferdinand," said Glastonbury, to whom this mood gave hopes. "Never," he said, in a more energetic tone, "never." "There are so many that love you," said Glastonbury, leading his thoughts to his family. "Love," exclaimed Ferdinand, with a sigh, and in a tone almost reproachful. "Your dear mother," said Glastonbury. "Yes, my dear mother," replied Ferdinand, musingly. Then in a quicker tone, "Does she know of my illness? Did you write to them?" "She knows of it." "She will be coming then." "I dread her coming. I can bear to see no one." "You, dear Glastonbury, you, it is a consolation to see you, because you have seen," and here his voice faltered, "you have seen her. My Ferdinand, think only of your health, and happiness, believe me, will yet be yours. If you could only find out where she is," continued Ferdinand, "and go to her." "Yes, my dear Glastonbury, good, dear Glastonbury, go to her," he added in an imploring tone. "She would believe you. Everyone believes you." "I cannot go, I am powerless, and if I went, alas, she would not believe me." "It is my wish to do everything you desire," said Glastonbury. "I should be content to be ever laboring for your happiness. But I can do nothing unless you are calm." "I am calm, I will be calm, I will act entirely as you wish, only I beseech you see her." "On that head let us at present say no more," replied Glastonbury, who feared that excitement might lead to relapse, yet anxious to soothe him. He added, "Trust in my humble services ever, and in the bounty of a merciful Providence." "I have had frightful dreams," said Ferdinand. "I thought I was in a farmhouse. Everything was so clear, so vivid. Night after night she seemed to me sitting on this bed. I touched her. Her hand was in mine. It was so burning hot. Once I thought she had forgiven me." "Hush! Hush! Hush! No more, we will speak of her no more. When comes my mother?" "You may see her tomorrow or the day after." Glastonbury, she is here." "She is. Is she alone?" "Your father is with her." "My mother and my father." "It is well." Then, after a minute's pause, he added with some earnestness, "Do not deceive me, Glastonbury. See what deceit has brought me to." Are you sure that they are quite alone? There are none here but your dearest friends, none whose presence should give you the slightest care. There is one, said Ferdinand. Dear Ferdinand, let me now leave you, or sit by your side in silence. Tomorrow you will see your mother. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Once to me tomorrow was brighter even than today. He turned his back and spoke no more. Glastonbury glided out of the room. Chapter 12. Underscore containing the intimation of a somewhat mysterious adventure underscore. It was absolutely necessary that Lady Armine's interview with her son be confined merely to observations about his health. Any allusion to the past might not only produce a relapse of his fever, but occasion explanations, at all times most painful, but at the present full of difficulty and danger. It was therefore with feelings of no common anxiety that Glastonbury prepared the mother for this first visit to her son, and impressed upon her the absolute necessity of not making any allusion at present to Miss Grandison, and especially to her presence in the house. He even made for this purpose a sort of half-confidant of the physician, who, in truth, had heard enough during the fever to excite his suspicions, but this is a class of men essentially discreet, and it is well, for few are the family secrets ultimately concealed from them. The interview occurred without any disagreeable results. The next day, Ferdinand saw his father for a few minutes. In a short time, Lady Armine was established as nurse to her son. Sir Ratcliffe, easy in mind, amused himself with his sports, and Glastonbury devoted himself to Miss Grandison. The intimacy, indeed, between the tutor of Ferdinand and his intended bride became daily more complete, and Glastonbury was almost her inseparable companion. She found him a very interesting one. He was the most agreeable guide amid all the haunts of Armine and its neighborhood, and drove her delightfully in Lady Armine's pony phaeton. He could share, too, all her pursuits, and open to her many new ones. Though time had stolen something of its force from the voice of Adrian Glastonbury, it still was wondrous sweet. His musical accomplishments were complete, and he could guide the pencil or prepare the herbal, and indite fair stanzas in his fine Italian handwriting in a lady's album. All his collections, too, were at Miss Grandison's service. She handled with rising curiosity his medals, copied his choice drawings, and even began to study heraldry. His interesting conversation, his mild and benignant manners, his captivating simplicity, and the elegant purity of his mind secured her confidence and won her heart. She loved him as a father, and he soon exercised over her an influence almost irresistible. Every morning as soon as he awoke, every evening before he composed himself again for the night's repose, Ferdinand sent for Glastonbury, and always saw him alone. At first he requested his mother to leave the room, but Lady Armine, who attributed these regular visits to a spiritual cause, scarcely needed the expression of this desire. His first questions to Glastonbury were ever the same. Had he heard anything? Were there any letters? He thought there might be a letter, was he sure? Had he sent to Bath, to London, for his letters? When he was answered in the negative, he usually dwelt no more upon the subject. One morning he said to Glastonbury, "I know Catherine is in the house." "Miss Grandison is here," replied Glastonbury. "Why don't they mention her?" "Is all known?" "Nothing is known," said Glastonbury. "Why don't they mention her, then?" "Are you sure all is not known?" "At my suggestion, her name has not been mentioned. I was unaware how you might receive the intelligence, but the true cause of my suggestion is still a secret." "I must see her," said Ferdinand. "I must speak to her." "You can see her when you please," replied Glastonbury, "but I would not speak upon the great subject at present. But she is existing all this time under a delusion. Every day makes my conduct to her more infamous." "Miss Grandison is a wise and most admirable young lady," said Glastonbury. "I love her from the bottom of my heart. I would recommend no conduct that could injure her, assuredly none that can disgrace you." "Dear Glastonbury, what shall I do?" "Be silent. The time will come when you may speak. At present, however anxious she may be to see you, there are plausible reasons for your not meeting. Be patient, my Ferdinand." "Good Glastonbury, good, dear Glastonbury, I am too quick and fretful." "Pardon me, dear friend. You know not what I feel. Thank God, you do not, but my heart is broken. When Glastonbury returned to the library, he found Sir Ratcliffe playing with his dogs and Miss Grandison copying a drawing. "How is Ferdinand?" inquired the father. "He mends daily," replied Glastonbury. "If only May Day were at hand instead of Christmas, he would soon be himself again, but I dread the winter." "And yet the sun shines," said Miss Grandison. Glastonbury went to the window and looked at the sky. "I think, my dear lady, we might almost venture upon our promised excursion to the Abbey today. Such a day as this may not quickly be repeated. We might take our sketchbook." "It would be delightful," said Miss Grandison, "but before I go, I must pick some flowers for Ferdinand." So saying, she sprang from her seat and ran out into the garden. "Kate is a sweet creature," said Sir Ratcliffe to Glastonbury. My dear Glastonbury, you know not what happiness I experience in the thought that she will soon be my daughter." Glastonbury could not refrain from sighing. He took up the pencil and touched her drawing. "Do you know, dear Glastonbury," resumed Sir Ratcliffe, "I had little hope in our late visitation. I cannot say I had prepared myself for the worst, but I anticipated it. We have had so much unhappiness in our family that I could not persuade myself that the cup was not going to be dashed from our lips." "God is merciful," said Glastonbury. "You are his minister, dear Glastonbury, and a worthy one. I know not what we should have done without you in this awful trial, but, indeed, what could I have done throughout life without you?" "Let us hope that everything is for the best," said Glastonbury. "And his mother, his poor mother, what would have become of her? She never could have survived his loss. As for myself, I would have quitted England forever and gone into a monastery." "Let us only remember that he lives," said Glastonbury. "And that we shall soon all be happy," said Sir Ratcliffe in a more animated tone. "The future is, indeed, full of solace. But we must take care of him. He is too rapid in his movements. He has my father's blood in him, that is clear. I never could well make out why he left Bath so suddenly and rushed down in so strange a manner to this place." "Youth is impetuous," said Glastonbury. "It was lucky you were here, Glastonbury." "I thank God that I was," said Glastonbury, earnestly. Then checking himself, he added, "that I have been of any use." "You are always of use. What should we do without you? I should long ago have sunk." Glastonbury, God in his mercy sent you to us." "See here," said Catherine, entering, her fair cheek glowing with animation, "only dahlias, but they will look pretty and enliven his room." "Oh, that I might write him a little word and tell him I am here. Do not you think I might, Mr. Glastonbury?" "He will know that you are here today," said Glastonbury. "Tomorrow, you always postpone it," said Miss Grandison, in a tone half playful, half reproachful, "and yet it is selfish to murmur. It is for his good that I bear this bereavement, and that thought should console me. Hey go." Sir Ratcliffe stepped forward and kissed his niece. Glastonbury was busied on the drawing. He turned away his face. Sir Ratcliffe took up his gun. "God bless you, dear Kate," he said. "A pleasant drive and a choice sketch. We shall meet at dinner." "At dinner, dear uncle, and better sport than yesterday." Huh, said Sir Ratcliffe. "But Armine is not like Grandison. If I were in the old preserves, you should have no cause to jeer at my sportsmanship." Miss Grandison's good wishes were prophetic, Sir Ratcliffe found. Excellent sport, and returned home very late and in capital spirits. It was the dinner hour, and yet Catherine and Glastonbury had not returned. He was rather surprised. The shades of evening were fast descending, and the distant lawns of Armine were already invisible. The low moan of the rising wind might be just distinguished, and the coming night promised to be raw and cloudy, perhaps tempestuous. Sir Ratcliffe stood before the crackling fire in the dining-room, otherwise in darkness, but the flame threw a bright yet glancing light upon the Snyders, so that the figures seemed really to move in the shifting shades. The eye of the infuriate boar almost to emit sparks of rage, and there wanted but the shouts of the huntsmen and the panting of the dogs to complete the tumult of the chase. Just as Sir Ratcliffe was anticipating some mischance to his absent friends, and was about to steal upon tiptoe to Lady Armine, who was with Ferdinand, to consult her. The practiced ear of a man who lived much in the air caught the distant sound of wheels, and he went out to welcome them. "Why, you're late," said Sir Ratcliffe, as the phaeton approached the house. "All right, I hope?" He stepped forward to assist Miss Grandison. The darkness of the evening prevented him from observing her swollen eyes and agitated countenance. She sprang out of the carriage in silence and immediately ran up into her room. As for Glastonbury, he only observed it was very cold and entered the house with Sir Ratcliffe. "This fire is hearty," said Glastonbury, warming himself before it. "You have had good sport, I hope?" "We are not to wait dinner for Miss Grandison, Sir Ratcliffe. She will not come down this evening. She is not very well." "Not very well? Ah, the cold, I fear. You have been imprudent in staying so late. I must run and tell Lady Armine." "Oblige me, I pray, by not doing so," said Glastonbury. Miss Grandison most particularly requested that she should not be disturbed. It was with some difficulty that Glastonbury could contrive that Miss Grandison's wishes should be complied with, but at length he succeeded in getting Sir Ratcliffe to sit down to dinner, and affecting a cheerfulness which was far from his spirit. The hour of 10 at length arrived, and Glastonbury, before retiring to his tower, paid his evening visit to Ferdinand. Chapter 13. Underscore, in which the family perplexities rather increase than diminish. Underscore. If ever there were a man who deserved a serene and happy life, it was Adrian Glastonbury. He had pursued a long career without injuring or offending a human being. His character and conduct were alike spotless. He was void of guile. He had never told a falsehood, never been entangled in the slightest deceit. He was easy in his circumstances. He had no relations to prey upon his purse or his feelings, and, though alone in the world, was blessed with such a sweet and benignant temper, gifted with so many resources, and adorned with so many accomplishments, that he appeared to be always employed, amused, and contented. And yet, by a strange contrariety of events, it appeared that this excellent person was now placed in a situation which is generally the consequence of impetuous passions not very scrupulous in obtaining their ends. That breast, which heretofore would have shrunk from being analyzed only from the refined modesty of its nature, had now become the depository of terrible secrets. The day could scarcely pass over without finding him in a position which rendered equivocation on his part almost a necessity, while all the anxieties inseparable from pecuniary embarrassments were forced upon his attention, and his feelings were racked from sympathy with individuals who were bound to him by no other tie, but to whose welfare he felt himself engaged to sacrifice all his pursuits and devote all his time and labor. And yet he did not murmur, although he had scarcely hoped to animate him. In whatever light he viewed coming events, they appeared ominous only of evil. All that he aimed at now was to soothe and support, and it was his unshaken confidence in Providence that alone forbade him to despair. When he repaired to the place in the morning, he found everything in confusion. Miss Grandison was very unwell, and Lady Armine, frightened by the recent danger from which they had escaped, very alarmed. She could no longer conceal from Ferdinand that his Catherine was here, and perhaps Lady Armine was somewhat surprised at the calmness with which her son received the intelligence. But Miss Grandison was not only very unwell but very obstinate. She would not leave her room, but insisted that no medical advice should be called in. Lady Armine protested, supplicated, adjured. Miss Grandison appealed to Mr. Glastonbury, and Glastonbury, who was somewhat of a physician, was called in and was obliged to assure Lady Armine that Miss Grandison was only suffering from a cold and only required repose. A warm friendship subsisted between Lady Armine and her niece. She had always been Catherine's favourite aunt, and during the past year there had been urgent reasons why Lady Armine should have cherished this predisposition in her favour. Lady Armine was a fascinating person, and all her powers had been employed to obtain an influence over the heiress. They had been quite successful. Miss Grandison looked forward almost with as much pleasure to being Lady Armine's daughter as her son's bride. The intended mother-in-law was in turn as warm-hearted as her niece was engaging, and eventually Lady Armine loved Catherine for herself alone. In a few days, however, Miss Grandison announced that she was quite recovered, and Lady Armine again devoted her unbroken attention to her son, who was now about to rise for the first time from his bed. But although Miss Grandison was no longer an invalid, it is quite certain that if the attention of the other members of the family had not been so entirely engrossed, a very great change in her behavior could not have escaped their notice. Her flowers and drawings seemed to have lost their relish, her gaiety to have deserted her. She passed a great portion of the morning in her room, and although it was announced to her that Ferdinand was aware of her being an inmate of the place, and that in a day or two they might meet, she scarcely evinced, at this prospect of resuming his society, so much gratification as might have been expected, and though she daily took care that his chamber should still be provided with flowers, it might have been remarked that the note she had been so anxious to send him was never written. But how much, under the commonest course of circumstances, happens in all domestic circles that is never observed or never remarked till the observation is too late. At length the day arrived when Lady Armine invited her niece to visit her son. Miss Grandison expressed her readiness to accompany her aunt, but took an opportunity of requesting Glastonbury to join them, and all three proceeded to the chamber of the invalid. The white curtain of the room was drawn, but though the light was softened, the apartment was by no means obscure. Ferdinand was sitting in an easy-chair, supported by pillows. A black handkerchief was just twined round his forehead, for his head had been shaved, except a few curls on the side and front, which looked stark and lustreless. He was so thin and pale, and his eyes and cheeks were so wan and hollow, that it was scarcely credible that in so short a space of time a man could have become such a wreck. When he saw Catherine, he involuntarily dropped his eyes, but extended his hand to her with some effort of earnestness. She was almost as pale as he, but she took his hand. It was so light and cold, it felt so much like death, that the tears stole down her cheek. "You hardly know me, Catherine," said Ferdinand, feebly. "This is good of you to visit a sick man." Miss Grandison could not reply, and Lady Armine made an observation to break the awkward pause. "And how do you like Armine?" said Ferdinand. "I wish I could be your guide. But Glastonbury is so kind." 100 times Miss Grandison tried to reply, to speak, to make the commonest observation, but it was in vain. She grew paler every moment, her lips moved, but they sent forth no sound. "Kate is not well," said Lady Armine. "She has been very unwell. This visit," she added in a whisper to Ferdinand, "is a little too much for her." Ferdinand sighed. "Mother," he at length said, "you must ask Catherine to come and sit here with you, if indeed she will not feel the imprisonment." Miss Grandison turned in her chair, and hid her face with her handkerchief. "My sweet child," said Lady Armine, rising and kissing her, "this is too much for you. You really must restrain yourself. Ferdinand will soon be himself again, he will indeed." Miss Grandison sobbed aloud. Glastonbury was much distressed, but Ferdinand avoided catching his eye, and yet, at last, Ferdinand said with an effort and in a very kind voice, "Dear Kate, come and sit by me." Miss Grandison went into hysterics. Ferdinand sprang from his chair and seized her hand. Lady Armine tried to restrain her son. Glastonbury held the agitated Catherine. "For God's sake, Ferdinand, be calm," exclaimed Lady Armine. "This is most unfortunate. Dear, dear Catherine, but she has such a heart. All the women have in our family, and none of the men. 'Tis so odd. Mr. Glastonbury, water if you please, that glass of water. Sal volatile. Where is the sal volatile? My own Catherine, pray restrain yourself. Ferdinand is here, remember, Ferdinand is here, and he will soon be well, soon quite well. Believe me, he is already quite another thing. There, drink that, darling, drink that. You are better now." "I am so foolish," said Miss Grandison, in a mournful voice. "I never can pardon myself for this. Let me go." Glastonbury bore her out of the room. Lady Armine turned to her son. He was lying back in his chair, his hands covering his eyes. The mother stole gently to him, and wiped tenderly his brow. on which hung the light drops of perspiration occasioned by his recent exertion. "We have done too much, my own dear Ferdinand." Yet who could have expected that dear girl would have been so affected? Glastonbury was indeed right in preventing you so long from meeting. And yet it is a blessing to see that she has so fond a heart. You are fortunate, my Ferdinand. You will indeed be happy with her. Ferdinand groaned. "I shall never be happy," he murmured. "Never happy, my Ferdinand." "Oh, you must not be so low-spirited. Think how much better you are. Think, my Ferdinand, what a change there is for the better. You will soon be well, dearest, and then, my love, you know you cannot help being happy." "Mother," said Ferdinand, "you are deceived. You are all deceived. I know." "Ferdinand, indeed we are not. I am confident, and I praise God for it, that you are getting better every day. But you have done too much, that is the truth. I will leave you now, love, and send the nurse, for my presence excites you. Try to sleep, love." And Lady Armine rang the bell and quitted the room. Chapter 14. Underscore, in which some light is thrown upon some circumstances which were before rather mysterious. Underscore. Lady Armine now proposed that the family should meet in Ferdinand's room after dinner, but Glastonbury, whose opinion on most subjects generally prevailed, scarcely approved of this suggestion. It was therefore but once acted upon during the week that followed the scene described in our last chapter, and on that evening Miss Grandison had so severe a headache that it was quite impossible for her to join the circle. At length, however, Ferdinand made his appearance below and established himself in the library. It now, therefore, became absolutely necessary that Miss Grandison should steel her nerves to the altered state of her betrothed, which had at first apparently so much affected her sensibility, and, by the united influence of habit and Mr. Glastonbury, it is astonishing what progress she made. She even at last could so command her feelings that she apparently greatly contributed to his amusement. She joined in the family concerts, once even read to him. Every morning, too, she brought him a flower and often offered him her arm. And yet Ferdinand could not resist observing a great difference in her behavior towards him since he had last quitted her at Bath. Far from conducting herself, as he had nervously apprehended, as if her claim to be his companion were irresistible, her carriage, on the contrary, indicated the most retiring disposition. She annoyed him with no expressions of fondness, and listened to the kind words which he occasionally urged himself to bestow upon her with a sentiment of grave regard and placid silence, which almost filled him with astonishment. One morning, the weather being clear and fine, Ferdinand insisted that his mother, who had as yet scarcely quitted his side, should drive out with Sir Ratcliffe, and, as he would take no refusal, Lady Armine agreed to comply. The carriage was ordered, was at the door, and as Lady Armine bade him adieu, Ferdinand rose from his seat and took the arm of Miss Grandison, who seemed on the point of retiring, for Glastonbury remained, and therefore Ferdinand was not without a companion. "I will see you go off," said Ferdinand. "Adieu," said Lady Armine. "Take care of him, dear Kate," and the phaeton was soon out of sight. "It is more like May than January," said Ferdinand to his cousin. "I fancy I should like to walk a little. Shall I send for Mr. Glastonbury?" said Catherine. "Not if my arm be not too heavy for you," said Ferdinand. So they walked slowly on, perhaps some 50 yards, until they arrived at a garden seat, very near the rose tree whose flowers Henrietta Temple so much admired. It had no flowers now, but seemed as desolate as their unhappy loves. "A moment's rest," said Ferdinand, and sighed. "Dear Kate, I wish to speak to you." Miss Grandison turned pale. "I have something on my mind, Catherine, of which I would endeavour to relieve myself." Miss Grandison did not reply, but she trembled. "It concerns you, Catherine." Still she was silent, and expressed no astonishment at this strange address. "If I were anything now but an object of pity, a miserable and broken-hearted man," continued Ferdinand, "I might shrink from this communication. I might delegate to another this office, humiliating as it then might be to me, painful as it must, under any circumstances, be to you. But, and here his voice faltered, but I am far beyond the power of any mortification now. The world and the world's ways touch me no more. There is a duty to fulfill. I will fulfill it. I have offended against you, my sweet and gentle cousin, grievously, bitterly, infamously offended. No, 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 murmured Miss Grandison. Catherine, I am unworthy of you. I have deceived you. It is neither for your honor nor your happiness that these ties which our friends anticipate should occur between us. But, Catherine, you are avenged. Oh, I want no vengeance, muttered Miss Grandison, her face pale as marble, her eyes convulsively closed. Cease, cease, Ferdinand. This conversation is madness. You will be ill again. No, Catherine, I am calm. Fear not for me. There is much to tell. It must be told, if only that you should not believe that I was a systematic villain, or that my feelings were engaged to another when I breathed to you those vows. Oh, anything but that. Speak of anything but that. Ferdinand took her hand. Catherine, listen to me. I honor you, my gentle cousin, I admire, I esteem you. I could die content if I could but see you happy. With your charms and virtues I thought that we might be happy. My intentions were as sincere as my belief in our future felicity. Oh, no, dear Catherine, I could not trifle with so pure and gentle a bosom. Have I accused you, Ferdinand? But you will when you know all. I do know all, said Miss Grandison, in a hollow voice. Her hand fell from the weak and trembling grasp of her cousin. You do know all, he at length exclaimed. And can you, knowing all, live under the same roof with me? Can you see me? Can you listen to me? Is not my voice torture to you? Do you not hate and despise me? It is not my nature to hate anything, least of all could I hate you. And could you, knowing all, still minister to my wants and watch my sad necessities? This gentle arm of yours, could you, knowing all, let me lean upon it this morning? Oh, Catherine, a happy lot be yours, for you deserve one. Ferdinand, I have acted as duty, religion, and it may be, some other considerations prompted me. My feelings have not been so much considered that they need now be analyzed. Reproach me, Catherine, I deserve your reproaches. Mine may not be the only reproaches that you have deserved, Ferdinand, but permit me to remark, from me you have received none. I pity you, I sincerely pity you. Glastonbury has told you, said Ferdinand. That communication is among the other good offices we owe him, replied Miss Grandison. He told you, said Ferdinand inquiringly. All that it was necessary I should know for your honor, or, as some might think, for my own happiness. No more, I would listen to no more. I had no idle curiosity to gratify. It is enough that your heart is another's. I seek not, I wish not, to know that person's name. I cannot mention it, said Ferdinand, but there is no secret from you. Glastonbury may should tell all. Amid the wretched she is not the least miserable, said Miss Grandison. Oh, Catherine, said Ferdinand, after a moment's pause, tell me that you do not hate me, tell me that you pardon me, tell me that you think me more mad than wicked. Ferdinand, said Miss Grandison, I think we are both unfortunate. I am without hope, said Ferdinand, but you, Catherine, your life must still be bright and fair. I can never be happy, Ferdinand, if you are not. I am alone in the world. Your family are my only relations. I cling to them. Your mother is my mother. I love her with the passion of a child. I looked upon our union only as the seal of that domestic feeling that had long bound us all. My happiness now entirely depends upon your family. Theirs I feel is staked upon you. It is the conviction of the total desolation that must occur if our estrangement be suddenly made known to them, and you, who are so impetuous, decide upon any rash course, in consequence, that has induced me to sustain the painful part that I now uphold. This is the reason that I would not reproach you, Ferdinand, that I would not quarrel with you, that I would not desert them in this hour of their affliction. Catherine, beloved Catherine, exclaimed the distracted Ferdinand, why did we ever part? No, Ferdinand, let us not deceive ourselves. For me, that separation, however fruitful at the present moment in mortification and unhappiness, must not be considered altogether an event of unmingled misfortune. In my opinion, Ferdinand, It is better to be despised for a moment than to be neglected for a life. Despised. Catherine, for God's sake, spare me. For God's sake, do not use such language. Despised. Catherine, at this moment I declare most solemnly all that I feel is, how thoroughly, how infamously unworthy I am of you. Dearest Catherine, we cannot recall the past, we cannot amend it, but let me assure you that at this very hour there is no being on earth I more esteem, more reverence than yourself. It is well, Ferdinand. I would not willingly believe that your feelings towards me were otherwise than kind and generous. But let us understand each other. I shall remain at present under this roof. Do not misapprehend my views. I seek not to recall your affections. The past has proved to me that we are completely unfitted for each other. I have not those dazzling qualities that could enchain a fiery brain like yours. I know myself, I know you, and there is nothing that would fill me with more terror now than our anticipated union. And now, after this frank conversation, let our future intercourse be cordial and unembarrassed. Let us remember we are kinsfolk. The feelings between us should by nature be amiable. No incident has occurred to disturb them, for I have not injured or offended you, and as for your conduct towards me, from the bottom of my heart I pardon and forget it. Catherine, said Ferdinand, with streaming eyes, kindest, most generous of women. My heart is too moved, my spirit too broken, to express what I feel. We are kinsfolk, let us be more. You say my mother is your mother. Let me assert the privilege of that admission. Let me be a brother to you. You shall find me, if I live, a faithful one. Chapter 15. Which leaves affairs in general in a scarcely more satisfactory position than the former one. Ferdinand felt much calmer in his mind after this conversation with his cousin. Her affectionate attention to him now, instead of filling him as it did before with remorse, was really a source of consolation, if that be not too strong a phrase to describe the state of one so thoroughly wretched as Captain Armine. For his terrible illness and impending death had not in the slightest degree allayed or affected his profound passion for Henrietta Temple. Her image unceasingly engaged his thoughts. He still clung to the wild idea that she might yet be his. But his health improved so slowly that there was faint hope of his speedily taking any steps to induce such a result. All his inquiries after her, and Glastonbury, at his suggestion, had not been idle, were quite fruitless. He made no doubt that she had quitted England. What might not happen, far away from him, and believing herself betrayed and deserted? Often when he brooded over these terrible contingencies, he regretted his recovery. Yet his family, thanks to the considerate conduct of his admirable cousin, were still contented and happy. His slow convalescence was now their only source of anxiety. They regretted the unfavorable season of the year. They looked forward with hope to the genial influence of the coming spring. That was to cure all their cares, and yet they might well suspect, when they watched his ever-pensive and often suffering countenance, that there were deeper causes than physical debility and bodily pain to account for that moody and woebegone expression. Alas! How changed from that Ferdinand Armine, so full of hope and courage and youth and beauty, that had burst on their enraptured vision on his return from Malta. Where was that gaiety now that made all eyes sparkle, that vivacious spirit that kindled energy in every bosom? How miserable to see him crawling about with a wretched stick, with his thin, pale face and tottering limbs, and scarcely any other pursuit than to creep about the pleasaunce, where, when the day was fair, his servant would place a camp-stool opposite the cedar tree where he had first beheld Henrietta Temple, and there he would sit, until the unkind winter breeze would make him shiver, gazing on vacancy, yet peopled to his mind's eye with beautiful and fearful apparitions. And it is love, it is the most delightful of human passions, that can bring about such misery. Why will its true course never run smooth? Is there a spell over our heart, that its finest emotions should lead only to despair? When Ferdinand Armine, in his reveries, dwelt upon the past, when he recalled the hour that he had first seen her, her first glance, the first sound of her voice, his visit to Ducie, all the passionate scenes to which it led, those sweet wanderings through its enchanted bowers, those bright mornings, so full of expectation that was never balked, those soft eyes, so redolent of tenderness that could never cease, when from the bright and glowing and gentle scenes his memory conjured up, and all the transport and the thrill that surrounded them like an atmosphere of love, he turned to his shattered and broken-hearted self, the rigid heaven above, and what seemed his perhaps unwise and ungrateful spirit. The mechanical sympathy and commonplace affection of his companions, it was as if he had wakened from some too vivid and too glorious dream, or as if he had fallen from some brighter and more favored planet upon our cold, dull earth. And yet it would seem the roof of Armine Place protected a family that might yield to few in the beauty and engaging qualities of its inmates, their happy accomplishments, their kind and cordial hearts. And all were devoted to him. It was on him alone the noble spirit of his father dwelt, still with pride and joy. It was to soothe and gratify him that his charming mother exerted all her graceful care and all her engaging gifts. It was for him, and his sake, the generous heart of his cousin had submitted to mortification without a murmur, or indulged her unhappiness only in solitude. And it was for him that Glastonbury exercised a devotion that might alone induce a man to think with complacency both of his species and himself. But the heart, the jealous and despotic heart. It rejects all substitutes, it spurns all compromise, and it will have its purpose or it will break. Book V. Chapter 1. Underscore containing the appearance on our stage of a new and important character underscore. The Marquis of Montfort was the grandson of that nobleman who had been Glastonbury's earliest patron. The old Duke had been dead some years. His son had succeeded to his title, and Digby, that youth whom the reader may recollect was about the same age as Ferdinand Armine, and was his companion during the happy week in London which preceded his first military visit to the Mediterranean, now bore the second title of the family. The young Marquis was an excellent specimen of a class inferior in talents, intelligence, and accomplishments, in public spirit and in private virtues, to none in the world, the English nobility. His complete education had been carefully conducted, and although his religious creed, for it will be remembered he was a Catholic, had deprived him of the advantage of matriculating at an English university, the zeal of an able and learned tutor, and the resources of a German alma mater had afforded every opportunity for the development of his considerable talents. Nature had lavished upon him other gifts besides his distinguished intelligence and his amiable temper. His personal beauty was remarkable, and his natural grace was not less evident than his many acquired accomplishments. On quitting the University of Bonn, Lord Montfort had passed several years on the continent of Europe, and had visited and resided at most of its courts and capitals, an admired and cherished guest, for, debarred at the period of our story from occupying the seat of his ancestors in the Senate, his native country offered no very urgent claims upon his presence. He had ultimately fixed upon Rome as his principal residence, for he was devoted to the arts, and in his palace were collected some of the rarest specimens of ancient and modern invention. At Pisa, Lord Montfort had made the acquaintance of Mr. Temple, who was residing in that city for the benefit of his daughter's health, who, it was feared by her physicians, was in a decline. I say the acquaintance of Mr. Temple, for Lord Montfort was aware of the existence of his daughter only by the occasional mention of her name, as Miss Temple was never seen. The agreeable manners, varied information, and accomplished mind of Mr. Temple had attracted and won the attention of the young nobleman, who shrank in general from the traveling English and all their arrogant ignorance. Mr. Temple was in turn equally pleased with a companion alike refined, amiable, and enlightened, and their acquaintance would have ripened into intimacy had not the illness of Henrietta and her repugnance to see a third person, and the unwillingness of her father that she should be alone, offered in some degree a bar to its cultivation. Yet Henrietta was glad that her father had found a friend and was amused, and impressed upon him not to think of her, but to accept Lord Montfort's invitations to his villa. But Mr. Temple invariably declined them. "I am always uneasy when I am away from you, dearest," said Mr. Temple. "I wish you would go about a little." Believe me, it is not for myself that I make the suggestion, but I am sure you would derive benefit from the exertion. I wish you would go with me and see Lord Montfort's villa. There would be no one there but himself. He would not in the least annoy you, he is so quiet, and he and I could stroll about and look at the busts and talk to each other. You would hardly know he was present. He is such a very quiet person. Henrietta shook her head, and Mr. Temple could not urge the request. Fate, however, had decided that Lord Montfort and Henrietta Temple should become acquainted. She had more than once expressed a wish to see the Campo Santo. It was almost the only wish that she had expressed since she left England. Her father, pleased to find that anything could interest her, was in the habit of reminding her of this desire and suggesting that she should gratify it. But there was ever an excuse for procrastination. When the hour of exertion came, she would say, with a faint smile, "Not today, dearest papa," and then, arranging her shawl, as if even in this soft clime she shivered, composed herself upon that sofa which now she scarcely ever quitted. And this was Henrietta Temple, that gay and glorious being, so full of graceful power and beautiful energy, that seemed born for a throne and to command a nation of adoring subjects. What are those political revolutions, whose strange and mighty vicissitudes we are ever dilating on, compared with the moral mutations that are passing daily under our own eye, uprooting the hearts of families, shattering to pieces domestic circles, scattering to the winds the plans and prospects of a generation, and blasting as with a mildew the ripening harvest of long-cherished affection? "It is here that I would be buried," said Henrietta Temple. They were standing, the father and the daughter, in the Campo Santo. She had been gayer that morning, her father had seized a happy moment, and she had gone forth to visit the dead. That vast and cloistered cemetery was silent and undisturbed. Not a human being was there, save themselves and the keeper. The sun shone brightly on the austere and ancient frescoes, and Henrietta stood opposite that beautiful sarcophagus that seemed prepared and fitting to receive her destined ashes. "It is here that I would be buried," said she. Her father almost unconsciously turned his head to gaze upon the countenance of his daughter, to see if there were indeed reason that she should talk of death. That countenance was changed since the moment we first feebly attempted to picture it. That flashing eye had lost something of its brilliancy, that superb form something of its roundness and its stag-like state. The crimson glory of that mantling cheek had faded like the fading eve, and yet it might be thought, it might be suffering, perhaps, the anticipation of approaching death, and as it were the imaginary contact with a serener existence, but certainly there was a more spiritual expression diffused over the whole appearance of Henrietta Temple, and which by many might be preferred even to that more lively and glowing beauty which, in her happier hours, made her the very queen of flowers and sunshine. "It is strange, dear papa," she continued, "that my first visit should be to a cemetery." At this moment their attention was attracted by the sound of the distant gates of the cemetery opening, and several persons soon entered. This party consisted of some of the authorities of the city and some porters, bearing on a slab of verd antique a magnificent cinerary vase that was about to be placed in the Campo. In reply to his inquiries, Mr. Temple learned that the vase had been recently excavated in Catania, and that it had been purchased and presented to the Campo by the Marquis of Montfort. Henrietta would have hurried her father away, but with all her haste they had not reached the gates before Lord Montfort appeared. Mr. Temple found it impossible, although Henrietta pressed his arm in token of disapprobation, not to present Lord Montfort to his daughter. He then admired his lordship's urn, and then his lordship requested that he might have the pleasure of showing it to them himself. They turned, Lord Montfort explained to them its rarity, and pointed out to them its beauty. His voice was soft and low, his manner simple but rather reserved. While he paid that deference to Henrietta which her sex demanded, he addressed himself chiefly to her father. She was not half so much annoyed as she had imagined. She agreed with her father that he was a very quiet man. She was even a little interested by his conversation, which was refined and elegant, and she was pleased that he did not seem to require her to play any part in the discourse, but appeared quite content in being her father's friend. Lord Montfort seemed to be attached to her father and to appreciate him. And this was always a recommendation to Henrietta Temple. The cinerary urn led to a little controversy between Mr. Temple and his friend, and Lord Montfort wished that Mr. Temple would someday call on him at his house in the Lung Arno, and he would show him some specimens which he thought might influence his opinion. "I hardly dare to ask you to come now," said his lordship, looking at Miss Temple, and yet Miss Temple might like to rest. It was evident to Henrietta that her father would be pleased to go, and yet that he was about to refuse for her sake. She could not bear that he should be deprived of so much and such refined amusement, and be doomed to an uninteresting morning at home, merely to gratify her humor. She tried to speak, but could not at first command her voice. At length she expressed her wish that Mr. Temple should avail himself of the invitation. Lord Montfort bowed lowly. Mr. Temple seemed gratified, and they all turned together and quitted the cemetery. As they walked along to the house, conversation did not flag. Lord Montfort expressed his admiration of Pisa. "Silence and art are two great charms," said his lordship. At length they arrived at his palace. A venerable Italian received them. They passed through a vast hall, in which were statues, ascended a magnificent double staircase, and entered a range of saloons. One of them was furnished with more attention to comfort than an Italian cares for, and herein was the cabinet of urns and vases his lordship had mentioned. "This is little more than a baroque," said Lord Montfort, "but I can find a sofa for Miss Temple." So saying, he arranged with great care the cushions of the couch, and, when she seated herself, placed a footstool near her. "I wish you would allow me some day to welcome you at Rome," said the young Marquis. "It is there that I indeed reside." Lord Montfort and Mr. Temple examined the contents of the cabinet. There was one vase which Mr. Temple greatly admired for the elegance of its form. His host immediately brought it and placed it on a small pedestal near Miss Temple. Yet he scarcely addressed himself to her, and Henrietta experienced none of that troublesome attention from which, in the present state of her health and mind, she shrank. While Mr. Temple was interested with his pursuit, Lord Montfort went to a small cabinet opposite and brought forth a curious casket of antique gems. "Perhaps," he said, placing it by Miss Temple, "the contents of this casket might amuse you," and he walked away to her father. In the course of an hour a servant brought in some fruits and wine. "The grapes are from my villa," said Lord Montfort. "I ventured to order them, because I have heard their salutary effects have been marvelous. Besides, at this season, even in Italy they are rare. At least you cannot accuse me of prescribing a disagreeable remedy," he added with a slight smile, as he handed a plate to Miss Temple. She moved to receive them. Her cushions slipped from behind her. Lord Montfort immediately arranged them with skill and care. He was so kind that she really wished to thank him, but before she could utter a word he was again conversing with her father. At length Mr. Temple indicated his intention to retire, and spoke to his daughter. "This has been a great exertion for you, Henrietta," he said. "This has indeed been a busy day. I am not wearied, and we have been much pleased." It was the firmest tone in which she had spoken for a long time. There was something in her manner which recalled to Mr. Temple her vanished animation. The affectionate father looked for a moment happy. The sweet music of these simple words dwelt on his ear. He went forward and assisted Henrietta to rise. She closed the casket with care and delivered it herself to her considerate host. Mr. Temple bade him adieu. Henrietta bowed and nearly extended her hand. Lord Montfort attended them to the gate. A carriage was waiting there. We have kept your lordship at home," said Mr. Temple. "I took the liberty of ordering the carriage for Miss Temple," he replied. "I feel a little responsible for her kind exertion today." Chapter 2. In which Lord Montfort contrives that Miss Temple should be left alone. "And how do you like my friend, Henrietta?" said Mr. Temple as they drove home. "I like your friend much, Papa. He is quite as quiet as you said. He is almost the only person I have seen since I quitted England who has not jarred my nerves. I felt quite sorry that I had so long prevented you both from cultivating each other's acquaintance. He does not interfere with me in the least. I wish I had asked him to look in upon us in the evening, said Mr. Temple, rather inquiringly. Not today, said Henrietta. Another day, dearest papa. The next day Lord Montfort sent a note to Mr. Temple to inquire after his daughter and to impress upon him the importance of her eating his grapes. His servant left a basket. The rest of the note was about cinerary urns. Mr. Temple, while he thanked him, assured him of the pleasure it would give both his daughter and himself to see him in the evening. This was the first invitation to his house that Mr. Temple had ventured to give him, though they had now known each other some time. In the evening Lord Montfort appeared. Henrietta was lying on her sofa, and her father would not let her rise. Lord Montfort had brought Mr. Temple some English journals, which he had received from Leghorn. The gentlemen talked a little on foreign politics, and discussed the character of several of the most celebrated foreign ministers. Lord Montfort gave an account of his visit to Prince Esterhazy. Henrietta was amused. German politics and society led to German literature. Lord Montfort, on this subject, seemed completely informed. Henrietta could not refrain from joining in a conversation for which she was fully qualified. She happened to deplore her want of books. Lord Montfort had a library, but it was at Rome. No matter, it seemed that he thought nothing of sending to Rome. He made a note very quietly of some books that Henrietta expressed a wish to see, and begged that Mr. Temple would send the memorandum to his servant. But surely tomorrow will do, said Mr. Temple. Rome is too far to send to this evening. That is an additional reason for instant departure, said his lordship calmly. Mr. Temple summoned a servant. Send this note to my house, said his lordship. My courier will bring us the books in 4 days, he added, turning to Miss Temple. I am sorry you should have to wait, but at Pisa I really have nothing. From this day Lord Montfort passed every evening at Mr. Temple's house. His arrival never disturbed Miss Temple. She remained on the sofa. If she spoke to him, he was always ready to converse with her, yet he never obtruded his society. He seemed perfectly contented with the company of her father. Yet with all this calmness and reserve, there was no air of affected indifference, no intolerable nonchalance. He was always attentive, always considerate, often kind. However apparently engaged with her father, it seemed that his vigilance anticipated all her wants. If she moved, he was at her side. If she required anything, it would appear that he read her thoughts, for it was always offered. She found her sofa arranged as if by magic. And if a shawl were for a moment missing, Lord Montfort always knew where it had been placed. In the meantime, every morning brought something for the amusement of Mr. Temple and his daughter: books, prints, drawings, newspapers, journals of all countries, and caricatures from Paris and London were mingled with engravings of Henrietta's favorite Camposanto. One evening Mr. Temple and his guest were speaking of a celebrated professor of the university. Lord Montfort described his extraordinary acquirements and discoveries, and his rare simplicity. He was one of those eccentric geniuses that are sometimes found in decayed cities with ancient institutions of learning. Henrietta was interested in his description. Almost without thought she expressed a wish to see him. He shall come tomorrow, said Lord Montfort, if you please. Believe me, he added, in a tone of great kindness, that if you could prevail upon yourself to cultivate Italian society a little, it would repay you. The professor was brought. Miss Temple was much entertained. In a few days he came again, and introduced a friend scarcely less distinguished. The society was so easy that even Henrietta found it no burthen. She remained upon her sofa. The gentlemen drank their coffee and conversed. One morning Lord Montfort had prevailed upon her to visit the studio of a celebrated sculptor. The artist was full of enthusiasm for his pursuit, and showed them with pride his great work, a Diana that might have made one envy Endymion. The sculptor declared it was the perfect resemblance of Miss Temple, and appealed to her father. Mr. Temple could not deny the striking likeness. Miss Temple smiled. She looked almost herself again. Even the reserved Lord Montfort was in raptures. "Oh, it is very like," said his lordship. "Yes, now it is exactly like." Miss Temple does not often smile, but now one would believe she really was the model. They were bidding the sculptor farewell. "Do you like him?" whispered Lord Montfort of Miss Temple. "Extremely. He is full of ideas. Shall I ask him to come to you this evening?" "Yes, do." And so it turned out that in time Henrietta found herself the center of a little circle of eminent and accomplished men. Her health improved as she brooded less over her sorrows. It gratified her to witness the pleasure of her father. She was not always on her sofa now. Lord Montfort had sent her an English chair, which suited her delightfully. They even began to take drives with him in the country an hour or so before sunset. The country around Pisa is rich as well as picturesque, and their companion always contrived that there should be an object in their brief excursions. He spoke, too, the dialect of the country, and they paid, under his auspices, a visit to a Tuscan farmer. All this was agreeable. Even Henrietta was persuaded that it was better than staying at home. The variety of pleasing objects diverted her mind in spite of herself. She had some duties to perform in this world yet remaining. There was her father who had been so devoted to her, who had never uttered a single reproach to her for all her faults and follies, and who, in her hour of tribulation, had clung to her with such fidelity. Was it not some source of satisfaction to see him again comparatively happy? How selfish for her to mar this graceful and innocent enjoyment! She exerted herself to contribute to the amusement of her father and his kind friend, as well as to share it. The color returned a little to her cheek. Sometimes she burst for a moment into something like her old gaiety, and though these ebullitions were often followed by a gloom and moodiness, against which she found it in vain to contend, still, on the whole, the change for the better was decided, and Mr. Temple yet hoped that in time his sight might again be blessed and his life illustrated by his own brilliant Henrietta. Chapter 3. In which Mr. Temple and his daughter, with their new friend, make an unexpected excursion. One delicious morning, remarkable even in the South, Lord Montfort called upon them in his carriage, and proposed a little excursion. Mr. Temple looked at his daughter, and was charmed that Henrietta consented. She rose from her seat, indeed, with unwonted animation, and the three friends had soon quitted the city and entered its agreeable environs. "It was wise to pass the winter in Italy," said Lord Montfort, "but to see Tuscany in perfection I should choose the autumn. I know nothing more picturesque than the carts laden with grapes and drawn by milk-white steers." They drove gaily along at the foot of green hills, crowned ever and anon by a convent or a beautiful stone pine. The landscape attracted the admiration of Miss Temple. A Palladian villa rose from the bosom of a gentle elevation, crowned with these picturesque trees. A broad terrace of marble extended in front of the villa, on which were ranged orange trees. On either side spread an olive grove. The sky was without a cloud, and deeply blue, bright beams of the sun illuminated the building. The road had wound so curiously into this last branch of the Apennines that the party found themselves in a circus of hills, clothed with Spanish chestnuts and olive trees, from which there was apparently no outlet. A soft breeze, which it was evident had passed over the wild flowers of the mountains, refreshed and charmed their senses. "Could you believe we were only 2 hours' drive from a city?" said Lord Montfort. "Indeed," said Henrietta, "if there be peace in this world, one would think that the dweller in that beautiful villa enjoyed it." "He has little to disturb him," said Lord Montfort, "thanks to his destiny and his temper." "I believe we make our miseries," said Henrietta, with a sigh. "After all, nature always offers us consolation. But who lives here?" "I sometimes steal to this spot," replied his lordship. "Oh, this then is your villa? Ah, you have surprised us. I only aim to amuse you." "You are very kind, Lord Montfort," said Mr. Temple, "and we owe you much." They stopped, they ascended the terrace, they entered the villa. A few rooms only were furnished, but their appearance indicated the taste and pursuits of its occupier. Busts and books were scattered about, a table was covered with the implements of art, and the principal apartment opened into an English garden. "This is one of my native tastes," said Lord Montfort, "that will, I think, Never desert me. The memory of Henrietta was recalled to the flowers of Ducie and of Armine. Amid all the sweets and sunshine she looked sad. She walked away from her companions. She seated herself on the terrace. Her eyes were suffused with tears. Lord Montfort took the arm of Mr. Temple and led him away to a bust of Germanicus. "Let me show it to Henrietta," said Mr. Temple. "I must fetch her." Lord Montfort laid his hand gently on his companion. The emotion of Henrietta had not escaped his quick eye. "Miss Temple has made a great exertion," he said. "Do not think me pedantic, but I am something of a physician. I have long perceived that, although Miss Temple should be amused, she must sometimes be left alone." Mr. Temple looked at his companion, but the countenance of Lord Montfort was inscrutable. His lordship offered him a medal and then opened a portfolio of Marc Antonios. "These are very rare," said Lord Montfort. "I bring them into the country with me, for really at Rome there is no time to study them. By the by, I have a plan," continued his lordship, in a somewhat hesitating tone. "I wish I could induce you and Miss Temple to visit me at Rome." Mr. Temple shrugged his shoulders and sighed. "I feel confident that a residence at Rome would benefit Miss Temple," said his lordship, in a voice a little less calm than usual. "There is much to see, and I would take care that she should see it in a manner which would not exhaust her. It is the most delightful climate, too, at this period. The sun shines here today, but the air of these hills at this season is sometimes treacherous. A calm life, with a variety of objects, is what she requires. Pisa is calm, but for her it is too dull. Believe me, there is something in the blended refinement and interest of Rome that she would find exceedingly beneficial. She would see no one but ourselves. Society shall be at her command if she desire it." "My dear lord," said Mr. Temple, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your considerate sympathy, but I cannot flatter myself that Henrietta could avail herself of your really friendly offer. My daughter is a great invalid." But here Miss Temple joined them. "We have a relic of a delicate Temple here," said Lord Montfort, directing her gaze to another window. "You see it now to advantage. The columns glitter in the sun. There, perhaps, was worshipped some wood nymph or some river god." The first classic ruin that she had yet beheld attracted the attention of Miss Temple. It was not far, and she acceded to the proposition of Lord Montfort to visit it. That little ramble was delightful. The novelty and the beauty of the object greatly interested her. It was charming also to view it under the auspices of a guide so full of information and feeling. "Ah," said Lord Montfort, "if I might only be your cicerone at Rome." "What say you, Henrietta?" said Mr. Temple, with a smile. "Shall we go to Rome?" The proposition did not alarm Miss Temple as much as her father anticipated. Lord Montfort pressed the suggestion with delicacy. He hinted at some expedients by which the journey might be rendered not very laborious. But as she did not reply, his lordship did not press the subject, sufficiently pleased, perhaps, that she had not met it with an immediate and decided negative. When they returned to the villa, they found a collation prepared for them worthy of so elegant an abode. In his capacity of a host, Lord Montfort departed a little from that placid and even constrained demeanor which generally characterized him. His manner was gay and flowing, and he poured out a goblet of Montepulciano and presented it to Miss Temple. "You must pour a libation," he said, "to the nymph of the fane." Chapter 4. Underscore, showing that it is the first step that is ever the most difficult. Underscore. About a week after this visit to the villa, Mr. Temple and his daughter were absolutely induced to accompany Lord Montfort to Rome. It is impossible to do justice to the tender solicitude with which he made all the arrangements for the journey. Wherever they halted they found preparations for their reception, and so admirably had everything been concerted that Miss Temple at length found herself in the Eternal City with almost as little fatigue as she had reached the Tuscan villa. The palace of Lord Montfort was in the most distinguished quarter of the city, and situate in the midst of vast gardens full of walls of laurel, arches of ilex, and fountains of lions. They arrived at twilight, and the shadowy hour lent even additional space to the huge halls and galleries. Yet in the suite of rooms intended for Mr. Temple and his daughter, every source of comfort seemed to have been collected. The marble floors were covered with Indian mats and carpets. The windows were well secured from the air, which might have proved fatal to an invalid, while every species of chair and couch and sofa courted the languid or capricious form of Miss Temple. And she was even favored with an English stove and guarded by an Indian screen. The apartments were supplied with every book which it could have been supposed might amuse her. There were guitars of the city and of Florence, and even an English piano, a library of the choicest music, and all the materials of art. The air of elegance and cheerful comfort that pervaded these apartments, so unusual in this land, the bright blaze of the fire, ever the pleasant wax lights, all combined to deprive the moment of that feeling of gloom and exhaustion which attends an arrival at a strange place at a late hour, and Henrietta looked around her, and almost fancied she was once more at Ducie. Lord Montfort introduced his fellow travellers to their apartments, presented to them the servant who was to assume the management of their little household, and then reminding them of their mutual promises that they were to be entirely their own masters, and not trouble themselves about him any more than if they were at Pisa, he shook them both by the hand, and bade them good night. It must be confessed that the acquaintance of Lord Montfort had afforded consolation to Henrietta Temple. It was impossible to be insensible to the sympathy and solicitude of one so highly gifted and so very amiable. Nor should it be denied that this homage, from one of his distinguished rank, was entirely without its charm. To find ourselves, when deceived and deserted, unexpectedly an object of regard and consideration, will bring balm to most bosoms. But to attract in such a situation the friendship of an individual whose deferential notice under any circumstances must be flattering, and to be admired by one whom all admire, these are accidents of fortune which few could venture to despise. And Henrietta had now few opportunities to brood over the past. A stream of beautiful and sublime objects passed unceasingly before her vision. Her lively and refined taste, and her highly cultured mind, could not refrain from responding to these glorious spectacles. She saw before her all that she had long read of, all that she had long mused over. Her mind became each day more serene and harmonious as she gazed on these ideal creations, and dwelt on their beautiful repose. Her companion, too, exerted every art to prevent these amusements from degenerating into fatiguing expeditions. The Vatican was open to Lord Montfort when it was open to none others. Short visits, but numerous ones, was his system. Sometimes they entered merely to see a statue or a picture they were reading or conversing about the preceding eve, and then they repaired to some modern studio, where their entrance always made the sculptor's eyes sparkle. At dinner there was always some distinguished guest whom Henrietta wished to see, and as she thoroughly understood the language, and spoke it with fluency and grace, she was tempted to enter into conversations, where all seemed delighted that she played her part. Sometimes, indeed, Henrietta would fly to her chamber to sigh, but suddenly the palace resounded with tones of the finest harmony, or the human voice, with its most felicitous skill, stole upon her from the distant galleries. Although Lord Montfort was not himself a musician, and his voice could not pour forth those fatal sounds that had ravished her soul from the lips of Ferdinand Armine, he was well acquainted with the magic of music, and, while he hated a formal concert, the most eminent performers were often at hand in his palace, to contribute at the fitting moment to the delight of his guests. Who could withstand the soft influence of a life so elegant and serene, or refuse to yield up the spirit to its gentle excitement and its mild distraction? The color returned to Henrietta's cheek and the luster to her languid eye. Her form regained its airy spring of health. The sunshine of her smile burst forth once more. It would have been impossible for an indifferent person not to perceive that Lord Montfort witnessed these changes with feelings of no slight emotion. Perhaps he prided himself upon his skill as a physician, but he certainly watched the apparent convalescence of his friend's daughter with zealous interest. And yet Henrietta herself was not aware that Lord Montfort's demeanour to her differed in any degree from what it was at Pisa. She had never been alone with him in her life. She certainly spoke more to him than she used, but then, she spoke more to everybody, and Lord Montfort certainly seemed to think of nothing but her pleasure and convenience and comfort. But he did and said everything so quietly that all this kindness and solicitude appeared to be the habitual impulse of his generous nature. He certainly was more intimate, much more intimate, than during the first week of their acquaintance, but scarcely more kind, for she remembered he had arranged her sofa the very first day they met, though he did not even remain to receive her thanks. One day a discussion rose about Italian society between Mr. Temple and his host. His lordship was a great admirer of the domestic character and private life of the Italians. He maintained that there was no existing people who more completely fulfilled the social duties than this much scandalized nation, respecting whom so many silly prejudices are entertained by the English, whose traveling fellow countrymen, by the by, seldom enter into any society but that tainted circle that must exist in all capitals. "You have no idea," he said, turning to Henrietta, "what amiable and accomplished people are the better order of Italians. I wish you would let me light up this dark house some night and give you an Italian party." "I should like it very much," said Mr. Temple. Whenever Henrietta did not enter her negative, Lord Montfort always implied her assent, and it was resolved that the Italian party should be given. All the best families in Rome were present, and not a single English person. There were some, perhaps, whom Lord Montfort might have wished to invite, but Miss Temple had chanced to express a wish that no English might be there, and he instantly acted upon her suggestion. The palace was magnificently illuminated. Henrietta had scarcely seen before its splendid treasures of art. Lord Montfort, in answer to her curiosity, had always playfully depreciated them, and said that they must be left for rainy days. The most splendid pictures and long rows of graceful or solemn statues were suddenly revealed to her. Rooms and galleries were opened that had never been observed before. On all sides cabinets of vases, groups of imperial busts, rare bronzes, and vivid masses of tessellated pavement. Over all these choice and beautiful objects a clear yet soft light was diffused, and Henrietta never recollected a spectacle more complete and effective. These rooms and galleries were soon filled with guests, and Henrietta could not be insensible to the graceful and engaging dignity with which Lord Montfort received the Roman world of fashion. That constraint which at first she had attributed to reserve, but which of late she had ascribed to modesty, now entirely quitted him. Frank, yet always dignified, smiling, apt, and ever felicitous, it seemed that he had a pleasing word for every ear and a particular smile for every face. She stood at some distance, leaning on her father's arm and watching him. Suddenly he turned and looked around. It was they whom he wished to catch. He came up to Henrietta and said, "I wish to introduce you to the princess. She is an old lady, but of the first distinction here. I would not ask this favor of you unless I thought you would be pleased." Henrietta could not refuse his request. Lord Montfort presented her and her father to the princess, the most agreeable and important person in Rome, and having now provided for their immediate amusement, he had time to attend to his guests in general. An admirable concert now, in some degree, hushed the general conversation. The voices of the most beautiful women in Rome echoed in those apartments. When the music ceased, the guests wandered about the galleries, and at length the principal saloons were filled with dancers. Lord Montfort approached Miss Temple. "There is one room in the palace you have never yet visited," he said, "my tribune. 'Tis open tonight for the first time." Henrietta accepted his proffered arm. "And how do you like the princess?" he said, as they walked along. "It is agreeable to live in a country where your guests amuse themselves." At the end of the principal gallery, Henrietta perceived an open door which admitted them into a small octagon chamber of Ionic architecture. The walls were not hung with pictures, and one work of art alone solicited their attention. Elevated on a pedestal of porphyry, surrounded by a rail of bronze arrows of the lightest workmanship, was that statue of Diana which they had so much admired at Pisa. The cheek, by an ancient process, the secret of which has been recently regained at Rome, was tinted with a delicate glow. "Do you approve of it?" said Lord Montfort to the admiring Henrietta. "Ah, dearest Miss Temple," he continued, "it is my happiness that the rose has also returned to a fairer cheek than this." Chapter 5. underscore which contains some rather painful explanations underscore. The reader will not perhaps be much surprised that the Marquis of Montfort soon became the declared admirer of Miss Temple. He made the important declaration after a very different fashion from the unhappy Ferdinand Armine. He made it to the lady's father. Long persuaded that Miss Temple's illness had its origin in the mind, and believing that in that case the indisposition of the young lady had probably arisen, from one cause or another, in the disappointment of her affections, Lord Montfort resolved to spare her feelings, unprepared, the pain of a personal appeal. The beauty, the talent, the engaging disposition, and the languid melancholy of Miss Temple had excited his admiration and pity, and had finally won a heart capable of deep affections, but gifted with great self-control. He did not conceal from Mr. Temple the conviction that impelled him to the course which he had thought proper to pursue, and this delicate conduct relieved Mr. Temple greatly from the unavoidable embarrassment of his position. Mr. Temple contented himself with communicating to Lord Montfort that his daughter had indeed entered into an engagement with one who was not worthy of her affections, and that the moment her father had been convinced of the character of the individual, he had quitted England with his daughter. He expressed his unqualified approbation of the overture of Lord Montfort, to whom he was indeed sincerely attached, and which gratified all those worldly feelings from which Mr. Temple was naturally not exempt. In such an alliance Mr. Temple recognized the only mode by which his daughter's complete recovery could be secured. Lord Montfort and himself offered everything which it would seem that the reasonable fancy of woman could desire. He was young, handsome, amiable, accomplished, sincere, and exceedingly clever, while, at the same time, as Mr. Temple was well aware, his great position would ensure that reasonable gratification of vanity from which none are free, which is a fertile source of happiness, and which would, at all times, subdue any bitter recollections which might occasionally arise to cloud the retrospect of his daughter. It was Mr. Temple who, exerting all the arts of his abandoned profession, now indulging in intimations and now in panegyric, conveying to his daughter, with admirable skill, how much the intimate acquaintance with Lord Montfort contributed to his happiness, gradually fanning the feeling of gratitude to so kind a friend, which already had been excited in his daughter's heart, into one of zealous regard, and finally seizing his opportunity with practised felicity, it was Mr. Temple who had at length ventured to communicate to his daughter the overture which had been confided to him. Henrietta shook her head. "I have too great a regard for Lord Montfort to accede to his wishes," said Miss Temple. "He deserves something better than a bruised spirit, if not a broken heart. But, my dearest Henrietta, you really take a wrong and impracticable view of affairs. Lord Montfort must be the best judge of what will contribute to his own happiness." "Lord Montfort is acting under a delusion," replied Miss Temple. "If he knew all that had occurred he would shrink from blending his life with mine." "Lord Montfort knows everything," said the father, "that is, everything he should know." "Indeed," said Miss Temple. "I wonder he does not look upon me with contempt, at the least with pity." "He loves you, Henrietta," said her father. Love, love, love. Name not love to me. No, Lord Montfort cannot love me. It is not love that he feels. You have gained his heart, and he offers you his hand. Are not these proofs of love?" "Generous, good young man," exclaimed Henrietta. "I respect, I admire him. I might have loved him. But it is too late. My beloved daughter, oh, do not say so. For my sake, do not say so," exclaimed Mr. Temple. "I have no wish, I have had no wish, my child, but for your happiness. Lean upon your father, listen to him, be guided by his advice. Lord Montfort possesses every quality which can contribute to the happiness of woman. A man so rarely gifted I never met. There is not a woman in the world, however exalted her rank, however admirable her beauty, however gifted her being, who might not feel happy and honored in the homage of such a man. Believe me, my dearest daughter, that this is an union which must lead to happiness. Indeed, were it to occur, I could die content. I should have no more cares, no more hopes. All would then have happened that the most sanguine parent, even with such a child as you, could wish or imagine. We should be so happy. For his sake, for my sake, for all our sakes, dearest Henrietta, grant his wish. Believe me, he is indeed worthy of you. I am not worthy of him, said Henrietta, in a melancholy voice. Ah, Henrietta, who is like you? Exclaimed the fond and excited father. At this moment a servant announced that Lord Montfort would, with their permission, wait upon them. Henrietta seemed plunged in thought. Suddenly she said, I cannot rest until this is settled. Papa, leave me with him a few moments alone. Mr. Temple retired. A faint blush rose to the cheek of her visitor when he perceived that Miss Temple was alone. He seated himself at her side, but he was unusually constrained. My dear Lord Montfort, said Miss Temple, calmly, I have to speak upon a painful subject, but I have undergone so much suffering that I shall not shrink from this. Papa has informed me this morning that you have been pleased to pay me the highest compliment that a man can pay a woman. I wish to thank you for it. I wish to acknowledge it in terms the strongest and the warmest I can use. I am sensible of the honor, the high honor that you have intended me. It is indeed an honor of which any woman might be proud. You have offered me a heart of which I know the worth. No one can appreciate the value of your character better than myself. I do justice, full justice, to your virtues, your accomplishments, your commanding talents, and your generous soul. Except my father, there is no one who holds so high a place in my affection as yourself. You have been my kind and true friend, and a kind and true friendship, faithful and sincere, I return you. More than friends we never can be, for I have no heart to give. Ah, dearest Miss Temple, said Lord Montfort, agitated, I ask nothing but that friendship, but let me enjoy it in your constant society. Let the world recognize my right to be your consoler. You deserve a better and a brighter fate. I should not be your friend if I could enter into such an engagement. The only aim of my life is to make you happy, said Lord Montfort. I am sure that I ought to be happy with such a friend, said Henrietta Temple, and I underscore happy. How different is the world to me from what it was before I knew you. Why will you disturb this life of consolation? Why will you call me back to recollections that I would fain banish? Why, dearest Miss Temple, said Lord Montfort, do not reproach me. You make me wretched. Remember, dear lady, that I have not sought this conversation, that if I were presumptuous in my plans and hopes, I at least took precautions that I should be the only sufferer by their non-fulfillment. Best and most generous of men, I would not for the world be unkind to you. Pardon my distracted words. But you know all? Has Papa told you all? It is my wish. It is not mine, replied Lord Montfort. I wish not to penetrate your sorrows, but only to soothe them. Oh, if we had but met earlier, said Henrietta Temple, if we had but known each other a year ago, when I was not worthy of you, but more worthy of you. But now, with health shattered, the lightness of my spirit vanished, the freshness of my feelings gone, no, my kind friend, my dear and gentle friend. My affection for you is too sincere to accede to your request, and a year hence Lord Montfort will thank me for my denial. I scarcely dare to speak, said Lord Montfort, in a low tone, as if suppressing his emotion. If I were to express my feelings, I might agitate you. I will not then venture to reply to what you have urged, to tell you I think you the most beautiful and engaging being that ever breathed, or how I dote upon your pensive spirit and can sit for hours together gazing on the language of those dark eyes. Oh, Miss Temple, to me you never could have been more beautiful, more fascinating. Alas, I may not even breathe my love, I am unfortunate. And yet, sweet lady, pardon this agitation I have occasioned you, try to love me yet, endure at least my presence, and let me continue to cherish that intimacy that has thrown over my existence a charm so inexpressible. So saying, he ventured to take her hand, and pressed it with devotion to his lips. Chapter 6. Underscore, which contains an event not less important than the one which concluded our second book. Underscore. Lord Montfort was scarcely disheartened by this interview with Miss Temple. His lordship was a devout believer in the influence of time. It was unnatural to suppose that one so young and so gifted as Henrietta could ultimately maintain that her career was terminated because her affections had been disappointed by an intimacy which was confessedly of so recent an origin as the fatal one in question. Lord Montfort differed from most men in this respect, that the consciousness of this intimacy did not cost him even a pang. He preferred indeed to gain the heart of a woman like Miss Temple, who, without having in the least degree forfeited the innate purity of her nature and the native freshness of her feelings, had yet learnt in some degree to penetrate the mystery of the passions. To one so untutored in the world's ways, that she might have bestowed upon him a heart less experienced indeed, but not more innocent. He was convinced that the affection of Henrietta, if once obtained, might be relied on, and that the painful past would only make her more finely appreciate his high-minded devotion, and amid all the dazzling characters and seducing spectacles of the world, cling to him with a firmer gratitude and a more faithful fondness. And yet Lord Montfort was a man of deep emotions and of a very fastidious taste. He was a man of as romantic a temperament as Ferdinand Armine, but with Lord Montfort, life was the romance of reason, with Ferdinand, the romance of imagination. The first was keenly alive to all the imperfections of our nature, but he also gave that nature credit for all its excellencies. He observed finely, he calculated nicely, and his result was generally happiness. Ferdinand, on the contrary, neither observed nor calculated. His imagination created fantasies, and his impetuous passion struggled to realize them. Although Lord Montfort carefully abstained from pursuing the subject which nevertheless engrossed his thoughts, he had a vigilant and skilful ally in Mr. Temple. That gentleman lost no opportunity of pleading his lordship's cause, while he appeared only to advocate his own, and this was the most skilful mode of controlling the judgment of his daughter. Henrietta Temple, the most affectionate and dutiful of children, left to reflect, sometimes asked herself whether she were justified, from what she endeavored to believe was a mere morbid feeling, in not accomplishing the happiness of that parent who loved her so well. There had been no concealment of her situation or of her sentiments. There had been no deception as to the past. Lord Montfort knew all. She told him that she could bestow only a broken spirit. Lord Montfort aspired only to console it. She was young. It was not probable that the death which she had once sighed for would be accorded to her. Was she always to lead this life? Was her father to pass the still long career which probably awaited him in ministering to the wearisome caprices of a querulous invalid? This was a sad return for all his goodness, a gloomy catastrophe to all his bright hopes. And if she could ever consent to blend her life with another's, what individual could offer pretensions which might ensure her tranquillity, or even happiness, equal to those proffered by Lord Montfort? Who was equal to him? So amiable, so generous, so interesting. It was in such a mood of mind that Henrietta would sometimes turn with a glance of tenderness and gratitude to that being who seemed to breathe only for her solace and gratification. If it be agonizing to be deserted, there is at least consolation in being cherished. And who cherished her? One whom all admired, one to gain whose admiration or even attention every woman sighed. What was she before she knew Montfort? If she had not known Montfort, what would she have been even at this present? She recalled the hours of anguish, the long days of bitter mortification, the dull, the wearisome, the cheerless, hopeless, uneventful hours that were her lot when lying on her solitary sofa at Pisa, brooding over the romance of Armine and all its passion, the catastrophe of Ducie and all its baseness. And now, there was not a moment without kindness, without sympathy, without considerate attention and innocent amusement. If she were querulous, no one murmured. If she were capricious, everyone yielded to her fancies. But if she smiled, everyone was happy. Dear, noble Montfort, thine was the magic that had worked this change. And for whom were all these choice exertions made? For one whom another had trifled with, deserted, betrayed. And Montfort knew it. He dedicated his life to the consolation of a despised woman. Leaning on the arm of Lord Montfort, Henrietta Temple might meet the eye of Ferdinand Armine and his rich bride, at least without feeling herself an object of pity. Time had flown. The Italian spring, with all its splendor, illumined the glittering palaces and purple shores of Naples. Lord Montfort and his friends were returning from Capua in his galley. Miss Temple was seated between her father and their host. The Ausonian clime, the beautiful scene, the sweet society, had all combined to produce a day of exquisite enjoyment. Henrietta Temple could not refrain from expressing her delight. Her eyes sparkled like the star of eve that glittered over the glowing mountains. Her cheek was as radiant as the sunset. "Ah, what a happy day this has been," she exclaimed. The gentle pressure of her hand reminded her of the delight her exclamation had afforded one of her companions. With a trembling heart Lord Montfort leant back in the galley, and yet, ere the morning sun had flung its flaming beams over the city, Henrietta Temple was his betrothed. Book 6. Chapter 1. Which contains a remarkable change of fortune. Although Lord Montfort was now the received and recognized admirer of Miss Temple, their intended union was not immediate. Henrietta was herself averse from such an arrangement, but it was not necessary for her to urge this somewhat ungracious desire, as Lord Montfort was anxious that she should be introduced to his family before their marriage, and that the ceremony should be performed in his native country. Their return to England, therefore, was now meditated. The event was hastened by an extraordinary occurrence. Good fortune in this world, they say, is seldom single. Mr. Temple at this moment was perfectly content with his destiny. Easy in his own circumstances, with his daughter's future prosperity about to be provided for by an union with the heir to one of the richest peerages in the kingdom, he had nothing to desire. His daughter was happy. He entertained the greatest esteem and affection for his future son-in-law, and the world went well with him in every respect. It was in this fullness of happiness that destiny, with its usual wild caprice, resolved to gild refined gold and paint the lily, and it was determined that Mr. Temple should wake one morning among the wealthiest commoners of England. There happened to be an old baronet, a great humorist, without any very near relations, who had been a godson of Mr. Temple's grandfather. He had never invited or encouraged any intimacy or connection with the Temple family, but had always throughout life kept himself aloof from any acquaintance with them. Mr. Temple indeed had only seen him once, but certainly under rather advantageous circumstances. It was when Mr. Temple was minister at the German court, to which we have alluded, that Sir Temple Devereux was a visitor at the capital at which Mr. Temple was resident. The minister had shown him some civilities, which was his duty, and Henrietta had appeared to please him. But he had not remained long at this place, and refused at the time to be more than their ordinary guest, and had never, by any letter, message, or other mode of communication, conveyed to them the slightest idea that the hospitable minister and his charming daughter had dwelt a moment on his memory. And yet Sir Temple Devereux had now departed from the world, where it had apparently been the principal object of his career to avoid ever making a friend, and had left the whole of his large fortune to the Right Honourable Pelham Temple, by this bequest proprietor of one of the finest estates in the county of York, and of very considerable personal property, the accumulated savings of a large rental and a long life. This was a great event. Mr. Temple had the most profound respect for property. It was impossible for the late baronet to have left his estate to an individual who could more thoroughly appreciate its possession. Even personal property was not without its charms, but a large landed estate, and a large landed estate in the county of York, and that large landed estate flanked by a good round sum of 3%. Consols duly recorded in the rotunda of Threadneedle Street. It was a combination of wealth, power, consideration, and convenience, which exactly hit the ideal of Mr. Temple, and to the fascination of which perhaps the taste of few men would be insensible. Mr. Temple, being a man of family, had none of the awkward embarrassments of a parvenu to contend with. It was the luckiest thing in the world, he would say, that poor Sir Temple was my grandfather's godson, not only because in all probability it obtained us his fortune, but because he bore the name of Temple. We shall settle down in Yorkshire scarcely as strangers, We shall not be looked upon as a new family, and in a little time the whole affair will be considered rather one of inheritance than bequest. But, after all, what is it to me? It is only for your sake, Digby, that I rejoice. I think it will please your family. I will settle everything immediately on Henrietta. They shall have the gratification of knowing that their son is about to marry the richest heiress in England. The richest heiress in England. Henrietta Temple, the richest heiress in England. How many feelings would that thought arise? Strange to say, the announcement of this extraordinary event brought less joy than might have been supposed to the heiress herself. It was in her chamber and alone that Henrietta Temple mused over this freak of destiny. It was in vain to conceal it. Her thoughts recurred to Ferdinand. They might have been so happy. Why was he not true? And perhaps he had sacrificed himself to his family. Perhaps even personal distress had driven him to the fatal deed. Her kind feminine fancy conjured up every possible extenuation of his dire offense. She grew very sad. She could not believe that he was false at Dissy. Oh no. She never could believe it. He must have been sincere, and if sincere, oh, what a heart was lost there. What would she not have given to have been the means of saving him from all his sorrows? She recalled his occasional melancholy, his desponding words, and how the gloom left his brow and his eye brightened when she fondly prophesied that she would restore the house. She might restore it now, and now he was another's, and she, what was she? A slave like him. No longer her own mistress, at the only moment she had the power to save him. Say what they like, there is a pang in balked affection, for which no wealth, power, or place, watchful indulgence, or sedulous kindness can compensate. The heart. Chapter 2. Underscore, in which the reader is again introduced to Captain Armine, during his visit to London. Underscore. Miss Grandison had resolved upon taking a house in London for the season, and had obtained a promise from her uncle and aunt to be her guests. Lady Armine's sister was to join them from Bath. As for Ferdinand, the spring had gradually restored him to health, but not to his former frame of mind. He remained moody and indolent, incapable of exertion, and a prey to the darkest humors. Circumstances, however, occurred which rendered some energy on his part absolutely necessary. His creditors grew importunate, and the arrangement of his affairs or departure from his native land was an alternative now inevitable. The month of April, which witnessed the arrival of the Temples and Lord Montfort in England, welcomed also to London Miss Grandison and her guests. A few weeks after, Ferdinand, who had evaded the journey with his family, and who would not on any account become a guest of his cousin, settled himself down at a quiet hotel in the vicinity of Grosvenor Square, but not quite alone. For almost at the last hour Glastonbury had requested permission to accompany him, and Ferdinand, who duly valued the society of the only person with whom he could converse about his broken fortunes and his blighted hopes without reserve, acceded to his wish with the greatest satisfaction. A sudden residence in a vast metropolis, after a life of rural seclusion, has without doubt a very peculiar effect upon the mind. The immense population, the multiplicity of objects, the important interests hourly impressed upon the intelligence, the continually occurring events, the noise, the bustle, the general and widely spread excitement, all combine to make us keenly sensible of our individual insignificance, and those absorbing passions that in our solitude, fed by our imagination, have assumed such gigantic and substantial shapes, rapidly subside, by an almost imperceptible process, into less colossal proportions, and seem invested, as it were, with a more shadowy aspect. As Ferdinand Armine jostled his way through the crowded streets of London, urged on by his own harassing and inexorable affairs, and conscious of the impending peril of his career, while power and wealth dazzled his eyes in all directions, he began to look back upon the passionate past with feelings of less keen sensation than heretofore, and almost to regret that a fatal destiny or his impetuous soul had entailed upon him so much anxiety, and prompted him to reject the glittering cup of fortune that had been proffered to him so opportunely. He sighed for enjoyment and repose. The memory of his recent sufferings made him shrink from that reckless indulgence of the passions, of which the consequences had been so severe. It was in this mood, exhausted by a visit to his lawyer, that he stepped into a military club and took up a newspaper. Caring little for politics, his eye wandered over, uninterested, its pugnacious leading articles and tedious parliamentary reports, and he was about to throw it down when a paragraph caught his notice, which instantly engrossed all his attention. It was in the Morning Post that he thus read, "The Marquis of Montfort, the eldest son of the Duke of, whose return to England we recently noticed, has resided for several years in Italy. His lordship is considered one of the most accomplished noblemen of the day, and was celebrated at Rome for his patronage of the arts. Lord Montfort will shortly be united to the beautiful Miss Temple, the only daughter of the Right Honourable Pelham Temple. Miss Temple is esteemed one of the richest heiresses in England, as she will doubtless inherit the whole of the immense fortune to which her father so unexpectedly acceded. Mr. Temple is a widower and has no son. Mr. Temple was formerly our minister at several of the German courts, where he was distinguished by his abilities and his hospitality to his travelling countrymen. It is said that the rent roll of the Yorkshire estates of the late Sir Temple Devereux is not less than 15,000 L per annum. The personal property is also very considerable. We understand that Mr. Temple has purchased the mansion of the Duke of in Grosvenor Square. Lord Montfort accompanied Mr. Temple and his amiable daughter to this country." What a wild and fiery chaos was the mind of Ferdinand Armine when he read this paragraph. The wonders it revealed succeeded each other with such rapidity that for some time he was deprived of the power of reflection. Henrietta Temple in England. Henrietta Temple, one of the greatest heiresses in the country. Henrietta Temple about to be immediately married to another. His Henrietta Temple, the Henrietta Temple whom he adored, and by whom he had been worshipped. The Henrietta Temple whose beautiful lock of hair was at this very moment on his heart. The Henrietta Temple for whom he had forfeited fortune, family, power, almost life. O woman, woman! Put not thy trust in woman. And yet, could he reproach her? Did she not believe herself trifled with by him, outraged, deceived, deluded, deserted? And could she love another? Was there another to whom she had poured forth her heart as to him, and all that beautiful flow of fascinating and unrivaled emotion? Was there another to whom she had pledged her pure and passionate soul? No. He could not believe it. Light and false Henrietta could never be. She had been seen, she had been admired, she had been loved. Who that saw her would not admire and love? And he was the victim of her pique, perhaps of her despair. But she was not yet married. They were, according to these lines, to be soon united. It appeared they had travelled together. That thought gave him a pang. Could he not see her? Could he not explain all? Could he not prove that his heart had ever been true and fond? Could he not tell her all that had happened, all that he had suffered, all the madness of his misery? And could she resist that voice whose accents had once been her joy, that glance which had once filled her heart with rapture? And when she found that Ferdinand, her own Ferdinand, had indeed never deceived her, was worthy of her choice affection, and suffering even at this moment for her sweet sake, what were all the cold-blooded ties in which she had since involved herself? She was his by an older and more ardent bond. Should he not claim his right? Could she deny it? Claim what? The hand of an heiress. Should it be said that an Armine came crouching for lucre, where he ought to have commanded for love? Never. Whatever she might think, his conduct had been faultless to her. It was not for Henrietta to complain. She was not the victim, if one indeed there might chance to be. He had loved her, she had returned his passion. For her sake he had made the greatest of sacrifices, forfeited a splendid inheritance, and a fond and faithful heart. When he had thought of her before, pining perhaps in some foreign solitude, he had never ceased reproaching himself for his conduct, and had accused himself of deception and cruelty. But now, in this moment of her flush prosperity, esteemed one of the richest heiresses in England, he ground his teeth as he recalled that phrase, and the affianced bride of a great noble, his old companion, Lord Montfort, too. What a strange thing is life, proud, smiling, and prosperous, while he was alone. With a broken heart and worse than desperate fortunes, and all for her sake, his soul became bitter. He reproached her with want of feeling. He pictured her as void of genuine sensibility. He dilated on her indifference since they had parted, her silence. So strange, now no longer inexplicable. The total want of interest she had exhibited as to his career. He sneered at the lightness of her temperament. He cursed her caprice. He denounced her infernal treachery. In the distorted phantom of his agonized imagination, she became to him even an object of hatred. Poor Ferdinand Armine. It was the first time he had experienced the maddening pangs of jealousy. Yet how he had loved this woman. How he had doted on her. And now they might have been so happy. There is nothing that depresses a man so much as the conviction of bad fortune. There seemed, in this sudden return, great wealth and impending marriage of Henrietta Temple such a combination, so far as Ferdinand Armine was concerned, of vexatious circumstances. It would appear that he had been so near perfect happiness and missed it that he felt quite weary of existence and seriously meditated depriving himself of it. It so happened that he had promised this day to dine at his cousin's, for Glastonbury, who was usually his companion, had accepted an invitation this day to dine with the noble widow of his old patron. Ferdinand, however, found himself quite incapable of entering into any society, and he hurried to his hotel to send a note of excuse to Brook Street. As he arrived, Glastonbury was just about to step into a hackney coach, so that Ferdinand had no opportunity of communicating his sorrows to his friend, even had he been inclined. Chapter 3. In which Glastonbury meets the very last person in the world he expected, and the strange consequences. When Glastonbury arrived at the mansion of the good old Duchess, he found nobody in the drawing-room but a young man of distinguished appearance, whose person was unknown to him, but who nevertheless greeted him with remarkable cordiality. The good Glastonbury returned, with some confusion, his warm salutation. "It is many years since we last met, Mr. Glastonbury," said the young man. "I am not surprised you have forgotten me. I am Digby. Perhaps you recollect me. My dear child. My dear lord. You have indeed changed. You are a man, and I am a very old one. Nay, my dear sir, I observe little change. Believe me, I have often recalled your image in my long absence, and I find now that my memory has not deceived me." Glastonbury and his companion fell into some conversation about the latter's travels and residence at Rome, in the midst of which their hostess entered. "I have asked you, my dear sir, to meet our family circle," said her grace, "for I do not think I can well ask you to meet any who love you better. It is long since you have seen Digby." "Mr. Glastonbury did not recognize me, grandmamma," said Lord Montfort. "These sweet children have all grown out of your sight, Mr. Glastonbury," said the Duchess, "but they are very good. And as for Digby, I really think he comes to see his poor grandmother every day." The Duke and Duchess and 2 young daughters were now announced. "I was so sorry that I was not at home when you called, Glastonbury," said his grace, "but I thought I should soon hear of you at grandmamma's. And, dear Mr. Glastonbury, why did you not come up and see me?" said the younger Duchess. "And, dear Mr. Glastonbury, do you remember me?" said one beautiful daughter. "And me, Mr. Glastonbury, me? I am Isabella." Blushing, smiling, bowing, constrained from the novelty of his situation, and yet every now and then quite at ease when his ear recalled a familiar voice, "Dear Mr. Glastonbury," was gratified and happy. The Duke took him aside, and they were soon engaged in conversation. "How is Henrietta today, Digby?" inquired Isabella. "I left her an hour ago. We have been riding and expected to meet you all. She will be here immediately." There was a knock, and soon the drawing-room door opened, and Miss Temple was announced. "I must make Papa's apologies," said Henrietta, advancing and embracing the old Duchess. "I hope he may get here in the evening, but he bade me remind your grace that your kind invitation was only provisionally accepted." "He is quite right," said the old lady, "and indeed I hardly expected him, for he told me there was a public dinner which he was obliged to attend." "I am sure that our dinner is a very private one indeed," continued the old lady with a smile. It is really a family party, though there is one member of the family here whom you do not know, my dear Miss Temple, and whom, I am sure, you will love as much as all of us do. Digby, where is? At this moment dinner was announced. Lord Montfort offered his arm to Henrietta. "There, lead the way," said the old lady. "The girls must beau themselves, for I have no young men today for them. I suppose man and wife must be parted, so I must take my son's arm, Mr. Glastonbury. You will hand down the Duchess." But before Glastonbury's name was mentioned, Henrietta was halfway downstairs. The Duke and his son presided at the dinner. Henrietta sat on one side of Lord Montfort, his mother on the other. Glastonbury sat on the right hand of the Duke, and opposite their hostess, the two young ladies in the middle. All the guests had been seated without Glastonbury and Henrietta recognizing each other, and, as he sat on the same side of the table as Miss Temple, it was not until Lord Montfort asked Mr. Glastonbury to take wine with him that Henrietta heard a name that might well indeed turn her pale. Glastonbury. It never entered into her head at the moment that it was the Mr. Glastonbury whom she had known. Glastonbury. What a name! What dreadful associations did it not induce? She looked forward, she caught the well-remembered visage, she sunk back in her chair. But Henrietta Temple had a strong mind. This was surely an occasion to prove it. Mr. Glastonbury's attention was not attracted to her. He knew, indeed, that there was a lady at the table, called Henrietta, but he was engrossed with his neighbors, and his eye never caught the daughter of Mr. Temple. It was not until the ladies rose to retire that Mr. Glastonbury beheld that form which he had not forgotten, and looked upon a lady whose name was associated in his memory with the most disastrous and mournful moments of his life. Miss Temple followed the Duchess out of the room, and Glastonbury, perplexed and agitated, resumed his seat. But Henrietta was the prey of emotions far more acute and distracting. It seemed to her that she had really been unacquainted with the state of her heart until this sudden apparition of Glastonbury. How his image recalled the past. She had schooled herself to consider it all a dream, now it lived before her. Here was one of the principal performers in that fatal tragedy of Armine. Glastonbury in the house, under the same roof as she. Where was Ferdinand? There was one at hand who could tell her. Was he married? She had enjoyed no opportunity of ascertaining it since her return. She had not dared to ask. Of course he was married, but was he happy? And Glastonbury, who, if he did not know all, knew so much. How strange it must be to Glastonbury to meet her. Dear Glastonbury. She had not forgotten the days when she so fondly listened to Ferdinand's charming narratives of all his amiable and simple life. Dear, dear Glastonbury, whom she was so to love. And she met him now, and did not speak to him, or looked upon him as a stranger, and he would, perhaps, look upon her with pity, certainly with pain. Oh, life! What a heart-breaking thing is life! And our affections, our sweet and pure affections, fountains of such joy and solace, that nourish all things, and make the most barren and rigid soil teem with life and beauty. Oh, why do we disturb the flow of their sweet waters, and pollute their immaculate and salutary source? Ferdinand, Ferdinand Armine, why were you false? The door opened. Mr. Glastonbury entered, followed by the Duke and his son. Henrietta was sitting in an easy chair. One of Lord Montfort's sisters, seated on an ottoman at her side, held her hand. Henrietta's eye met Glastonbury's. She bowed to him. "How your hand trembles, Henrietta," said the young lady. Glastonbury approached her with a hesitating step. He blushed faintly, he looked exceedingly perplexed. At length he reached her, and stood before her, and said nothing. "You have forgotten me, Mr. Glastonbury," said Henrietta, for it was absolutely necessary that someone should break the awkward silence, and she pointed to a chair at her side. "That would indeed be impossible," said Glastonbury. "Oh, you knew Mr. Glastonbury before," said the young lady. "Grandmamma, only think, Henrietta knew Mr. Glastonbury before." "We were neighbors in Nottinghamshire," said Henrietta, in a quick tone. "Isabella," said her sister, who was seated at the piano, "the harp awaits you." Isabella rose, Lord Montfort was approaching Henrietta when the old Duchess called to him. Henrietta and Glastonbury were alone. "This is a strange meeting, Mr. Glastonbury," said Henrietta. What could poor Glastonbury say? Something he murmured, but not very much to the purpose. "Have you been in Nottinghamshire lately?" said Henrietta. "I left it about 10 days back with," and here Glastonbury stopped. "With a friend," he concluded. "I trust all your friends are well," said Henrietta, in a tremulous voice. "No, yes, that is," said Glastonbury, "something better than they were." "I am sorry that my father is not here," said Miss Temple. "He has a lively remembrance of all your kindness." "Kindness, I fear," said Glastonbury, in a melancholy tone that was most unfortunate. "We do not deem it so, sir," was the reply. "My dear young lady," said Glastonbury, but his voice faltered as he added, "we have had great unhappiness." "I regret it," said Henrietta. "You had a marriage, I believe, expected in your family?" "It has not occurred," said Glastonbury. "Indeed? Alas!" "Madam," said her companion, "if I might venture indeed to speak of one whom I will not name, and yet—" "Pray speak, sir," said Miss Temple, in a kind, yet hushed voice. "The child of our affections, madam, is not what he was. God, in his infinite mercy, has visited him with great afflictions." "You speak of Captain Armine, sir?" "I speak indeed of my broken-hearted Ferdinand. I would I could say yours." "Oh, Miss Temple, he is a wreck." "Yes, yes," said Henrietta in a low tone. "What he has endured," continued Glastonbury, "passes all description of mine. His life has indeed been spared, but under circumstances that almost make me regret he lives." "He is not married," muttered Henrietta. "He came to Ducie to claim his bride, and she was gone," said Glastonbury. His mind sunk under the terrible bereavement. "For weeks he was a maniac, and, though Providence spared him again to us, and his mind, thanks to God, is again whole, he is the victim of a profound melancholy that seems to defy alike medical skill and worldly vicissitude." "Digby, Digby," exclaimed Isabella, who was at the harp, "Henrietta is fainting." Lord Montfort rushed forward just in time to seize her cold hand. "The room is too hot," said one sister. "The coffee is too strong," said the other. "Air," said the young Duchess. Lord Montfort carried Henrietta into a distant room. There was a balcony opening into a garden. He seated her on a bench and never quitted her side, but contrived to prevent anyone approaching her. The women clustered together. "Sweet creature," said the old Duchess, "she often makes me tremble. She has but just recovered, Mr. Glastonbury, from a long and terrible illness." "Indeed," said Glastonbury. "Poor dear Digby," continued her Grace, "this will quite upset him again. He was in such spirits about her health the other day." "Lord Montfort," inquired Glastonbury. "Our Digby. You know that he is to be married to Henrietta next month." "Holy Virgin," muttered Glastonbury, and, seizing advantage of the confusion, he effected his escape. Book 6. Continued, Chapter 4. In which Mr. Glastonbury informs Captain Armine of his meeting with Miss Temple. It was still an early hour when Mr. Glastonbury arrived at his hotel. He understood, however, that Captain Armine had already returned and retired. Glastonbury knocked gently at his door and was invited to enter. The good man was pale and agitated. Ferdinand was already in bed. Glastonbury took a chair and seated himself by his side. "My dear friend, what is the matter?" said Ferdinand. I have seen her," said Glastonbury. "Henrietta." "Seen Henrietta?" inquired Ferdinand. Glastonbury nodded assent, but with a most rueful expression of countenance. "What has happened?" "What did she say?" asked Ferdinand in a quick voice. "You are two innocent lambs," said Glastonbury, rubbing his hands. "Speak, speak, my Glastonbury." "I wish that my death could make you both happy," said Glastonbury, "but I fear that would do you no good." "Is there any hope?" said Ferdinand. "None," said Glastonbury. "Prepare yourself, my dear child, for the worst." "Is she married?" inquired Ferdinand. "No, but she is going to be." I know it, said Ferdinand. Glastonbury stared. You know it? What? To Digby? Digby, or whatever his name may be, damn him. Hush. Hush, said Glastonbury. May all the curses, God forbid, said Glastonbury, interrupting him. Unfeeling, fickle, false, treacherous. She is an angel, said Glastonbury, a very angel. She has fainted, and nearly in my arms. Fainted? Nearly in your arms. Oh, tell me all, tell me all, Glastonbury, exclaimed Ferdinand, starting up in his bed with an eager voice and sparkling eyes. Does she love me? I fear so, said Glastonbury. Fear. Oh, how I pity her poor innocent heart, said Glastonbury. When I told her of all your sufferings, did you tell her? What then? And she herself has barely recovered from a long and terrible illness. My own Henrietta. Now I could die happy, said Ferdinand. I thought it would break your heart, said Glastonbury. It is the only happy moment I have known for months, said Ferdinand. I was so overwhelmed that I lost my presence of mind, said Glastonbury. I really never meant to tell you anything. I do not know how I came into your room. Dear, dear Glastonbury, I am myself again. Only think, said Glastonbury, I never was so unhappy in my life. I have endured for the last 4 hours the tortures of the damned, said Ferdinand, to think that she was going to be married to another, that she was happy, proud, prosperous, totally regardless of me, perhaps utterly forgetful of the past, and that I was dying like a dog in this cursed caravanserai. Oh, Glastonbury, nothing that I have ever endured has been equal to the hell of this day. And now you have come and made me comparatively happy. I shall get up directly. Glastonbury looked quite astonished. He could not comprehend how his fatal intelligence could have produced effects so directly contrary from those he had anticipated. However, in answer to Ferdinand's reiterated inquiries, he contrived to give a detailed account of everything that had occurred, and Ferdinand's running commentary continued to be one of constant self-congratulation. There is, however, one misfortune, said Ferdinand, with which you are unacquainted, my dear friend. Indeed, said Glastonbury, I thought I knew enough. Alas, she has become a great heiress. Is that it? Said Glastonbury. There is the blow, said Ferdinand. Were it not for that, by the soul of my grandfather, I would tear her from the arms of this stripling. Stripling, said Glastonbury. I never saw a truer nobleman in my life. Ah, exclaimed Ferdinand. Nay, second scarcely to yourself. I could not believe my eyes, continued Glastonbury. He was but a child when I saw him last, but so were you, Ferdinand. Believe me, he is no ordinary rival. Good-looking, altogether of a most princely presence. I have rarely met a personage so highly accomplished, or who more quickly impressed you with his moral and intellectual excellence. And they are positively engaged? To be married next month, replied Glastonbury. Oh, Glastonbury, why do I live? Exclaimed Ferdinand. Why did I recover? My dear child, but just now you were comparatively happy. Happy? You cannot mean to insult me. Happy? Oh, is there in this world a thing so deplorable as I am? I thought I did wrong to say anything, said Glastonbury, speaking as it were to himself. Ferdinand made no observation. He turned himself in his bed, with his face averted from Glastonbury. Good night, said Glastonbury, after remaining some time in silence. Good night, said Ferdinand, in a faint and mournful tone. Chapter 5. Underscore, which, on the whole, is perhaps as remarkable a chapter as any in the work underscore. Wretched as he was, the harsh business of life could not be neglected. Captain Armine was obliged to be in Lincoln's Inn by 10 o'clock the next morning. It was on his return from his lawyer, as he was about to cross Berkeley Square, that a carriage suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, and a female hand apparently beckoned to him from the window. He was at first very doubtful whether he were indeed the person to whom the signal was addressed, but as on looking around there was not a single human being in sight, he at length slowly approached the equipage, from which a white handkerchief now waved with considerable agitation. Somewhat perplexed by this incident, the mystery was, however, immediately explained by the voice of Lady Belair. You wicked man, said her little ladyship, in a great rage. "Oh, how I hate you. I could cut you up into mincemeat, that I could. Here I have been giving parties every night, all for you too. And you have been in town and never called on me. Tell me your name. How is your wife? Oh, you are not married. You should marry. I hate A_ci devant jeunum underscore. However, you can wait a little. Here, James, Thomas, Peter, what is your name? Open the door and let him in. There, get in, get in. I have a great deal to say to you." And Ferdinand found that it was absolutely necessary to comply. "Now, where shall we go?" said her ladyship. "I have got till 2 o'clock. I make it a rule to be at home every day from 2 till 6 to receive my friends. You must come and call upon me. You may come every day if you like. Do not leave your card. I hate people who leave cards. I never see them. I order all to be burnt. I cannot bear people who leave bits of paper at my house. Do you want to go anywhere? You do not. Why do not you? How is your worthy father, Sir Peter? Is his name Sir Peter or Sir Paul? Well, never mind, you know whom I mean. And your charming mother, my favorite friend? She is charming. She is quite one of my favorites. And were not you to marry? Tell me, why have you not? Miss, you know whom I mean, whose grandfather was my son's friend. In town, are they? Where do they live? Brook Street. I will go and call upon them. There, pull the string and tell him where they live." And so, in a few minutes, Lady Bellaire's carriage stopped opposite the house of Miss Grandison. "Are they early risers?" said her ladyship. "I get up every morning at 6. I dare say they will not receive me, but do you show yourself and then they cannot refuse." In consequence of this diplomatic movement, Lady Bellaire effected an entrance. Leaning on the arm of Ferdinand, her ladyship was ushered into the morning room, where she found Lady Armine and Catherine. "My dear lady, how do you do? And my sweet miss? Oh, your eyes are so bright that it quite makes me young to look upon them. I quite love you, that I do. Your grandfather and my poor son were bosom friends. And, my dear lady, where have you been all this time? Here have I been giving parties every night, and all for you, all for my Bath friends, telling everybody about you, talking of nothing else, everybody longing to see you, and you have never been near me. My dinner parties are over. I shall not give any more dinners until June. But I have 3 evenings yet. Tonight, you must come to me tonight, and Thursday and Saturday. You must come on all 3 nights. Oh, why did you not call upon me? I should have asked you to dinner. I would have asked you to meet Lord Colonnade and Lady Ionia. They would have just suited you. They would have tasted you. But I tell you what I will do. I will come and dine with you some day. Now, when will you have me? Let me see, when am I free?" So saying, her ladyship opened a little red book, which was her inseparable companion in London. "All this week I am ticketed. Monday, the Dericourts, dull, but then he is a duke. Tuesday I dine with Bonmot. We have made it up. He gives me a dinner. Wednesday, where is Wednesday? General Fainville, my own party. Thursday, the Maxburys, bad dinner, but good company. Friday, wearing cuts, a famous house for eating, but that is not in my way. However, I must go, for he sends me pines. And Saturday, I dine off a rabbit, by myself, at 1 o'clock, to go and see my dear darling Lady St. Julian's at Richmond. So it cannot be this or next week. I will send you a note. I will tell you tonight. And now I must go, for it is 5 minutes to 2. I am always at home from 2 till 6. I receive my friends. You may come every day, and you must come to see my new squirrel. My darling, funny little grandson gave it me. And, my dear miss, where is that wicked Lady Grandison? Do you ever see her, or are you enemies? She has got the estate, has not she? She never calls upon me. Tell her she is one of my greatest favorites. Oh, why does not she come? I should have asked her to dinner, and now all my dinners are over till June. Tell me where she lives, and I will call upon her tomorrow." So saying, and bidding them all farewell very cordially, her ladyship took Ferdinand's arm and retired. Captain Armine returned to his mother and cousin, and sat an hour with them until their carriage was announced. Just as he was going away, He observed Lady Belaire's little red book, which she had left behind. "Poor Lady Belaire, what will she do?" said Miss Grandison. "We must take it to her immediately." "I will leave it," said Ferdinand. "I shall pass her house." Belaire House was the prettiest mansion in Mayfair. It was a long building in the Italian style, situate in the midst of gardens, which, though not very extensive, were laid out with so much art and taste that it was very difficult to believe that you were in a great city. The house was furnished and adorned with all that taste for which Lady Belaire was distinguished. All the reception rooms were on the ground floor and were all connected. Ferdinand, who remembered Lady Belaire's injunctions not to leave cards, attracted by the spot and not knowing what to do with himself, determined to pay her ladyship a visit, and was ushered into an octagon library, lined with well-laden dwarf cases of brilliant volumes, crowned with no lack of marble busts, bronzes, and Etruscan vases. On each side opened a magnificent saloon, furnished in that classic style which the late accomplished and ingenious Mr. Hope first rendered popular in this country. The wings, projecting far into the gardens, comprised respectively a dining room and a conservatory of considerable dimensions. Isolated in the midst of the gardens was a long building, called the summer room, lined with Indian matting and screened on one side from the air merely by Venetian blinds. The walls of this chamber were almost entirely covered with caricatures and prints of the country seats of Lady Belaire's friends, all of which she took care to visit. Here also were her parrots, and some birds of a sweeter voice, a monkey, and the famous squirrel. Lady Belaire was seated in a chair, the back of which was much higher than her head. At her side was a little table with writing materials, on which also was placed a magnificent bell, by Benvenuto Cellini, with which her ladyship summoned her page, who, in the meantime, loitered in the hall. "You have brought me my book," she exclaimed, as Ferdinand entered with the mystical volume. Give it me, give it me. Here I cannot tell Mrs. Fancourt what day I can dine with her. I am engaged all this week and all next, and I am to dine with your dear family when I like. But Mrs. Fancourt must choose her day, because they will keep. You do not know this gentleman, she said, turning to Mrs. Fancourt. Well, I shall not introduce you. He will not suit you. He is a fine gentleman and only dines with dukes. Mrs. Fancourt consequently looked very anxious for an introduction. General Fainville, Lady Belaire continued, to a gentleman on her left, what day do I dine with you? Wednesday. Is our party full? You must make room for him. He is my greatest favorite. All the ladies are in love with him. General Fainville expressed his deep sense of the high honor. Ferdinand protested he was engaged on Wednesday. Mrs. Fancourt looked very disappointed that she had thus lost another opportunity of learning the name of so distinguished a personage. There was another knock. Mrs. Fancourt departed. Lady Maxbury and her daughter, Lady Selina, were announced. Have you got him? Asked Lady Belaire very eagerly as her new visitors entered. He has promised most positively, answered Lady Maxbury. Dear, good creature, exclaimed Lady Belaire, you are the dearest creature that I know. And you are charming, she continued, addressing herself to Lady Selina. If I were a man, I would marry you directly. There now, he, turning to Ferdinand, cannot marry you, because he is married already. But he should if he were not. And how will he come? Inquired Lady Belaire. He will find his way, said Lady Maxbury. And I am not to pay anything? Inquired Lady Belaire. Not anything, said Lady Maxbury. I cannot bear paying, said Lady Belaire. But will he dance, and will he bring his bows and arrows? Lord Dorfield protests, 'tis nothing without the bows and arrows. What, the New Zealand chief, Lady Belaire? Inquired the general. Have you seen him? Inquired Lady Belaire eagerly. Not yet, replied the gentleman. Well, then, you will see him tonight, said Lady Belaire, with an air of triumph. He is coming to me tonight. Ferdinand rose and was about to depart. You must not go without seeing my squirrel, said her ladyship, that my dear funny grandson gave me. He is such a funny boy. You must see it, added her ladyship, in a peremptory tone. There, go out of that door, and you will find your way to my summer room, and there you will find my squirrel. The restless Ferdinand was content to quit the library, even with the stipulation of first visiting the squirrel. He walked through a saloon, entered the conservatory, emerged into the garden, and at length found himself in the long summer room. At the end of the room a lady was seated, looking over a book of prints. As she heard a footstep, she raised her eyes, and Ferdinand beheld Henrietta Temple. He was speechless. He felt rooted to the ground. All power of thought and motion alike deserted him. There he stood, confounded and aghast. Nor indeed was his companion less disturbed. She remained with her eyes fixed on Ferdinand, with an expression of fear, astonishment, and distress impressed upon her. Features. At length Ferdinand in some degree rallied, and he followed the first impulse of his mind. When mind indeed returned to him, he moved to retire. He had retraced half his steps, when a voice, if human voice indeed it were that sent forth tones so full of choking anguish, pronounced his name. "Captain Armine," said the voice. How he trembled, yet mechanically obedient to his first impulse, he still proceeded to the door. "Ferdinand," said the voice. He stopped, he turned. She waved her hand wildly, and then leaning her arm on the table, buried her face in it. Ferdinand walked to the table at which she was sitting. She heard his footstep near her, yet she neither looked up nor spoke. At length he said, in a still yet clear voice, "I am here." "I have seen Mr. Glastonbury," she muttered. "I know it," he replied. "Your illness has distressed me," she said, after a slight pause, her face still concealed, and speaking in a hushed tone. Ferdinand made no reply, and there was another pause, which Miss Temple broke. "I would that we were at least friends," she said. The tears came into Ferdinand's eyes when she said this, for her tone, though low, was now sweet. It touched his heart. "Our mutual feelings now are of little consequence," he replied. She sighed, but made no reply. At length Ferdinand said, "Farewell, Miss Temple." She started. She looked up. Her mournful countenance harrowed his heart. He knew not what to do, what to say. He could not bear her glance. He in his turn averted his eyes. "Our misery has been great," she said in a firmer tone, "but was it of my making?" "The miserable can bear reproaches. Do not spare me. My situation, however, proves my sincerity." "I have erred certainly," said Ferdinand. "I could not believe that you could have doubted me." "It was a mistake," he added, in a tone of great bitterness. Miss Temple again covered her face as she said, "I cannot recall the past. I wish not to dwell on it. I desire only to express to you the interest I take in your welfare, my hope that you may yet be happy." "Yes, you can be happy, Ferdinand. Ferdinand, for my sake you will be happy." "Oh, Henrietta, if Henrietta I indeed may call you, this is worse than that death I curse myself for having escaped." "No, Ferdinand, say not that. Exert yourself, only exert yourself. Bear up against irresistible fate. Your cousin, everyone says she is so amiable. Surely, farewell, madam. I thank you for your counsel." "No, Ferdinand, you shall not go in anger. Pardon me, pity me, I spoke for your sake, I spoke for the best." "I, at least, will never be false," said Ferdinand with energy. "It shall not be said of me that I broke vows consecrated by the finest emotions of our nature. No, no, I have had my dream. It was but a dream, but while I live, I will live upon its sweet memory." Ferdinand, why were you not frank? Why did you conceal your situation from me?" "No explanation of mine can change our respective situations," said Ferdinand. "I content myself, therefore, by saying that it was not Miss Temple who had occasion to criticize my conduct." "You are bitter." "The lady whom I injured pardoned me. She is the most generous, the most amiable of her sex. If only in gratitude for all her surpassing goodness, I would never affect to offer her a heart which never can be hers. Catherine is indeed more than woman. Amid my many and almost unparalleled sorrows, one of my keenest pangs is the recollection that I should have clouded the life, even for a moment, of that admirable person. Alas, alas, that in all my misery the only woman who sympathizes with my wretchedness is the woman I have injured. and so delicate as well as so generous. She would not even inquire the name of the individual who had occasioned our mutual desolation. Would that she knew all, murmured Henrietta. Would that I knew her. Your acquaintance could not influence affairs. My very affection for my cousin, the complete appreciation which I now possess of her character, before so little estimated and so feebly comprehended by me, is the very circumstance that, with my feelings, would prevent our union. She may, I am confident she will, yet be happy. I can never make her so. Our engagement in old days was rather the result of family arrangements than of any sympathy. I love her far better now than I did then, and yet she is the very last person in the world that I would marry. I trust, I believe, that my conduct, if it have clouded for a moment her life, will not long obscure it, and she has every charm and virtue and accident of fortune to attract the admiration and attention of the most favored. Her feelings towards me at any time could have been but mild and calm. It is a mere abuse of terms to style such sentiments love. But, added he sarcastically, this is too delicate a subject for me to dilate on to Miss Temple. For God's sake, do not be so bitter, she exclaimed, and then she added, in a voice half of anguish, half of tenderness, let me never be taunted by those lips. Oh, Ferdinand, why cannot we be friends? Because we are more than friends. To me such a word from your lips is mere mockery. Let us never meet. That alone remains for us. Little did I suppose that we ever should have met again. I go nowhere, I enter no single house. My visit here this morning was one of those whimsical vagaries which cannot be counted on. This old lady indeed seems, somehow or other, connected with our destiny. I believe I am greatly indebted to her. The page entered the room. Miss Temple, said the lad, my lady bid me say the Duchess and Lord Montfort were here. Ferdinand started, and darting, almost unconsciously, a glance of fierce reproach at the miserable Henrietta, he rushed out of the room and made his escape from Belair House without re-entering the library. Chapter 6. Containing an evening assembly at Belair House. Seated on an ottoman in the octagon library, occasionally throwing a glance at her illuminated and crowded saloons, or beckoning, with a fan almost as long as herself, to a distant guest, Lady Belair received the world on the evening of the day that had witnessed the strange rencontre between Henrietta Temple and Ferdinand Armine. Her page, who stood at the library door in a new fancy dress, received the announcement of the company from the other servants, and himself communicated the information to his mistress. Mr. Million de Stockville, my lady, said the page. Hem, said her ladyship, rather gruffly, as, with no very amiable expression of countenance, she bowed, with her haughtiest dignity, to a rather common-looking personage in a gorgeously embroidered waistcoat. Lady Ionia Colonnade, my lady. Lady Belair bestowed a smiling nod on this fair and classic dame, and even indicated, by a movement of her fan, that she might take a seat on her ottoman. Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine, my lady, and Miss Grandison. Dear, good people, exclaimed Lady Belair, how late you are. And, where's your wicked son? There, go into the next room, go, and see the wonderful man. Lady Ionia, you must know Lady Armine, she is like you, she is one of my favorites. Now then, there all of you go together. I will not have anybody stay here except my niece. This is my niece, Lady Belair added, pointing to a young lady seated by her side. I give this party for her. General Fainville, my lady. You are very late, said Lady Belair. I dined at Lord Rochfort's, said the general bowing. Rochfort's? Oh, where are they? Where are the Rochforts? They ought to be here. I will see them. Do you think Lady Rochfort wants a nursery governess? Because I have a charming person who would just suit her. Go and find her out, General, and inquire, and if she do not want one, find out someone who does. Ask Lady Maxbury. There, go. Mr. and Miss Temple, my lady. Oh, my darling, said Lady Belair, my real darling. Sit by me. I sent Lady Ionia away, because I determined to keep this place for you. I give this party entirely in your honor, so you ought to sit here. You are a good man, she continued, addressing Mr. Temple, but I can't love you so well as your daughter. I should be too fortunate, said Mr. Temple, smiling. I knew you when you ate pap, said Lady Belair, laughing. Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, my lady. Lady Belair assumed her coldest and haughtiest glance. Mrs. Montgomery appeared more gorgeous than ever. The splendor of her sweeping train almost required a page to support it. She held a bouquet which might have served for the centerpiece of a dinner table. A slender youth, rather distinguished in appearance, simply dressed, with a rosebud just twisted into his black coat, but whose person distilled odors whose essence might have exhausted a conservatory, lounged at her side. May I have the honor to present to your ladyship Lord Catchimwoken, breathed forth Mrs. Montgomery, exulting in her companion, perhaps in her conquest. Lady Belair gave a short and ungracious nod. Mrs. Montgomery recognized Mr. and Miss Temple. There, go, said Lady Belair, interrupting her. Nobody must stop here. Go and see the wonderful man in the next room. Lady Belair is so strange, whimpered Mrs. Montgomery, in an apologetical whisper to Miss Temple, and she moved away, covering her retreat by the graceful person of Lord Catchimwoken. Some Irish guardsman, I suppose, said Lady Belair. I never heard of him. I hate guardsmen. Rather a distinguished-looking man, I think, said Mr. Temple. Do you think so? Said Lady Belair, who was always influenced by the last word. I will ask him for Thursday and Saturday. I think I must have known his grandfather. I must tell him not to go about with that horrid woman. She is so very fine, and she uses musk. She puts me in mind of the Queen of Sheba, said the little lady, laughing, all precious stones and frankincense. I quite hate her. I thought she was quite one of your favorites, Lady Belair, said Henrietta Temple rather maliciously. A Bath favorite, my dear, a Bath favorite. I wear my old bonnets at Bath and use my new friends, but in town I have old friends and new dresses. Lady Frederick Barrington, my lady. Oh, my dear Lady Frederick, now I will give you a treat. I will introduce you to my sweet, sweet friend, whom I am always talking to you of. You deserve to know her. You will taste her. There, sit down, sit by her and talk to her and make love to her. Lady Womandeville, my lady. She will do for the Lord. She loves a lord. My dear lady, you come so late, and yet I am always so glad to see you. I have such a charming friend for you, the handsomest, most fashionable, witty person, quite captivating, and his grandfather was one of my dearest friends. What is his name? What is his name? Lord Catchimwoken. Mind, I introduce you to him, and ask him to your house very often. Lady Womandeville smiled, expressed her delight, and moved on. Lord Montfort, who had arrived before the Temples, approached the ottoman. Is the Duchess here? Inquired Henrietta, as she shook hands with him. And Isabella, he replied. Henrietta rose, and taking his arm, bid adieu to Lady Belair. God bless you, said her ladyship, with great emphasis. I will not have you speak to that odious Mrs. Floyd, mind. When Lord Montfort and Henrietta succeeded in discovering the Duchess, she was in the conservatory, which was gaily illuminated with colored lamps among the shrubs. Her Grace was conversing with cordiality with a lady of very prepossessing appearance, in whom the traces of a beauty once distinguished were indeed still considerable, and her companion, an extremely pretty person, in the very bloom of girlhood. Lord Montfort and Henrietta were immediately introduced to these ladies, as Lady Armine and Miss Grandison. After the scene of the morning, it was not easy to deprive Miss Temple of her equanimity. After that shock, no incident connected with the Armine family could be surprising. She was even desirous of becoming acquainted with Miss Grandison, and she congratulated herself upon the opportunity which had so speedily offered itself to gratify her wishes. The Duchess was perfectly delighted with Lady Armine, whose manners were fascinating. Between the families there was some connection of blood, and Lady Armine, too, had always retained a lively sense of the old Duke's services to her son. Henrietta had even to listen to inquiries made after Ferdinand, and she learnt that he was slowly recovering from an almost fatal illness, that he could not endure the fatigues of society, and that he was even living at an hotel for the sake of quiet. Henrietta watched the countenance of Catherine as Lady Armine gave this information. It was serious, but not disturbed. Her Grace did not separate from her new friends the whole of the evening, and they parted with a mutually expressed wish that they might speedily and often meet. The Duchess pronounced Lady Armine the most charming person she had ever met, while, on the other hand, Miss Grandison was warm in her admiration of Henrietta Temple and Lord Montfort, whom she thought quite worthy even of so rare a prize. Chapter 7. Underscore containing a very important communication underscore. Between the unexpected meeting with Captain Armine in the morning and the evening assembly at Belair House, a communication had been made by Miss Temple to Lord Montfort, which ought not to be quite unnoticed. She had returned home with his mother and himself, and her silence and depression had not escaped him. Soon after their arrival they were left alone, and then Henrietta said, "Digby, I wish to speak to you." "My own," said Lord Montfort, as he seated himself by her on the sofa, and took her hand. Miss Temple was calm, but he would have been a light observer who had not detected her suppressed agitation. "Dearest Digby," she continued, "you are so generous and so kind that I ought to feel no reluctance in speaking to you upon this subject, and yet it pains me very much." She hesitated. "I can only express my sympathy with any sorrow of yours, Henrietta," said Lord Montfort. "Speak to me as you always do, with that frankness which so much delights me." "Let your thoughts recur to the most painful incident of my life, then," said Henrietta. "If you require it," said Lord Montfort, in a serious tone. "It is not my fault, dearest Digby, that a single circumstance connected with that unhappy event should be unknown to you. I wished originally that you should know all. I have 1,000 times since regretted that your consideration for my feelings should ever have occasioned an imperfect confidence between us, and something has occurred today which makes me lament it bitterly." "No, no, dearest Henrietta, you feel too keenly," said Lord Montfort. "Indeed, Digby, it is so," said Henrietta very mournfully. "Speak, then, dearest Henrietta. It is necessary that you should know the name of that person who once exercised an influence over my feelings, which I never affected to disguise to you." "Is it indeed necessary?" inquired Lord Montfort. "It is for my happiness," replied Henrietta. "Then, indeed, I am anxious to learn it." "He is in this country," said Henrietta. "He is in this town. He may be in the same room with you tomorrow. He has been in the same room with me even this day." "Indeed," said Lord Montfort. "He bears a name not unknown to you," said Henrietta, "a name, too, that I must teach myself to mention, and yet—" Lord Montfort rose and took a pencil and a sheet of paper from the table. "Write it," he said in a kind tone. Henrietta took the pencil and wrote, "Armine." "The son of Sir Ratcliffe?" said Lord Montfort. "The same," replied Henrietta. "You heard then of him last night?" inquired her companion. "Even so, of that, too, I was about to speak. I am aware of the connection of Mr. Glastonbury with the Armine family," said Lord Montfort quietly. There was a dead pause. At length Lord Montfort said, "Is there anything you wish me to do?" "Much," said Henrietta. "Dearest Digby," she continued, after a moment's hesitation, "do not misinterpret me. My heart, if such a heart be worth possessing, is yours. I can never forget who solaced me in my misery. I can never forget all your delicate tenderness, Digby. Would that I could make a return to you more worthy of all your goodness. But if the grateful devotion of my life can repay you, you shall be satisfied." He took her hand and pressed it to his lips. "It is of you and of your happiness that I can alone think," he murmured. "Now let me tell you all," said Henrietta, with desperate firmness. "I have done this person great injustice." "Huh," said Lord Montfort. "It cuts me to the heart," said Henrietta. "You have then misconceived his conduct?" inquired Lord Montfort. "Utterly." "It is indeed a terrible situation for you," said Lord Montfort. "For all of us," he added, in a lower tone. "No, Digby, not for all of us, not even for myself, for if you are happy I will be. But for him, yes. I will not conceal it from you, I feel for him. Your destiny is in your own hands, Henrietta. No, no, Digby, do not say so, exclaimed Miss Temple, very earnestly. Do not speak in that tone of sacrifice. There is no need of sacrifice, there shall be none. I do not falter. Be firm. Do not desert me in this moment of trial. It is for support I speak, it is for consolation. We are bound together by ties the purest, the holiest. Who shall sever them? No, Digby, we will be happy, but I am interested in the destiny of this unhappy person. You can assist me in rendering it more serene, in making him, perhaps, not less happy than ourselves. I would spare no labor, said Lord Montfort. Oh, that you would not, exclaimed Miss Temple. You are so good, so noble. You would sympathize even with him. What other man in your situation would? What can be done? Listen, he was engaged to his cousin even on that fatal day when we first met, a lady with every charm and advantage that one would think could make a man happy, young, noble, and beautiful, of a most amiable and generous disposition, as her subsequent conduct has proved, and of great wealth. Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort. Yes, his parents looked forward to their union with delight, not altogether unmixed with anxiety. The Armines, with all their princely possessions, are greatly embarrassed from the conduct of the last head of their house. Ferdinand himself has, I grieve to say, inherited too much of his grandfather's imprudent spirit. His affairs, I fear, are terribly involved. When I knew him, Papa was, as you are aware, a poor man. This marriage would have cured all. My Digby, I wish it to take place. How can we effect it? Asked Lord Montfort. Become his friend, dear Digby. I always think you can do anything. Yes, my only trust is in you. Oh, my Digby, make us all happy. Lord Montfort rose and walked up and down the room, apparently in profound meditation. At length he said, Rest assured, Henrietta, that to secure your happiness nothing shall ever be wanting on my part. I will see Mr. Glastonbury on this subject. At present, dearest, let us think of lighter things. Chapter 8. Which is rather strange. It was on the morning after the assembly at Belair House that Ferdinand was roused from his welcome slumbers, for he had passed an almost sleepless night, by his servant bringing him a note, and telling him that it had been left by a lady in a carriage. He opened it, and read as follows. Silly, silly Captain Armine. Why did you not come to my Vauxhall last night? I wanted to present you to the fairest damsel in the world, who has a great fortune too, but that you don't care about. When are you going to be married? Miss Grandison looked charming, but disconsolate without her knight. Your mother is an angel, and the Duchess of is quite in love with her. Your father, too, is a worthy man. I love your family very much. Come and call upon poor old doting bedridden H.B., who is at home every day from 2 to 6 to receive her friends. Has charming Lady Armine got a page? I have one that would just suit her. He teases my poor squirrel so that I am obliged to turn him away, but he is a real treasure. That fine lady, Mrs. Montgomery Floyd, would give her ears for him, but I love your mother much more, and so she shall have him. He shall come to her tonight. All the world takes tea with H.B. on Thursday and Saturday. 1 o'clock, said Ferdinand. I may as well get up and call in Brook Street and save my mother from this threatened infliction. Hey go. Day after day, and each more miserable than the other. How will this end? When Ferdinand arrived in Brook Street, he went upstairs without being announced, and found in the drawing-room, besides his mother and Catherine, the Duchess, Lord Montfort, and Henrietta Temple. The young ladies were in their riding habits. Henrietta appeared before him, the same Henrietta whom he had met, for the first time, in the pleasaunce at Armine. Retreat was impossible. Her Grace received Ferdinand cordially, and reminded him of old days. Henrietta bowed, but she was sitting at some distance with Miss Grandison, looking at some work. Her occupation covered her confusion. Lord Montfort came forward with extended hand. I have the pleasure of meeting an old friend, said his lordship. Ferdinand just touched his lordship's finger and bowed rather stiffly. Then, Turning to his mother, he gave her Lady Bellaire's note. "It concerns you more than myself," he observed. "You were not at Lady Bellaire's last night, Captain Armine," said her grace. "I never go anywhere," was the answer. "He has been a great invalid," said Lady Armine. "Where is Glastonbury, Ferdinand?" said Lady Armine. "He never comes near us. He goes every day to the British Museum." "I wish he would take me," said Catherine. "I have never been there." "Have you?" she inquired, turning to Henrietta. "I am ashamed to say never," replied Henrietta. "It seems to me that London is the only city of which I know nothing." "Ferdinand," said Catherine, "I wish you would go with us to the museum some day. Miss Temple would like to go." "You know Miss Temple," she added, as if she of course supposed he had not that pleasure. Ferdinand bowed. Lord Montfort came forward and turned the conversation to Egyptian antiquities. When a quarter of an hour had passed, Ferdinand thought that he might now withdraw. "Do you dine at home, Catherine, today?" he inquired. Miss Grandison looked at Miss Temple. The young ladies whispered. "Ferdinand," said Catherine, "what are you going to do?" "Nothing particular. We are going to ride, and Miss Temple wishes you would come with us." "I should be very happy, but I have some business to attend to." "Dear Ferdinand, that is what you always say. You really appear to me to be the most busy person in the world." "Pray come, Captain Armine," said Lord Montfort. "Thank you, it is really not in my power." His hat was in his hand. He was begging her grace to bear his compliments to the Duke, when Henrietta rose from her seat and, coming up to him, said, "Do, Captain Armine, come with us. I ask you as a favor." That voice! Oh! It came o'er his ear like the sweet south. It unmanned him quite. He scarcely knew where he was. He trembled from head to foot. His color deserted him, and the unlucky hat fell to the floor, and yet she stood before him, awaiting his reply, calm, quite calm, serious, apparently a little anxious. The Duchess was in earnest conversation with his mother. Lord Montfort had walked up to Miss Grandison and was engaged in arranging a pattern for her. Ferdinand and Henrietta were quite unobserved. He looked up, he caught her eye, and then he whispered, "This is hardly fair." She stretched forth her hand, took his hat, and laid it on the table. Then, turning to Catherine, she said, in a tone which seemed to admit no doubt, "Captain Armine will ride with us," and she seated herself by Lady Armine. The expedition was a little delayed by Ferdinand having to send for his horse. The others had, in the meantime, arrived. Yet this half-hour, by some contrivance, did at length disappear. Lord Montfort continued talking to Miss Grandison. Henrietta remained seated by Lady Armine. Ferdinand revolved a great question in his mind, and it was this: was Lord Montfort aware of the intimate acquaintance between himself and Miss Temple? And what was the moving principle of her present conduct? He conjured up 1,000 reasons, but none satisfied him. His curiosity was excited, and, instead of regretting his extracted promise to join the cavalcade, he rejoiced that an opportunity was thus afforded him of perhaps solving a problem in the secret of which he now began to feel extremely interested. And yet, in truth, when Ferdinand found himself really mounted, and riding by the side of Henrietta Temple once more, for Lord Montfort was very impartial in his attentions to his fair companions, and Ferdinand continually found himself next to Henrietta, he really began to think the world was bewitched, and was almost skeptical whether he was or was not Ferdinand Armine. The identity of his companion, too, was so complete. Henrietta Temple in her riding habit was the very image most keenly impressed upon his memory. He looked at her and stared at her with a face of curious perplexity. She did not, indeed, speak much. The conversation was always general, and chiefly maintained by Lord Montfort, who, though usually silent and reserved, made on this occasion successful efforts to be amusing. His attention to Ferdinand, too, was remarkable. It was impossible to resist such genuine and unaffected kindness. It smote Ferdinand's heart that he had received his lordship's first advances so ungraciously. Compunction rendered him now doubly courteous. He was even once or twice almost gay. The day was as fine as a clear sky, a warm sun, and a western breeze could render it. Tempted by so much enjoyment, Their ride was long. It was late, much later than they expected, when they returned home by the green lanes of pretty Willesden, and the park was quite empty when they emerged from the Edgware Road into Oxford Street. "Now the best thing we can all do is to dine in St. James Square," said Lord Montfort. "It is 10 minutes past 8. We shall just be in time, and then we can send messages to Grosvenor Square and Brook Street. What say you, Armine? You will come, of course." "Thank you, if you would excuse me." "No, no, why excuse you?" said Lord Montfort. "I think it shabby to desert us now, after all our adventures. Really, you are very kind, but I never dine out." "Dine out? What a phrase! You will not meet a human being, perhaps not even my father. If you will not come, it will spoil everything." "I cannot dine in a frock," said Ferdinand. "I shall," said Lord Montfort, "and these ladies must dine in their habits, I suspect." "Oh, certainly, certainly," said the ladies. "Do come, Ferdinand," said Catherine. "I ask you as a favor," said Henrietta, turning to him and speaking in a low voice. "Well," said Ferdinand, with a sigh. "That is well," said Montfort. "Now let us trot through the park, and the groom can call in Grosvenor Square and Brook Street and gallop after us. This is amusing, is it not?" Chapter 9. Underscore, which is on the whole almost as perplexing as the preceding one underscore. When Ferdinand found himself dining in St. James Square, in the very same room where he had passed so many gay hours during that boyish month of glee which preceded his first joining his regiment, and then looked opposite him and saw Henrietta Temple, it seemed to him that, by some magical process or other, his life was acting over again, and the order of the scenes and characters had, by some strange mismanagement, got confused. Yet he yielded himself up to the excitement which had so unexpectedly influenced him. He was inflamed by a species of wild delight which he could not understand, nor stop to analyze. And when the Duchess retired with the young ladies to their secret conclave in the drawing-room, she said, "I like Captain Armine very much. He is so full of spirit and imagination. When we met him this morning, do you know, I thought him rather stiff and fine. I regretted the bright boyish flow that I so well recollected, but I see I was mistaken." "Ferdinand is much changed," said Miss Grandison. "He was once the most brilliant person, I think, that ever lived, almost too brilliant. Everybody by him seemed so tame. But since his illness he is quite changed. I have scarcely heard him speak or seen him smile these 6 months. There is not in the whole world a person so wretchedly altered. He is quite a wreck. I do not know what is the matter with him today. He seemed once almost himself." "He indulged his feelings too much, perhaps," said Henrietta. "He lived, perhaps, too much alone after so severe an illness." "Oh, no, it is not that," said Miss Grandison. "It is not exactly that. Poor Ferdinand! He is to be pitied. I fear he will never be happy again." "Miss Grandison should hardly say that," said the Duchess, "if report speaks truly." Catherine was about to reply, but checked herself. Henrietta rose from her seat rather suddenly, and asked Catherine to touch the piano. The Duchess took up the Morning Post. "Poor Ferdinand! He used to sing once so beautifully, too," said Catherine to Miss Temple, in a hushed voice. "He never sings now." "You must make him," said Henrietta. Miss Grandison shook her head. "You have influence with him. You should exert it," said Henrietta. "I neither have, nor desire to have, influence with him," said Miss Grandison. "Dearest Miss Temple, the world is in error with respect to myself and my cousin, and yet I ought not to say to you what I have not thought proper to confess even to my aunt." Henrietta leant over and kissed her forehead. "Say what you like, dearest Miss Grandison. You speak to a friend, who loves you and will respect your secret." The gentleman at this moment entered the room and interrupted this interesting conversation. "You must not quit the instrument, Miss Grandison," said Lord Montfort, seating himself by her side. Ferdinand fell into conversation with the Duchess, and Miss Temple was the amiable victim of his Grace's passion for écarté. "Captain Armine is a most agreeable person," said Lord Montfort. Miss Grandison rather stared. "We were just speaking of Ferdinand," she replied, "and I was lamenting his sad change. Severe illness, Illness so severe as his must for the moment change anyone. We shall soon see him himself again. Never, said Miss Grandison mournfully. You must inspire him, said Lord Montfort. I perceive you have great influence with him. I give Lord Montfort credit for much acuter perception than that, said Miss Grandison. Their eyes met. Even Lord Montfort's dark vision shrank before the searching glance of Miss Grandison. It conveyed to him that his purpose was not undiscovered. But you can exert influence, if you please, said Lord Montfort. But it may not please me, said Miss Grandison. At this moment Mr. Glastonbury was announced. He had a general invitation, and was frequently in the habit of paying an evening visit when the family were disengaged. When he found Ferdinand, Henrietta, and Catherine all assembled together, and in so strange a garb, his perplexity was wondrous. The tone of comparative ease, too, with which Miss Temple addressed him, completed his confusion. He began to suspect that some critical explanation had taken place. He looked around for information. We have all been writing, said Lord Montfort. So I perceive, said Glastonbury. And as we were too late for dinner, took refuge here, continued his lordship. I observe it, said Glastonbury. Miss Grandison is an admirable musician, sir. She is an admirable lady in every respect, said Glastonbury. Perhaps you will join her in some canzonet. I am so stupid as not to be able to sing. I wish I could induce Captain Armine. He has left off singing, said Glastonbury mournfully. But Miss Temple, added Glastonbury, bowing to that lady. Miss Temple has left off singing, too, said Lord Montfort, quietly. Come, Mr. Glastonbury, said the Duchess, time was when you and I have sung together. Let us try to shame these young folks. So saying, her Grace seated herself at the piano, and the gratified Glastonbury summoned all his energies to accompany her. Lord Montfort seated himself by Ferdinand. You have been severely ill, I am sorry to hear. Yes, I have been rather shaken. This spring will bring you round. So everyone tells me. I cannot say I feel its beneficial influence. You should, said Lord Montfort. At our age we ought to rally quickly. Yes, time is the great physician. I cannot say I have much more faith in him than in the spring. Well, then, there is hope. What think you of that? I have no great faith, said Ferdinand, affecting to smile. Believe, then, in optimism, said Henrietta Temple, without taking her eyes off the cards. Whatever is best. That is not my creed, Miss Temple, said Ferdinand, and he rose and was about to retire. Must you go? Let us all do something tomorrow, said Lord Montfort, interchanging a glance with Henrietta. The British Museum. Miss Grandison wishes to go to the British Museum. Pray come with us. You are very good, but, well, I will write you a little note in the morning and tell you our plans, said Lord Montfort. I hope you will not desert us. Ferdinand bowed and retired. He avoided catching the eye of Henrietta. The carriages of Miss Temple and Miss Grandison were soon announced, and, fatigued with their riding dresses, these ladies did not long remain. Today has been a day of trial, said Henrietta, as she was about to bid Lord Montfort farewell. What do you think of affairs? I saw you speaking to Catherine. What do you think? I think Ferdinand Armine is a formidable rival. Do you know, I am rather jealous? Digby, can you be ungenerous? My sweet Henrietta, pardon my levity. I spoke in the merest playfulness. Nay, he continued, for she seemed really hurt, say good night very sweetly. Is there any hope? Said Henrietta. All's well that ends well, said Lord Montfort, smiling. God bless you. Glastonbury was about to retire, when Lord Montfort returned and asked him to come up to his lordship's own apartments, as he wished to show him a curious antique carving. You seemed rather surprised at the guests you found here tonight, said Lord Montfort when they were alone. Glastonbury looked a little confused. It was certainly a curious meeting, all things considered, continued Lord Montfort. Henrietta has never concealed anything of the past from me, but I have always wished to spare her details. I told her this morning I should speak to you upon the subject, and that is the reason why I have asked you here. It is a painful history, said Glastonbury. As painful to me as anyone, said his lordship. Nevertheless, it must be told. When did you first meet Miss Temple? I shall never forget it, said Glastonbury, sighing and moving very uneasily in his chair. I took her for Miss Grandison. And Glastonbury now entered into a complete history of everything that had occurred. It is a strange, a wonderful story, said Lord Montfort, and you communicated everything to Miss Grandison? Everything but the name of her rival. To that she would not listen. It was not just, she said, to one so unfortunate and so unhappy. She seems an admirable person, that Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort. She is indeed as near an angel as anything earthly can be, said Glastonbury. Then it is still a secret to the parents? Thus she would have it, said Glastonbury. She clings to them, who love her indeed as a daughter, and she shrank from the desolation that was preparing for them. Poor girl, said Lord Montfort, and poor Armine. By heavens, I pity him from the bottom of my heart. If you had seen him as I have, said Glastonbury, wilder than the wildest bedlamite. It was an awful sight. The heart, said Lord Montfort. It is a delicate organ, Mr. Glastonbury. And think you his father and mother suspect nothing? I know not what they think, said Glastonbury, but they must soon know all. And he seemed to shudder at the thought. Why must they? Asked Lord Montfort. Glastonbury stared. Is there no hope of softening and subduing all their sorrows? Said Lord Montfort. Cannot we again bring together these young and parted spirits? It is my only hope, said Glastonbury, and yet I sometimes deem it a forlorn one. It is the sole desire of Henrietta, said Lord Montfort. Cannot you assist us? Will you enter into this conspiracy of affection with us? I want no spur to such a righteous work, said Glastonbury, but I cannot conceal from myself the extreme difficulty. Ferdinand is the most impetuous of human beings. His passions are a whirlwind, his volition more violent than becomes a suffering mortal. You think, then, there is no difficulty but with him? I know not what to say, said Glastonbury. Calm as appears the temperament of Miss Grandison, she has heroic qualities. Oh, what have I not seen that admirable young lady endure? Alas, my Digby, my dear lord, few passages of this terrible story are engraven on my memory more deeply than the day when I revealed to her the fatal secret. Yet, and chiefly for her sake, it was my duty. It was at Armine? At Armine. I seized an opportunity when we were alone together, and without fear of being disturbed. We had gone to view an old abbey in the neighborhood. We were seated among its ruins, when I took her hand and endeavored to prepare her for the fatal intelligence. All is not right with Ferdinand, she immediately said. There is some mystery. I have long suspected it. She listened to my recital, softened as much as I could for her sake, in silence. Yet her paleness I never can forget. She looked like a saint in a niche. When I had finished, she whispered me to leave her for some short time, and I walked away, out of sight indeed, but so near that she might easily summon me. I stood alone until it was twilight, in a state of mournful suspense that I recall even now with anguish. At last I heard my name sounded, in a low yet distinct voice, and I looked round and she was there. She had been weeping. I took her hand and pressed it, and led her to the carriage. When I approached our unhappy home, she begged me to make her excuses to the family, and for 2 or 3 days we saw her no more. At length she sent for me, and told me she had been revolving all these sad circumstances in her mind, and she felt for others more even than for herself, that she forgave Ferdinand, and pitied him, and would act towards him as a sister. That her heart was distracted with the thoughts of the unhappy young lady, whose name she would never know, but that if by her assistance I could effect their union, means should not be wanting, though their source must be concealed, that for the sake of her, and to whom she is indeed passionately attached, she would keep the secret until it could no longer be maintained, and that in the meantime it was to be hoped that health might be restored to her cousin, and Providence in some way interfere in favor of this unhappy family. Angelic creature, said Lord Montfort. So young, too, I think so beautiful. Good God! With such a heart what could Armine desire? Alas, said Glastonbury, and he shook his head. You know not the love of Ferdinand Armine for Henrietta Temple. It is a wild and fearful thing, it passeth human comprehension. Lord Montfort leant back in his chair and covered his face with his hands. After some minutes he looked up and said in his usual placid tone and with an unruffled brow, "Will you take anything before you go, Mr. Glastonbury?" Chapter 10. Underscore, in which Captain Armine increases his knowledge of the value of money and also becomes aware of the advantage of an acquaintance who burns coals. Underscore. Ferdinand returned to his hotel in no very good humor, revolving in his mind Miss Temple's advice about optimism. What could she mean? Was there really a conspiracy to make him marry his cousin, and was Miss Temple one of the conspirators? He could scarcely believe this, and yet it was the most probable deduction from all that had been said and done. He had lived to witness such strange occurrences that no event ought now to astonish him. Only to think that he had been sitting quietly in a drawing-room with Henrietta Temple, and she avowedly engaged to be married to another person, who was present, and that he, Ferdinand Armine, should be the selected companion of their morning ride, and be calmly invited to contribute to their daily amusement by his social presence. What next? If this were not an insult, a gross, flagrant, and unendurable outrage, he was totally at a loss to comprehend what was meant by offended pride. Optimism, indeed. He felt far more inclined to embrace the faith of the Manichae. And what a fool was he to have submitted to such a despicable, such a degrading situation. What infinite weakness not to be able to resist her influence, the influence of a woman who had betrayed him. Yes, betrayed him. He had for some period reconciled his mind to entertain the idea of Henrietta's treachery to him. Softened by time, atoned for by long suffering, extenuated by the constant sincerity of his purpose, his original imprudence, to use his own phrase in describing his misconduct, had gradually ceased to figure as a valid and sufficient cause for her behavior to him. When he recollected how he had loved this woman, what he had sacrificed for her, and what misery he had in consequence entailed upon himself and all those dear to him, when he contrasted his present perilous situation with her triumphant prosperity, and remembered that while he had devoted himself to a love which proved false, she who had deserted him was, by a caprice of fortune, absolutely rewarded for her fickleness, he was enraged, he was disgusted, he despised himself for having been her slave, he began even to hate her. Terrible moment when we first dare to view with feelings of repugnance the being that our soul has long idolized. It is the most awful of revelations. We start back in horror as if in the act of profanation. Other annoyances, however, of a less ethereal character, awaited our hero on his return to his hotel. There he found a letter from his lawyer, informing him that he could no longer parry the determination of one of Captain Armine's principal creditors to arrest him instantly for a considerable sum. Poor Ferdinand, mortified and harassed, with his heart and spirit alike broken, could scarcely refrain from a groan. However, some step must be taken. He drove Henrietta from his thoughts, and, endeavoring to rally some of his old energy, revolved in his mind what desperate expedient yet remained. His sleep was broken by dreams of bailiffs and a vague idea of Henrietta Temple triumphing in his misery, but he rose early, wrote a diplomatic note to his menacing creditor, which he felt confident must gain him time, and then, making a careful toilet, for when a man is going to try to borrow money it is wise to look prosperous, he took his way to a quarter of the town where lived a gentleman with whose brother he had had some previous dealings at Malta, and whose acquaintance he had made in England in reference to them. It was in that gloomy quarter called Golden Square, the murky repose of which strikes so mysteriously on the senses after the glittering bustle of the adjoining Regent Street, that Captain Armine stopped before a noble yet now dingy mansion, that in old and happier days might probably have been inhabited by his grandfather or some of his gay friends. A brass plate on the door informed the world that here resided Messrs. Morris and Levison, following the not very ambitious calling of coal merchants. But if all the pursuers of that somewhat humble trade could manage to deal in coals with the same dexterity as Messrs. Morris and Levison, what very great coal merchants they would be. The ponderous portal obeyed the signal of the bell, and apparently opened without any human means, and Captain Armine, proceeding down a dark yet capacious passage, opened a door, which invited him by an inscription on ground glass that assured him he was entering the counting-house. Here several clerks, ensconced within lofty walls of the darkest and dullest mahogany, were busily employed, yet one advanced to an aperture in this fortification and accepted the card which the visitor offered him. The clerk surveyed the ticket with a peculiar glance, and then, begging the visitor to be seated, disappeared. He was not long absent, but soon invited Ferdinand to follow him. Captain Armine was ushered up a noble staircase and into a saloon that once was splendid. The ceiling was richly carved, and there still might be detected the remains of its once gorgeous embellishment in the faint forms of faded deities and the traces of murky gilding. The walls of this apartment were crowded with pictures, arranged, however, with little regard to taste, effect, or style. A sprawling copy of Titian's Venus flanked a somewhat prim Pyrrhus by Hoppner. A landscape that smacked of Gainsborough was the companion of a Dalby moonlight that must have figured in the last exhibition, and insipid Roman matrons by Hamilton, and stiff English heroes by Northcote, contrasted with a vast quantity of second-rate delineations of the orgies of Dutch boors and portraits of favorite racers and fancy dogs. The room was crowded with ugly furniture of all kinds, very solid, and chiefly of mahogany, among which were not less than 3 escritoires, to say nothing of the huge horsehair sofas. A sideboard of Babylonian proportions was crowned by 3 massive and enormous silver salvers, and immense branch candlesticks of the same precious metal, and a china punch bowl which might have suited the dwarf in Brobdingnag. The floor was covered with a faded Turkey carpet. But amid all this solid splendor there were certain intimations of feminine elegance in the veil of finely cut pink paper, which covered the nakedness of the empty, but highly polished fireplace, and in the hand-screens, which were profusely ornamented with ribbon of the same hue, and one of which afforded a most accurate, if not picturesque view of Margate, while the other glowed with a huge wreath of cabbage roses and jonquils. Ferdinand was not long alone, and Mr. Levison, the proprietor of all this splendor, entered. He was a short, stout man, with a grave but handsome countenance, a little bald, but nevertheless with an elaborateness of raiment which might better have become a younger man. He wore a plum-colored frock coat of the finest cloth. His green velvet waistcoat was guarded by a gold chain, which would have been the envy of a new town council. An immense opal gleamed on the breast of his embroidered shirt, and his fingers were covered with very fine rings. "Your servant, Captain," said Mr. Levison, and he placed a chair for his guest. "How are you, Levison?" responded our hero in an easy voice. "Any news?" Mr. Levison shrugged his shoulders as he murmured, "Times is very bad, Captain." "Oh, I dare say," said Ferdinand. "I wish they were as well with me as with you. By Jove, Levison, you must be making an immense fortune." Mr. Levison shook his head as he groaned out, "I work hard, Captain, but times is terrible." "Fiddle-dee-dee. Come, I want you to assist me a little, old fellow. No humbug between us." "Oh," groaned Mr. Levison, "you could not come at a worse time. I don't know what money is." "Of course. However, the fact is, money I must have, and so, old fellow, we are old friends, and you must get it." "What do you want, Captain?" slowly spoke Mr. Levison, with an expression of misery. "Oh, I want rather a tolerable sum, and that is the truth, but I only want it for a moment." "It is not the time, 'tis the money," said Mr. Levison. "You know me and my partner, Captain, are always anxious to do what we can to serve you. Well, now you can do me a real service, and, by Jove, you shall never repent it." "To the point. I must have 1,500 £1,500, exclaimed Mr. Levison. "'Tain't in the country." "Humbug. It must be found. What is the use of all this stuff with me? I want 1,500 and you must give it me." "I tell you what it is, Captain," said Mr. Levison, leaning over the back of a chair and speaking with callous composure. "I tell you what it is. Me and my partner are very willing always to assist you, but we want to know when the marriage is to come off, and that's the truth." Damn the marriage, said Captain Armine, rather staggered. There it is, though, said Mr. Levison, very quietly. You know, Captain, there is the arrears on that heir annuity, 3 years next Michaelmas. I think it's Michaelmas, let me see. So saying, Mr. Levison opened an escritoire and brought forward an awful-looking volume and, consulting the terrible index, turned to the fatal name of Armine. Yes, 3 years next Michaelmas, Captain. Well, you will be paid, said Ferdinand. We hope so, said Mr. Levison, but it is a long figure. Well, but you get capital interest? Pish, said Mr. Levison, 10%. Why? It is giving away the money. Why? That's the raw, Captain. With this here new bill annuities is. Nothink. Me and my partner don't do no annuities now. It's giving money away, and all this here money locked up, and all to survey you. Well, you will not help me, said Ferdinand, rising. Do you really want 1,500? Asked Mr. Levison. By Jove, I do. Well now, Captain, when is this marriage to come off? Have I not told you 1,000 times, and Morris too, that my cousin is not to marry until 1 year has passed since my grandfather's death? It is barely a year. But of course, at this moment, of all others, I cannot afford to be short. Very true, Captain, and we are the men to survey you, if we could. But we cannot. Never was such times for money, there is no seeing it. However, we will do what we can. Things is going very bad at Malta, and that's the truth. There's that young Catch'em-Woken, we are in with him very deep, and now he has left the Fusiliers and got into Parliament, he don't care this for us. If he would only pay us, you should have the money, so help me you should. But he won't pay you, said Ferdinand. What can you do? Why, I have a friend, said Mr. Levison, who I know has got £300 at his banker's, and he might lend it us, but we shall have to pay for it. I suppose so, said Ferdinand. Well, 300. I have not got a shilling myself, said Mr. Levison. Young Touch-em-Up left us in the lurch yesterday for 750L, so help me, and never gave us no notice. Now you are a gentleman, Captain. You never pay, but you always give us notice. Ferdinand could not help smiling at Mr. Levison's idea of a gentleman. Well, what else can you do? Why, there is 200 coming in tomorrow, said Mr. Levison. I can depend on that. Well, that is 5. And you want 1,500, said Mr. Levison. Well, me and my partner always like to survey you, and it is very awkward certainly for you to want money at this moment. But if you want to buy jewels, I can get you any credit you like, you know. We will talk of that by and by, said Ferdinand. £1,500, ejaculated Mr. Levison. Well, I suppose we must make it 700L. Somehow or other, and you must take the rest in coals. Oh, by Jove, Levison, that is too bad. I don't see no other way, said Mr. Levison, rather doggedly. But, damn it, my good fellow, my dear Levison, what the deuce am I to do with 800L worth of coals? Lord, my dear Captain, 800L worth of coals is a mere nothink. With your connection, you will get rid of them in a morning. All you have got to do, you know, is to give your friends an order on us, and we will let you have cash at a little discount. Then you can let me have the cash now at a little discount, or even a great. I cannot get rid of 800L worth of coals. Why, 'tain't 400 children, Captain, rejoined Mr. Levison. 3 or 4 friends would do the thing. Why, Baron Squash takes 10,000 children of us every year, but he has such a knack, he gets the clubs to take them. Baron Squash, indeed. Do you know whom you are talking to, Mr. Levison? Do you think that I am going to turn into a coal merchant? Your working partner, by Jove. No, sir, give me the 700L, without the coals, and charge what interest you please. We could not do it, Captain. 'Tain't our way. I ask you once more, Mr. Levison, will you let me have the money, or will you not? Now, Captain, don't be so high and mighty. 'Tain't the way to do business. Me and my partner wish to survey you, we does indeed. And if £100 will be of any use to you, you shall have it on your acceptance, and we won't be curious about any name that draws. We won't indeed. Well, Mr. Levison, said Ferdinand, rising, I see we can do nothing today. The £100 would be of no use to me. I will think over your proposition. Good morning to you. Do, said Mr. Levison, bowing and opening the door. Do, Captain. We wish to survey you. We does indeed. See how we behave about that arrears. Think of the coals, now do. Now for a bargain, come. Come, Captain, I dare say now you could get us the business of the Junior Service Club, and then you shall have the 700 on your acceptance for 3 months, at 2 shillings in the pound. Come. Chapter 11. In which Captain Armine unexpectedly resumes his acquaintance with Lord Catchimwoken, who introduces him to Mr. Bond Sharp. Ferdinand quitted his kind friend Mr. Levison in no very amiable mood, but just as he was leaving the house, a cabriolet, beautifully painted, of a brilliant green color picked out with a somewhat cream-colored white, and drawn by a showy Holstein horse of tawny tint, with a flowing and milk-white tail and mane, and caparisoned in harness almost as precious as Mr. Levison's sideboard, dashed up to the door. Armine, by Jove, exclaimed the driver with great cordiality. Catch, is it you? Said Ferdinand. What? Have you been here? Said Lord Catchimwoken. At the old work, eh? Is me and my partner troublesome? For your countenance is not very radiant. By Jove, old fellow, said Ferdinand, in a depressed tone, I am in a scrape and also in a rage. Nothing is to be done here. Never mind, said his lordship. Keep up your spirits, jump into my cab, and we will see how we can carry on the war. I am only going to speak one word to me and my partner. So saying, his lordship skipped into the house as gay as a lark, although he had a bill for a good ransom about to be dishonored in the course of a few hours. Well, my dear Armine, he resumed, when he reappeared and took the reins, now as I drive along, tell me all about it, for if there be a man in the world whom I should like to serve, it is thyself, my noble Ferdinand. With this encouragement, Captain Armine was not long in pouring his cares into a congenial bosom. I know the man to serve you, said Catchimwoken. The fact is, these fellows here are regular old-fashioned humbugs. The only idea they have is money. They have no enlightened notions. I will introduce you to a regular trump, and if he does not do our business, I am much mistaken. Courage, old fellow. How do you like the start? Deuce neat. By the by, Catch, my boy, you're going it rather, I see. To be sure. I have always told you there is a certain system in affairs which ever prevents men being floored. No fellow is ever dished who has any connection. What man that ever had his run was really ever fairly put underscore or de combat underscore, unless he was someone who ought never to have entered the arena, blazing away without any set, making himself a damned fool and everybody his enemy. So long as a man bustles about and is in a good set, something always turns up. I got into Parliament, you see, and you are going to be married. All this time the cabriolet was dashing down Regent Street, twisting through the Quadrant, whirling along Pall Mall, until it finally entered Cleveland Row, and stopped before a newly painted, newly pointed, and exceedingly compact mansion, the long brass knocker of whose dark green door sounded beneath the practised touch of his lordship's tiger. Even the tawny Holstein horse, with the white flowing mane, seemed conscious of the locality, and stopped before the accustomed resting place in the most natural manner imaginable. A tall serving man, well powdered, and in a dark and well-appointed livery, immediately appeared. At home, inquired Lord Catchimwoken, with a peculiarly confidential expression. To you, my lord, responded the attendant. Jump out, Armine, said his lordship, and they entered the house. Alone, said his lordship. Not alone, said the servant, ushering the friends into the dining room, but he shall have your lordship's card immediately. There are several gentlemen waiting in the third drawing-room, so I have shown your lordship in here, and shall take care that he sees your lordship before anyone. That's a devilish good fellow, said Lord Catchimwoken, putting his hand into his waistcoat pocket to give him a sovereign, but not finding one, he added, I shall remember you. The dining room into which they were shown was at the back of the house, and looked into agreeable gardens. The apartment was in some little confusion at this moment, for their host gave a dinner today, and his dinners were famous. The table was arranged for 8 guests. Its appointments indicated refined taste. A candelabrum of Dresden china was the centerpiece. There was a whole service of the same material, even to the handles of the knives and forks, and the choice variety of glass attracted Ferdinand's notice. The room was lofty and spacious. It was simply and soberly furnished, not an object which could distract the taste or disturb the digestion. But the sideboard, which filled a recess at the end of the apartment, presented a crowded group of gold plate that might have become a palace. Magnificent shields, tall vases, ancient tankards, goblets of carved ivory set in precious metal, and cups of old ruby glass mounted on pedestals, glittering with gems. This accidental display certainly offered an amusing contrast to the perpetual splendor of Mr. Levison's buffet, and Ferdinand was wondering whether it would turn out that there was as marked a difference between the two owners when his companion and himself were summoned to the presence of Mr. Bond Sharp. They ascended a staircase perfumed with flowers, and on each landing place was a classic tripod or pedestal crowned with a bust. And then they were ushered into a drawing-room of Parisian elegance, buhl cabinets, marquetry tables, hangings of the choicest damask suspended from burnished cornices of old carving. The chairs had been rifled from a Venetian palace. The couches were part of the spoils of the French Revolution. There were glass screens in golden frames, and a clock that represented the death of Hector, the chariot wheel of Achilles conveniently telling the hour. A round table of mosaic, mounted on a golden pedestal, was nearly covered with papers, and from an easy chair, supported by air cushions, half rose to welcome them Mr. Bond Sharp. He was a man not many years the senior of Captain Armine and his friend, of elegant appearance, pale, pensive, and prepossessing. Deep thought was impressed upon his clear and protruding brow, and the expression of his gray sunken eyes, which were delicately arched, was singularly searching. His figure was slight but compact. His dress was plain, but a model in its fashion. He was habited entirely in black, and his only ornament were his studs, which were turquoise and of great size, but there never were such boots, so brilliant and so small. He welcomed Lord Catchimwoken in a voice scarcely above a whisper, and received Captain Armine in a manner alike graceful and dignified. "My dear Sharp," said his lordship, "I am going to introduce to you my most particular friend, and an old brother officer. This is Captain Armine, the only son of Sir Ratcliffe and the heir of Armine Castle. He is going to be married very soon to his cousin, Miss Grandison, the greatest heiress in England." "Hush, hush," said Ferdinand, shrinking under this false representation, and Mr. Sharp with considerate delicacy endeavored to check his lordship. "Well, never mind, I will say nothing about that," continued Lord Catchimwoken. "The long and the short of it is this, that my friend Armine is hard up, and we must carry on the war till we get into winter quarters. You are just the man for him, and by Jove, my dear Sharp, if you wish sensibly to oblige me, who I am sure am one of your warmest friends, you will do everything for Armine that human energy can possibly effect." "What is the present difficulty that you have?" inquired Mr. Sharp of our hero, in a calm whisper. "Why, the present difficulty that he has," said Lord Catchimwoken, "is that he wants 1,500L. "I suppose you have raised money, Captain Armine," said Mr. Sharp. "In every way," said Captain Armine. "Of course," said Mr. Sharp, "at your time of life one naturally does. And I suppose you are bothered for this 1,500L. "I am threatened with immediate arrest, and arrest in execution." "Who is the party?" "Why, I fear an unmanageable one, even by you. It is a house at Malta." "Mr. Bolus, I suppose." "Exactly. I thought so." "Well, what can be done?" said Lord Catchimwoken. "Oh, there is no difficulty," said Mr. Sharp quietly. "Captain Armine can have any money he likes." "I shall be happy," said Captain Armine, "to pay any consideration you think fit." "Oh, my dear sir, I cannot think of that. Money is a drug now. I shall be happy to accommodate you without giving you any trouble." You can have the one 500L, if you please, this moment. Really, you are very generous, said Ferdinand, much surprised, but I feel I am not entitled to such favors. What security can I give you? I lend the money to you. I want no security. You can repay me when you like. Give me your note of hand. So saying, Mr. Sharp opened a drawer, and taking out his checkbook drew a draft for the 500L. I believe I have a stamp in the house, he continued, looking about. Yes, here is one. If you will fill this up, Captain Armine, the affair may be concluded at once. Upon my honor, Mr. Sharp, said Ferdinand, very confused. I do not like to appear insensible to this extraordinary kindness, but really I came here by the merest accident, and without any intention of soliciting or receiving such favors. And my kind friend here has given you much too glowing an account of my resources. It is very probable I shall occasion you great inconvenience. Really, Captain Armine, said Mr. Sharp with a slight smile, if we were talking of a sum of any importance, why, one might be a little more punctilious, but for such a bagatelle we have already wasted too much time in its discussion. I am happy to serve you. Ferdinand stared, remembering Mr. Levison and the coals. Mr. Sharp himself drew up the note and presented it to Ferdinand, who signed it and pocketed the draft. I have several gentlemen waiting, said Mr. Bond Sharp. I am sorry I cannot take this opportunity of cultivating your acquaintance, Captain Armine, but I should esteem it a great honor if you would dine with me today. Your friend Lord Catchimwoken favors me with his company, and you might meet a person or two who would amuse you. I really shall be very happy, said Ferdinand. And Mr. Bond Sharp again slightly rose and bowed them out of the room. Well, is not he a trump, said Lord Catchimwoken, when they were once more in the cab. I am so astonished, said Ferdinand, that I cannot speak. Who in the name of fortune is this great man? A genius, said Lord Catchimwoken. Don't you think he is a deuced good-looking fellow? The best-looking fellow I ever saw, said the grateful Ferdinand. And capital manners? Most distinguished. Neatest dressed man in town. Exquisite taste. What a house. Capital. Did you ever see such furniture? It beats your rooms at Malta. I never saw anything more complete in my life. What plate? Miraculous. And, believe me, we shall have the best dinner in town. Well, he has given me an appetite, said Ferdinand. But who is he? Why, by business he is what is called a conveyancer, that is to say, he is a lawyer by inspiration. He is a wonderful man, said Ferdinand. He must be very rich. Yes, Sharp must be worth his $250,000. And he has made it in such a deuced short time. Why, he is not much older than we are. 10 years ago that man was a prizefighter, said Lord Catchimwoken. A prizefighter, exclaimed Ferdinand. Yes, and licked everybody. But he was too great a genius for the ring, and took to the turf. Then he set up a hell. And then he turned it into a subscription house. Ho! He keeps his hell still, but it works itself now. In the meantime he is the first usurer in the world, and will be in the next Parliament. But if he lends money on the terms he accommodates me, he will hardly increase his fortune. Oh, he can do the thing when he likes. He took a fancy to you. The fact is, my dear fellow, Sharp is very rich and wants to get into society. He likes to oblige young men of distinction and can afford to risk a few thousands now and then. By dining with him today, you have quite repaid him for his loan. Besides, the fellow has a great soul, and, though born on a dunghill, nature intended him for a palace, and he has placed himself there. Well, this has been a remarkable morning, said Ferdinand Armine, as Lord Catchimwoken set him down at his club. I am very much obliged to you, dear Catch. Not a word, my dear fellow. You have helped me before this, and glad am I to be the means of assisting the best fellow in the world, and that we all thank you. Au revoir. We dine at 8. Chapter 12. Miss Grandison makes a remarkable discovery. In the meantime, while the gloomy morning which Ferdinand had anticipated terminated with so agreeable an adventure, Henrietta and Miss Grandison, accompanied by Lord Montfort and Glastonbury, paid their promised visit to the British Museum. "I am sorry that Captain Armine could not accompany us," said Lord Montfort. "I sent to him this morning early, but he was already out." "He has many affairs to attend to," said Glastonbury. Miss Temple looked grave. She thought of poor Ferdinand and all his cares. She knew well what were those affairs to which Glastonbury alluded. The thought that perhaps at this moment he was struggling with rapacious creditors made her melancholy. The novelty and strangeness of the objects which awaited her diverted, however, her mind from these painful reflections. Miss Grandison, who had never quitted England, was delighted with everything she saw, but the Egyptian gallery principally attracted the attention of Miss Temple. Lord Montfort, regardful of his promise to Henrietta, was very attentive to Miss Grandison. "I cannot help regretting that your cousin is not here," said his lordship, returning to a key that he had already touched. But Catherine made no answer. "He seemed so much better for the exertion he made yesterday," resumed Lord Montfort. "I think it would do him good to be more with us." "He seems to like to be alone," said Catherine. "I wonder at that," said Lord Montfort. "I cannot conceive a happier life than we all lead." "You have cause to be happy, and Ferdinand has not," said Miss Grandison calmly. "I should have thought that he had very great cause," said Lord Montfort inquiringly. "No person in the world is so unhappy as Ferdinand," said Catherine. "But cannot we cure his unhappiness?" said his lordship. "We are his friends, it seems to me. With such friends as Miss Grandison and Miss Temple one ought never to be unhappy." "Miss Temple can scarcely be called a friend of Ferdinand," said Catherine. "Indeed, a very warm one, I assure you." "Ah, that is your influence." "Nay, it is her own impulse. But she only met him yesterday for the first time." "I assure you Miss Temple is an older friend of Captain Armine than I am," said his lordship. "Indeed," said Miss Grandison, with an air of considerable astonishment. "You know they were neighbours in the country." "In the country," repeated Miss Grandison. "Yes, Mr. Temple, you know, resided not far from Armine." "Not far from Armine," still repeated Miss Grandison. "Digby," said Miss Temple, turning to him at this moment, "tell Mr. Glastonbury about your Sphinx at Rome. It was granite, was it not? And most delicately carved. I never remember having observed an expression of such beautiful serenity. The discovery that, after all, they are male countenances is quite mortifying. I loved their mysterious beauty." What Lord Montfort had mentioned of the previous acquaintance of Henrietta and her cousin made Miss Grandison muse. Miss Temple's address to Ferdinand yesterday had struck her at the moment as somewhat singular, but the impression had not dwelt upon her mind. But now it occurred to her as very strange that Henrietta should have become so intimate with the Armine family and herself, and never have mentioned that she was previously acquainted with their nearest relative. Lady Armine was not acquainted with Miss Temple until they met at Bel-Air House. That was certain. Miss Grandison had witnessed their mutual introduction, nor Sir Ratcliffe. And yet Henrietta and Ferdinand were friends, warm friends, old friends, intimately acquainted. So said Lord Montfort, and Lord Montfort never coloured, never exaggerated. All this was very mysterious. And if they were friends, old friends, warm friends, and Lord Montfort said they were, and, therefore, there could be no doubt of the truth of the statement, their recognition of each other yesterday was singularly frigid. It was not indicative of a very intimate acquaintance. Catherine had ascribed it to the natural disrelish of Ferdinand now to be introduced to anyone. And yet they were friends, old friends, warm friends. Henrietta Temple and Ferdinand Armine. Miss Grandison was so perplexed that she scarcely looked at another object in the galleries. The ladies were rather tired when they returned from the museum. Lord Montfort walked to the Travellers, and Henrietta agreed to remain and dine in Brook Street. Catherine and herself retired to Miss Grandison's boudoir, a pretty chamber, where they were sure of being alone. Henrietta threw herself upon a sofa, and took up the last new novel. Miss Grandison seated herself on an ottoman by her side, and worked at a purse which she was making for Mr. Temple. "Do you like that book?" said Catherine. "I like the lively parts, but not the serious ones," replied Miss Temple. "The author has observed, but he has not felt." It is satirical, said Miss Grandison. I wonder why all this class of writers aim now at the sarcastic. I do not find life the constant sneer they make it. It is because they do not understand life, said Henrietta, but have some little experience of society. Therefore their works give a perverted impression of human conduct, for they accept as a principle that which is only an insignificant accessory, and they make existence a succession of frivolities, when even the career of the most frivolous has its profounder moments. How vivid is the writer's description of a ball or a dinner, said Miss Grandison. Everything lives and moves. And yet, when the hero makes love, nothing can be more unnatural. His feelings are neither deep, nor ardent, nor tender. All is stilted and yet ludicrous. I do not despise the talent which describes so vividly a dinner and a ball, said Miss Temple. As far as it goes it is very amusing, but it should be combined with higher materials. In a fine novel, manners should be observed, and morals should be sustained. We require thought and passion, as well as costume and the lively representation of conventional arrangements, and the thought and passion will be the better for these accessories, for they will be relieved in the novel as they are relieved in life, and the whole will be more true. But have you read that love scene, Henrietta? It appeared to me so ridiculous. I never read love scenes, said Henrietta Temple. Oh, I love a love story, said Miss Grandison, smiling, if it be natural and tender, and touch my heart. When I read such scenes, I weep. Ah, my sweet Catherine, you're soft-hearted. And you, Henrietta, what are you? Hard-hearted. The most callous of mortals. Oh, what would Lord Montfort say? Lord Montfort knows it. We never have love scenes. And yet you love him? Dearly, I love and esteem him. Well, said Miss Grandison, I may be wrong, but if I were a man I do not think I should like the lady of my love to esteem me. And yet esteem is the only genuine basis of happiness, believe me, Kate. Love is a dream. And how do you know, dear Henrietta? All writers agree it is. The writers you were just ridiculing? A fair retort, and yet, though your words are the more witty, believe me, mine are the more wise. I wish my cousin would wake from his dream, said Catherine. To tell you a secret, love is the cause of his unhappiness. Don't move, dear Henrietta, added Miss Grandison. We are so happy here, for Miss Temple, in truth, seemed not a little discomposed. You should marry your cousin, said Miss Temple. You little know Ferdinand or myself, when you give that advice, said Catherine. We shall never marry. Nothing is more certain than that. In the first place, to be frank, Ferdinand would not marry me. Nothing would induce him, and in the second place, I would not marry him. Nothing would induce me. Why not? Said Henrietta, in a low tone, holding her book very near to her face. Because I am sure that we should not be happy, said Miss Grandison. I love Ferdinand, and once could have married him. He is so brilliant that I could not refuse his proposal. And yet I feel it is better for me that we have not married, and I hope it may yet prove better for him, for I love him very dearly. He is indeed my brother. But why should you not be happy? Inquired Miss Temple. Because we are not suited to each other. Ferdinand must marry someone whom he looks up to, somebody brilliant like himself, someone who can sympathize with all his fancies. I am too calm and quiet for him. You would suit him much better, Henrietta. You are his cousin. It is a misfortune. If you were not, he would adore you and you would sympathize with him. I think not. I should like to marry a very clever man, said Catherine. I could not endure marrying a fool or a commonplace person. I should like to marry a person very superior in talent to myself, someone whose opinion would guide me on all points, one from whom I could not differ. But not Ferdinand. He is too imaginative, too impetuous. He would neither guide me, nor be guided by me. Miss Temple did not reply, but turned over a page of her book. Did you know Ferdinand before you met him yesterday at our house? Inquired Miss Grandison, very innocently. Yes, said Miss Temple. I thought you did, said Miss Grandison. I thought there was something in your manner that indicated you had met before. I do not think you knew my aunt before you met her at Belair House. I did not. Nor Sir Ratcliffe? Nor Sir Ratcliffe. But you did know Mr. Glastonbury. I did know Mr. Glastonbury. How very odd, said Miss Grandison. What is odd? Inquired Henrietta. That you should have known Ferdinand before. Not at all odd. He came over one day to shoot at Papa's. I remember him very well. Oh, said Miss Grandison. And did Mr. Glastonbury come over to shoot? I met Mr. Glastonbury one morning that I went to see the picture gallery at Armine. It is the only time I ever saw him. Oh, said Miss Grandison again, Armine is a beautiful place, is it not? Most interesting. You know the Pleasance. Yes. I did not see you when I was at Armine. No, we had just gone to Italy. How beautiful you look today, Henrietta, said Miss Grandison. Who could believe that you ever were so ill? I am grateful that I have recovered, said Henrietta. And yet I never thought that I should return to England. You must have been so very ill in Italy, about the same time as poor Ferdinand was at Armine. Only think, how odd you should both have been so ill about the same time, and now that we should all be so intimate. Miss Temple looked perplexed and annoyed. Is it so odd? She at length said in a low tone. Henrietta Temple, said Miss Grandison, with great earnestness, I have discovered a secret. You are the lady with whom my cousin is in love. Chapter 13. Underscore in which Ferdinand has the honor of dining with Mr. Bond Sharp underscore. When Ferdinand arrived at Mr. Bond Sharp's, he was welcomed by his host in a magnificent suite of saloons and introduced to two of the guests who had previously arrived. The first was a stout man, past middle age, whose Epicurean countenance twinkled with humor. This was Lord Castlefish, an Irish peer of great celebrity in the world of luxury and play, keen at a bet, still keener at a dinner. Nobody exactly knew who the other gentleman, Mr. Blandford, really was, but he had the reputation of being enormously rich and was proportionately respected. He had been about town for the last 20 years and did not look a day older than at his first appearance. He never spoke of his family, was unmarried, and apparently had no relations, but he had contrived to identify himself with the first men in London, was a member of every club of great repute, and of late years had even become a sort of authority. Which was strange, for he had no pretension, was very quiet, and but humbly ambitious, seeking, indeed, no happier success than to merge in the brilliant crowd, an accepted atom of the influential aggregate. As he was not remarkable for his talents or his person, and as his establishment, though well appointed, offered no singular splendor, it was rather strange that a gentleman who had apparently dropped from the clouds, or crept out of a kennel, should have succeeded in planting himself so vigorously in a soil which shrinks from anything not indigenous, unless it be recommended by very powerful qualities. But Mr. Blandford was good-tempered, and was now easy and experienced, and there was a vague tradition that he was immensely rich, a rumor which Mr. Blandford always contradicted in a manner which skillfully confirmed its truth. Does Mirabell dine with you, Sharp? Inquired Lord Castlefish of his host, who nodded assent. You won't wait for him, I hope, said his lordship. By the by, Blandford, you shirked last night. I promised to look in at the poor Duke's before he went off, said Mr. Blandford. Oh, he is gone, has he? Said Lord Castlefish. Does he take his cook with him? But here the servant ushered in Count Alcibiades de Mirabell, Charles Dorincourt, and Mr. Bevel. Excellent, Sharp. How do you do? Exclaimed the Count. Castlefish, what underscore Batiste underscore have you been talking to Crocky about Felix Winchester? Good Blandford, excellent Blandford, how's my good Blandford? Mr. Bevel was a tall and handsome young man, of a great family and great estate, who passed his life in an imitation of Count Alcibiades de Mirabell. He was always dressed by the same tailor, and it was his pride that his cab or his underscore vis-a-vis underscore was constantly mistaken for the equipage of his model, and really now, as the shade stood beside its substance, quite as tall, almost as good-looking, with the satin-lined coat thrown open with the same style of flowing grandeur, and revealing a breastplate of starched cambric scarcely less broad and brilliant, the uninitiated might have held the resemblance as perfect. The wristbands were turned up with not less compact precision and were fastened by jeweled studs that glittered with not less radiancy. The satin waistcoat, the creaseless hosen were the same, and if the foot were not quite as small, its Parisian polish was not less bright. But here, unfortunately, Mr. Bevel's mimetic powers deserted him. We start, for soul is wanting there. The Count Mirabel could talk at all times, and at all times well, Mr. Bevel never opened his mouth. Practiced in the world, the Count Mirabel was nevertheless the child of impulse, though a native grace and an intuitive knowledge of mankind made every word pleasing and every act appropriate. Mr. Bevel was all art, and he had not the talent to conceal it. The Count Mirabel was gay, careless, generous. Mr. Bevel was solemn, calculating, and rather a screw. It seemed that the Count Mirabel's feelings grew daily more fresh, and his faculty of enjoyment more keen and relishing. It seemed that Mr. Bevel could never have been a child, but that he must have issued to the world ready equipped, like Minerva, with a cane instead of a lance and a fancy hat instead of a helmet. His essence of high breeding was never to be astonished, and he never permitted himself to smile, except in the society of intimate friends. Charles Doricourt was another friend of the Count Mirabel, but not his imitator. His feelings were really worn, but it was a fact he always concealed. He had entered life at a remarkably early age and had experienced every scrape to which youthful flesh is heir. Any other man but Charles Doricourt must have sunk beneath these accumulated disasters, but Charles Doricourt always swam. Nature had given him an intrepid soul. Experience had cased his heart with iron. But he always smiled, and audacious, cool, and cutting, and very easy. He thoroughly despised mankind, upon whose weaknesses he practiced without remorse. But he was polished and amusing and faithful to his friends. The world admired him and called him Charlie, from which it will be inferred that he was a privileged person and was applauded for 1,000 actions, which in anyone else would have been met with decided reprobation. "Who is that young man?" inquired the Count Mirabel of Mr. Bond Sharp, taking his host aside and pretending to look at a picture. "He is Captain Armine, the only son of Sir Ratcliffe Armine. He has just returned to England after a long absence." "I like his appearance," said the Count. "It is very distinguished." Dinner and Lord Catchimwoken were announced at the same moment. Captain Armine found himself seated next to the Count Mirabel. The dinners at Mr. Bond Sharp's were dinners which his guests came to eat. Mr. Bond Sharp had engaged for his clubhouse the most celebrated of living artists, a gentleman who, it was said, received 1,000 a year, whose convenience was studied by a chariot and amusement secured by a box at the French play. There was, therefore, at first little conversation, save criticism on the performances before them, and that chiefly panegyrical. Each dish was delicious, each wine exquisite, and yet, even in these occasional remarks, Ferdinand was pleased with the lively fancy of his neighbor, affording an elegant contrast to the somewhat gross unction with which Lord Castlefish, whose very soul seemed wrapped up in his occupation, occasionally expressed himself. "Will you take some wine, Captain Armine?" said the Count Mirabel, with a winning smile. "You have recently returned here?" "Very recently," said Ferdinand. "And you are glad?" "As it may be. I hardly know whether to rejoice or not." "Then, by all means rejoice," said the Count, "for, if you are in doubt, it surely must be best to decide upon being pleased." "I think this is the most infernal country there ever was," said Lord Catchimwoken. "My dear Catch," said the Count Mirabel, "you think so, do you?" "You make a mistake. You think no such thing, my dear Catch." "Why is it the most infernal? Is it because the women are the handsomest, or because the horses are the best? Is it because it is the only country where you can get a good dinner, or because it is the only country where there are fine wines? Or is it because it is the only place where you can get a coat made, or where you can play without being cheated, or where you can listen to an opera without your ears being destroyed? Now, my dear Catch, you pass your life in dressing and in playing hazard, in eating good dinners, in drinking good wines, in making love, in going to the opera, and in riding fine horses. Of what, then, have you to complain? Oh, the damned climate. On the contrary, it is the only good climate there is. In England you can go out every day and at all hours, and then, to those who love variety, like myself, you are not sure of seeing the same sky every morning you rise, which, for my part, I think the greatest of all existing sources of ennui. You reconcile me to my country, Count, said Ferdinand, smiling. You are a sensible man, but that dear Catch is always repeating nonsense which he hears from somebody else. Tomorrow, he added, in a low voice, he will be for the climate. The conversation of men, when they congregate together, is generally dedicated to one of two subjects, politics or women. In the present instance, the party was not political, and it was the fair sex, and particularly the most charming portion of it, in the good metropolis of England, that were subject to the poignant criticism or the profound speculation of these practical philosophers. There was scarcely a celebrated beauty in London, from the proud peeress to the vain opera dancer, whose charms and conduct were not submitted to their masterly analysis. And yet it would be but fair to admit that their critical ability was more eminent and satisfactory than their abstract reasoning upon this interesting topic, for it was curious to observe that, though everyone present piqued himself upon his profound knowledge of the sex, not two of the sages agreed in the constituent principles of female character. One declared that women were governed by their feelings, another maintained that they had no heart, a third propounded that it was all imagination, a fourth that it was all vanity. Lord Castlefish muttered something about their passions, and Charlie Dorycourt declared that they had no passions whatever. But they all agreed in one thing, to wit, that the man who permitted himself a moment's uneasiness about a woman was a fool. All this time Captain Armine spoke little, but ever to the purpose, and chiefly to the Count Mirabel, who pleased him. Being very handsome, and, moreover, of a distinguished appearance, this silence on the part of Ferdinand made him a general favourite, and even Mr. Beville whispered his approbation to Lord Catchimwoken. The fact is, said Charles Dorycourt, it is only boys and old men who are plagued by women. They take advantage of either state of childhood. Castlefish. In that respect, then, somewhat resembling you, Charlie, replied his lordship, who did not admire the appeal. For no one can doubt you plagued your father. I was out of my teens, fortunately, before you played écarté. Come, good old fish, said Count Mirabel, take a glass of claret, and do not look so fierce. You know very well that Charlie learned everything of you. He never learned from me to spend a fortune upon an actress, said his lordship. I always spent a fortune, but, thank heaven, it was on myself. Well, as for that, said the Count, I think there is something great in being ruined for one's friends. If I were as rich as I might have been, I would not spend much on myself. My wants are few, a fine house, fine carriages, fine horses, a complete wardrobe, the best opera box, the first cook, and pocket money. That is all I require. I have these, and I get on pretty well, but if I had a princely fortune I would make every good fellow I know quite happy. Well, said Charles Dorycourt, you are a lucky fellow, Mirabel. I have had horses, houses, carriages, opera boxes, and cooks, and I have had a great estate, but pocket money I never could get. Pocket money was the thing which always cost me the most to buy of all. The conversation now fell upon the theatre. Mr. Bond Sharp was determined to have a theatre. He believed it was reserved for him to revive the drama. Mr. Bond Sharp piqued himself upon his patronage of the stage. He certainly had a great admiration of actresses. There was something in the management of a great theatre which pleased the somewhat imperial fancy of Mr. Bond Sharp. The manager of a great theatre is a kind of monarch. Mr. Bond Sharp longed to seat himself on the throne, with the prettiest women in London for his court, and all his fashionable friends rallying round their sovereign. He had an impression that great results might be obtained with his organizing energy and illimitable capital. Mr. Bond Sharp had unbounded confidence in the power of capital. Capital was his deity. He was confident that it could always produce alike genius and triumph. Mr. Bond Sharp was right. Capital is a wonderful thing, but we are scarcely aware of this fact until we are past 30, and then, by some singular process, which we will not now stop to analyze, one's capital is in general sensibly diminished. As men advance in life, all passions resolve themselves into money. Love, ambition, even poetry, end in this. "Are you going to Shropshire's this autumn, Charlie?" said Lord Catchimwoken. "Yes, I shall go." "I don't think I shall," said his lordship. "It is such a bore." "It is rather a bore, but he is a good fellow." "I shall go," said Count Mirabel. "You are not afraid of being bored," said Ferdinand, smiling. "Between ourselves, I do not understand what this being bored is," said the Count. "He who is bored appears to me a bore. To be bored supposes the inability of being amused. You must be a dull fellow. Wherever I may be, I thank heaven that I am always diverted." "But you have such nerves, Mirabel," said Lord Catchimwoken. "By Jove, I envy you. You are never floored." "Floored? What an idea! What should floor me? I live to amuse myself, and I do nothing that does not amuse me. Why should I be floored? Why, I do not know, but every other man is floored now and then. As for me, my spirits are sometimes something dreadful." "When you have been losing." "Well, we cannot always win. Can we, Sharp?" "That would not do. But, by Jove, you are always in good humor, Mirabel, when you lose." "Fancy a man ever being in low spirits," said the Count Mirabel. "Life is too short for such _bêtises_. The most unfortunate wretch alive calculates unconsciously that it is better to live than to die. Well, then, he has something in his favor. Existence is a pleasure, and the greatest. The world cannot rob us of that, and if it is better to live than to die, it is better to live in a good humor than a bad one. If a man be convinced that existence is the greatest pleasure, his happiness may be increased by good fortune, but it will be essentially independent of it. He who feels that the greatest source of pleasure always remains to him ought never to be miserable. The sun shines on all. Every man can go to sleep. If you cannot ride a fine horse, it is something to look upon one. If you have not a fine dinner, there is some amusement in a crust of bread and Gruyere. Feel slightly, think little, never plan, never brood. Everything depends upon the circulation. Take care of it. Take the world as you find it. Enjoy everything. Vive la bagatelle, Here the gentlemen rose, took their coffee, and ordered their carriages. "Come with us," said Count Mirabel to Ferdinand. Our hero accepted the offer of his agreeable acquaintance. There was a great prancing and rushing of cabs and vis-a-vis at Mr. Bond Sharp's door, and in a few minutes the whole party were dashing up St. James Street, where they stopped before a splendid building, resplendent with lights and illuminated curtains. "Come, we will make you an honorary member, mon cher Captain Armine," said the Count, "and do not say lasciate ogni speranza when you enter here." They ascended a magnificent staircase and entered a sumptuous and crowded saloon, in which the entrance of Count Mirabel and his friends made no little sensation. Mr. Bond Sharp glided along, dropping oracular sentences, without condescending to stop to speak to those whom he addressed. Charlie Dorincourt and Mr. Blandford walked away together, towards a further apartment. Lord Castlefish and Lord Catchimwoken were soon busied with écarté. "Well, Fainville, good general, how do you do?" said Count Mirabel. "Where have you dined today?" "At the Balcombes?" "You are a very brave man, mon general." Stock, good stock, excellent stock," he continued, addressing Mr. Million de Stockville. "That Burgundy you sent me is capital. How are you, my dear fellow?" "Quite well." "Fitzwarrene, I did that for you. Your business is all right." My good Massey mon cher, mon brave Anderson will let you have that horse." "And what is doing here? Is there any fun?" "Fitzwarrene, let me introduce you to my friend Captain Armine," in a lower tone. "Excellent garçon, you will like him very much. We have been all dining at Bond's." "A good dinner?" "Of course a good dinner. I should like to see a man who would give me a bad dinner. That would be a _bêtise_, to ask me to dine, and then give me a bad dinner." I say, Mirabelle, exclaimed a young man, have you seen Horace Poppington about the match? It is arranged. 'Tis the day after tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Well, I bet on you, you know. Of course you bet on me. Would you think of betting on that good pup, with that gun? Puh. Underscore eh. Bien, underscore I shall go in the next room. And the Count walked away, followed by Mr. Bevel. Ferdinand remained talking for some time with Lord Fitzwarren. By degrees the great saloon had become somewhat thinner. Some had stolen away to the house, where a division was expected. Quiet men, who just looked in after dinner, had retired, and the playmen were engaged in the contiguous apartments. Mr. Bond Sharp approached Ferdinand, and Lord Fitzwarren took this opportunity of withdrawing. I believe you never play, Captain Armine, said Mr. Bond Sharp. Never, said Ferdinand. You are quite right. I am rather surprised at your being of that opinion, said Ferdinand, with a smile. Mr. Bond Sharp shrugged his shoulders. There will always be votaries enough, said Mr. Bond Sharp, whatever may be my opinion. This is a magnificent establishment of yours, said Ferdinand. Yes, it is a very magnificent establishment. I have spared no expense to produce the most perfect thing of the kind in Europe, and it is the most perfect thing of the kind. I am confident that no noble in any country has an establishment better appointed. I dispatched an agent to the continent to procure this furniture. His commission had no limit, and he was absent 2 years. My cook was with Charles X. The cellar is the most choice and considerable that was ever collected. I take a pride in the thing, but I lose money by it. Indeed, I have made a fortune, there is no doubt of that, but I did not make it here. It is a great thing to make a fortune, said Ferdinand. Very great, said Mr. Bond Sharp. There is only one thing greater, and that is to keep it when made. Ferdinand smiled. Many men make fortunes, few can keep them, said Mr. Bond Sharp. Money is power, and rare are the heads that can withstand the possession of great power. At any rate, it is to be hoped that you have discovered this more important secret, said Ferdinand, though I confess to judge from my own experience, I should fear that you are too generous. I had forgotten that to which you allude, said his companion quietly. But with regard to myself, whatever may be my end, I have not yet reached my acme. You have at least my good wishes, said Ferdinand. I may some day claim them, said Mr. Bond Sharp. My position, he continued, is difficult. I have risen by pursuits which the world does not consider reputable, yet if I had not had recourse to them, I should be less than nothing. My mind, I think, is equal to my fortune. I am still young, and I would now avail myself of my power and establish myself in the land, a recognized member of society. But this cannot be. Society shrinks from an obscure foundling, a prize-fighter, a leg, a hell-keeper, and an usurer. Debarred therefore from a fair theatre for my energy and capital, I am forced to occupy, perhaps exhaust, myself in multiplied speculations. Hitherto they have flourished, and perhaps my theatre, or my newspaper, may be as profitable as my stud. But I would gladly emancipate myself. These efforts seem to me, as it were, unnecessary and unnatural. The great object has been gained. It is a tempting of fate. I have sometimes thought myself the Napoleon of the sporting world. I may yet find my St. Helena. Forewarned, forearmed, Mr. Sharp. I move in a magic circle. It is difficult to extricate myself from it. Now, for instance, there is not a man in the room who is not my slave. You see how they treat me. They place me upon an equality with them. They know my weakness. They fool me to the top of my bent. And yet there is not a man in that room who, if I were to break tomorrow, would walk down St. James Street to serve me. Yes, there is one. There is the Count. He has a great and generous soul. I believe Count Mirabel sympathizes with my situation. I believe he does not think, because a man has risen from an origin the most ignoble and obscure to a powerful position, by great courage and dexterity, and let me add also, by some profound thought, by struggling too, be it remembered, with a class of society as little scrupulous, though not so skillful as himself, that he is necessarily an infamous character. What if, at 18 years of age, without a friend in the world, trusting to the powerful frame and intrepid spirit with which nature had endowed me, I flung myself into the ring? Who should be a gladiator if I were not? Is that a crime? What if, at a later period, with a brain for calculation which none can rival, I invariably succeeded in that in which the greatest men in the country fail? Am I to be branded because I have made $500,000 by a good book? What if I have kept a gambling house? From the back parlor of an oyster shop, my hazard table has been removed to this palace. Had the play been foul, this metamorphosis would never have occurred. It is true I am an usurer. My dear sir, if all the usurers in this great metropolis could only pass in procession before you at this moment, how you would start. You might find some right honorables among them, many a great functionary, many a grave magistrate, fathers of families, the very models of respectable characters, patrons and presidents of charitable institutions, and subscribers for the suppression of those very gaming houses whose victims, in 9 cases out of 10, are their principal customers. I speak not in bitterness. On the whole, I must not complain of the world, but I have seen a great deal of mankind, and more than most, of what is considered its worst portion. The world, Captain Armine, believe me, is neither so bad nor so good as some are apt to suppose. And after all, said Mr. Bond Sharp, shrugging up his shoulders, perhaps we ought to say with our friend the Count, _vive la bagatelle, will you take some supper? Chapter 14. Miss Grandison piques the curiosity of Lord Montfort, and Count Mirabel drives Ferdinand down to Richmond, which drive ends in an agreeable adventure and an unexpected confidence _. The discovery that Henrietta Temple was the secret object of Ferdinand's unhappy passion was a secret which Miss Grandison prized like a true woman. Not only had she made this discovery, but from her previous knowledge and her observation during her late interview with Miss Temple, Catherine was persuaded that Henrietta must still love her cousin as before. Miss Grandison was attached to Henrietta, she was interested in her cousin's welfare, and devoted to the Armine family. All her thoughts and all her energies were engaged in counteracting, if possible, the consequences of those unhappy misconceptions which had placed them all in this painful position. It was on the next day that she had promised to accompany the Duchess and Henrietta on a water excursion. Lord Montfort was to be their cavalier. In the morning she found herself alone with his lordship in St. James Square. "What a charming day," said Miss Grandison. "I anticipate so much pleasure." "Who is our party?" "Ourselves alone," said Lord Montfort. "Lady Armine cannot come, and Captain Armine is engaged. I fear you will find it very dull, Miss Grandison." "Oh, not at all. By the by, do you know I was surprised yesterday at finding that Ferdinand and Henrietta were such old acquaintances." "Were you?" said Lord Montfort, in a peculiar tone. "It is odd that Ferdinand never will go with us anywhere." "I think it is very bad taste." "I think so too," said Lord Montfort. "I should have thought that Henrietta was the very person he would have admired, that he would have been quite glad to be with us." "I can easily understand his being wearied to death with a cousin," said Miss Grandison, "but Henrietta, it is so strange that he should not avail himself of the delight of being with her." "Do you really think that such a cousin as Miss Grandison can drive him away?" "Why, to tell you the truth, dear Lord Montfort, Ferdinand is placed in a very awkward position with me. You're our friend, and so I speak to you in confidence. Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine both expect that Ferdinand and myself are going to be married. Now, neither of us has the slightest intention of anything of the sort." "Very strange, indeed," said Lord Montfort. "The world will be much astonished, more so than myself, for I confess to a latent suspicion on the subject." "Yes, I was aware of that," said Miss Grandison, "or I should not have spoken with so much frankness. For my own part, I think we are very wise to insist upon having our own way, for an ill-assorted marriage must be a most melancholy business." Miss Grandison spoke with an air almost of levity, which was rather unusual with her. "An ill-assorted marriage," said Lord Montfort. "And what do you call an ill-assorted marriage, Miss Grandison?" "Why, many circumstances might constitute such an union," said Catherine, but I think if one of the parties were in love with another person, that would be quite sufficient to ensure a tolerable portion of wretchedness. I think so too, said Lord Montfort. An union, under such circumstances, would be ill-assorted. But Miss Grandison is not in that situation, he added with a faint smile. That is scarcely a fair question, said Catherine with gaiety, but there is no doubt Ferdinand Armine is. Indeed. Yes, he is in love, desperately in love, that I have long discovered. I wonder with whom it can be. I wonder, said Lord Montfort. Do you? Said Miss Grandison. Well, I have sometimes thought that you might have a latent suspicion of that subject, too. I thought you were his confidant. I, said Lord Montfort. I, of all men in the world? And why not you of all men in the world? Said Miss Grandison. Our intimacy is so slight, said Lord Montfort. Said Miss Grandison. And now I think of it, it does appear to me very strange how we have all become suddenly such intimate friends. The Armines and your family not previously acquainted, Miss Temple, too, unknown to my aunt and uncle. And yet we never live now out of each other's sight. I am sure I am grateful for it. I am sure it is very agreeable, but still it does appear to me to be very odd. I wonder what the reason can be. It is that you are so charming, Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort. A compliment from you. Indeed, no compliment, dearest Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort, drawing near her. Favored as Miss Temple is in so many respects, in none, in my opinion, is she more fortunate than in the possession of so admirable a friend. Not even in the possession of so admirable a lover, my lord? All must love Miss Temple who are acquainted with her, said Lord Montfort, seriously. Indeed, I think so, said Catherine, in a more subdued voice. I love her. Her career fills me with a strange and singular interest. May she be happy, for happiness she indeed deserves. I have no fonder wish than to secure that happiness, Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort. By any means, he added. She is so interesting, said Catherine. When you first knew her she was very ill? Very. She seems quite recovered. I hope so. Mr. Temple says her spirits are not what they used to be. I wonder what was the matter with her. Lord Montfort was silent. I cannot bear to see a fine spirit broken, continued Miss Grandison. There was Ferdinand. Oh, if you had but known my cousin before he was unhappy. Oh, that was a spirit. He was the most brilliant being that ever lived. And then I was with him during all his illness. It was so terrible. I almost wish we could have loved each other. It is very strange, he must have been ill at Armine, at the very time Henrietta was ill in Italy. And I was with him in England, while you were solacing her. And now we are all friends. There seems a sort of strange destiny in our lots, does there not? A happy lot that can in any way be connected with Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort. At this moment her Grace and Henrietta entered. The carriage was ready, and in a few minutes they were driving to Whitehall Stairs, where a beautiful boat awaited them. In the meantime, Ferdinand Armine was revolving the strange occurrences of yesterday. Altogether it was an exciting and satisfactory day. In the first place, he had extricated himself from his most pressing difficulties. In the next, he had been greatly amused, and thirdly, he had made a very interesting acquaintance, for such he esteemed Count Mirabel. Just at the moment when, lounging over a very late breakfast, he was thinking of Bond Sharpe and his great career, and then turning in his mind whether it were possible to follow the gay counsels of his friends of yesterday, and never plague himself about a woman again, the Count Mirabel was announced. Mon cher Armine, said the Count. You see I kept my promise and would find you at home. The Count stood before him, the best-dressed man in London, fresh and gay as a bird, with not a care on his sparkling visage, and his eye bright with bonhomie. And yet Count Mirabel had been the very last to desert the recent mysteries of Mr. Bond Sharpe, and, as usual, the dappled light of dawn had guided him to his luxurious bed, that bed which always afforded him serene slumbers, whatever might be the adventures of the day, or the result of the night's campaign. How the Count Mirabel did laugh at those poor devils who wake only to moralize over their own folly with broken spirits and aching heads. Care he knew nothing about, time he defied, indisposition he could not comprehend. He had never been ill in his life, even for 5 minutes. Ferdinand was really very glad to see him. There was something in Count Mirabel's very presence which put everybody in good spirits. His lightheartedness was caught by all. Melancholy was a farce in the presence of his smile, and there was no possible combination of scrapes that could withstand his kind and brilliant raillery. At the present moment, Ferdinand was in a sufficiently good humor with his destiny, and he kept up the ball with effect, so that nearly an hour passed in amusing conversation. "You were a stranger among us yesterday," said Count Mirabel. "I think you were rather diverted. I saw you did justice to that excellent Bond Sharp. That shows that you have a mind above prejudice. Do you know he was by far the best man at the table except ourselves?" Ferdinand smiled. "It is true, he has a heart and a brain. Old Castlefish has neither. As for the rest of our friends, some have hearts without brains, and the rest brains without hearts. Which do you prefer?" "'Tis a fine question," said Ferdinand, "and yet I confess I should like to be callous." But you cannot be," said the Count. "You have a soul of great sensibility. I see that in a moment." "You see very far and very quickly, Count Mirabel," said Ferdinand, with a little reserve. "Yes, in a minute," said the Count. "In a minute I read a person's character. I know you are very much in love, because you changed countenance yesterday when we were talking of women." Ferdinand changed countenance again. "You are a very extraordinary man, Count," he at length observed. "Of course, but _mon cher _Armine, what a fine day this is. What are you going to do with yourself?" "Nothing, I never do anything," said Ferdinand, in an almost mournful tone. "A melancholy man. _quelle bêtise, I will cure you. I will be your friend and put you all right. Now, we will just drive down to Richmond. We will have a light dinner, a flounder, a cutlet, and a bottle of champagne, and then we will go to the French play. I will introduce you to Jenny Vertper. She is full of wit. Perhaps she will ask us to supper. _Allons, mon ami, mon cher _Armine, _Allons, mon brave, _ Ceremony was a farce with Alcibiades de Mirabel. Ferdinand had nothing to do. He was attracted to his companion. The effervescence produced by yesterday's fortunate adventure had not quite subsided. He was determined to forget his sorrows, and, if only for a day, join in the lively chorus of _vive la bagatelle, _so. In a few moments, he was safely ensconced in the most perfect cabriolet in London, whirled along by a horse that stepped out with a proud consciousness of its master. The Count Mirabel enjoyed the drive to Richmond as if he had never been to Richmond in his life. The warm sun, the western breeze, every object he passed and that passed him called for his praise or observation. He inoculated Ferdinand with his gaiety, as Ferdinand listened to his light, lively tales and his flying remarks, so full of merriment and poignant truth and daring fancy. When they had arrived at the Star and Garter and ordered their dinner, they strolled into the park, along the terrace walk, and they had not proceeded 50 paces when they came up with the Duchess and her party, who were resting on a bench and looking over the valley. Ferdinand would gladly have bowed and passed on, but that was impossible. He was obliged to stop and speak to them, and it was difficult to disembarrass himself of friends who greeted him so kindly. Ferdinand presented his companion. The ladies were charmed to know so celebrated a gentleman, of whom they had heard so much. Count Mirabel, who had the finest tact in the world, but whose secret spell, after all, was perhaps only that he was always natural, adapted himself in a moment to the characters, the scene, and the occasion. He was quite delighted at these sources of amusement that had so unexpectedly revealed themselves, and in a few minutes they had all agreed to walk together, and in due time the Duchess was begging Ferdinand and his friend to dine with them. Before Ferdinand could frame an excuse, Count Mirabel had accepted the proposition. After passing the morning together so agreeably, to go and dine in separate rooms, it would be a _bêtise_. This word _bêtise_ settled everything with Count Mirabel. When once he declared that anything was a _bêtise_, he would hear no more. It was a charming stroll. Never was Count Mirabel more playful, more engaging, more completely winning. Henrietta and Catherine alike smiled upon him, and the Duchess was quite enchanted. Even Lord Montfort, who might rather have entertained a prejudice against the Count before he knew him, though none could after, and who was prepared for something rather brilliant, but pretending, presumptuous, fantastic, and affected, quite yielded to his amiable gaiety and his racy and thoroughly genuine and simple manner. So they walked and talked and laughed, and all agreed that it was the most fortunately fine day and the most felicitous rencontre that had ever occurred, until the dinner hour was at hand. The Count was at her Grace's side, and she was leaning on Miss Temple's arm. Lord Montfort and Miss Grandison had fallen back a pace, as their party had increased. Ferdinand fluttered between Miss Temple and his cousin, but would have attached himself to the latter, had not Miss Temple occasionally addressed him. He was glad, however, when they returned to dinner. "We have only availed ourselves of your Grace's permission to join our dinners," said Count Mirabel, offering the Duchess his arm. He placed himself at the head of the table. Lord Montfort took the other end. To the surprise of Ferdinand, Miss Grandison, with a heedlessness that was quite remarkable, seated herself next to the Duchess, so that Ferdinand was obliged to sit by Henrietta Temple, who was thus separated from Lord Montfort. The dinner was as gay as the stroll. Ferdinand was the only person who was silent. "How amusing he is," said Miss Temple, turning to Ferdinand and speaking in an undertone. "Yes, I envy him his gaiety." "Be gay." "I thank you, I dare say I shall in time. I have not yet quite embraced all Count Mirabel's philosophy. He says that the man who plagues himself for 5 minutes about a woman is an idiot. When I think the same, which I hope I may soon, I dare say I shall be as gay." Miss Temple addressed herself no more to Ferdinand. They returned by water. To Ferdinand's great annoyance, the Count did not hesitate for a moment to avail himself of the Duchess's proposal that he and his companion should form part of the crew. He gave immediate orders that his cabriolet should meet him at Whitehall Stairs, and Ferdinand found there was no chance of escape. It was a delicious summer evening. The setting sun bathed the bowers of Fulham with refulgent light, just as they were off delicate Rosebank, but the air long continued warm and always soft, and the last few miles of their pleasant voyage were tinted by the young and glittering moon. "I wish we had brought a guitar," said Miss Grandison. "Count Mirabel, I am sure, would sing to us." "And you will sing to us without a guitar, will you not?" said the Count, smiling. "Henrietta, will you sing?" said Miss Grandison. "With you." "Of course. Now you must," said the Count. So they did. This gliding home to the metropolis on a summer eve, so soft and still, with beautiful faces, as should always be the case, and with sweet sounds, as was the present, there is something very ravishing in the combination. The heart opens. It is a dangerous moment. As Ferdinand listened once more to the voice of Henrietta, even though it was blended with the sweet tones of Miss Grandison, the passionate past vividly recurred to him. Fortunately, he did not sit near her. He had taken care to be the last in the boat. He turned away his face, but its stern expression did not escape the observation of the Count Mirabel. "And now, Count Mirabel, you must really favor us," said the Duchess. "Without a guitar," said the Count, and he began thrumming on his arm for an accompaniment. "Well, when I was with the Duc d'Angoulême in Spain, we sometimes indulged in a serenade at Seville. I will try to remember one. A Serenade of Seville. I. Come forth, the star we love is high o'er Guadalquivir's grove, and tints each tree with golden light. Ah, Rosalie, one smile from thee were far more bright. 2. Come forth, the flowers that fear to blossom in the sun's career the moonlight with their odors greet. Ah, Rosalie, one sigh from thee were far more sweet. 3. Come forth, 1 hour of night, when flowers are fresh and stars are bright, were worth an age of gaudy day. Then, Rosalie, fly to me, nor longer stay. I hope the lady came, said Miss Temple, after such a pretty song. Of course, said the Count, they always come. Ferdinand, will you sing? Said Miss Grandison. I cannot, Catherine. Henrietta, Ask Ferdinand to sing, said Miss Grandison. He makes it a rule never to do anything I ask him, but I am sure you have more influence. Lord Montfort came to the rescue of Miss Temple. Miss Temple has spoken so often to us of your singing, Captain Armine, said his lordship, and yet Lord Montfort, in this allegation, a little departed from the habitual exactitude of his statements. How very strange, thought Ferdinand. Her callousness or her candor baffles me. I will try to sing, he continued aloud, but it is a year, really, since I have sung. In a voice of singular power and melody, and with an expression which increased as he proceeded, until the singer seemed scarcely able to control his emotions, Captain Armine thus proceeded, Captain Armine's song. My heart is like a silent lute some faithless hand has thrown aside. Those chords are dumb, those tones are mute, that once sent forth a voice of pride. Yet, even o'er the lute neglected the wind of heaven will sometimes fly, and, even thus the heart dejected, will sometimes answer to a sigh. 2. And yet to feel another's power may grasp the prize for which I pine, and others now may pluck the flower I cherished for this heart of mine. No more, no more. The hand forsaking, the lute must fall, and shivered lie in silence, and my heart thus breaking, responds not even to a sigh. Miss Temple seemed busied with her shawl. Perhaps she felt the cold. Count Mirabel, next whom she sat, was about to assist her. Her face was turned to the water. It was streaming with tears. Without appearing to notice her, Count Mirabel leant forward and engaged everybody's attention, so that she was unobserved and had time to recover. And yet she was aware that the Count Mirabel had remarked her emotion, and was grateful for his quick and delicate consideration. It was fortunate that Westminster Bridge was now in sight, for after this song of Captain Armine, everyone became dull or pensive. Even Count Mirabel was silent. The ladies and Lord Montfort entered their britska. They bid a cordial adieu to Count Mirabel, and begged him to call upon them in St. James Square, and the Count and Ferdinand were alone. _share Armine, said the Count, as he was driving up Charing Cross. Catch told me you were going to marry your cousin. Which of those two young ladies is your cousin? The fair girl, Miss Grandison. So I understood. She is very pretty, but you are not going to marry her, are you? No, I am not. And who is Miss Temple? She is going to be married to Lord Montfort. Diable, but what a fortunate man. What do you think of Miss Temple? I think of her as all, I suppose, must. She is beautiful. She is the most beautiful woman I ever saw. She marries for money, I suppose. She is the richest heiress in England. She is much richer than my cousin. Say droll . But she does not want to marry Lord Montfort. Why? Because, my dear fellow, she is in love with you. By Jove, Mirabel, what a fellow you are. What do you mean? Mon cher Armine, I like you more than anybody. I wish to be, I am, your friend. Here is some cursed contretemps . There is a mystery, and both of you are victims of it. Tell me everything. I will put you right. My dear Mirabel, it is past even your skill. I thought I could never speak on these things to human being, but I am attracted to you by the same sympathy which you flatter me by expressing for myself. I want a confidant, I need a friend, I am most wretched. Bien. We will not go to the French play. As for Jenny Vertber, we can sup with her any night. Come to my house, and we will talk over everything. But trust me, if you wish to marry Henrietta Temple, you are an idiot if you do not have her. So saying, the Count touched his bright horse, and in a few minutes the cabriolet stopped before a small, but admirably appointed house in Berkeley Square. Now, mon cher, said the Count, coffee and confidence. Chapter 15. In which the Count Mirabel commences his operations with great success. Is there a more gay and graceful spectacle in the world than Hyde Park at the end of a long sunny morning in the merry months of May and June? Where can we see such beautiful women, such gallant cavaliers, such fine horses, and such brilliant equipages? The scene, too, is worthy of such agreeable accessories, the groves, the gleaming waters, and the triumphal arches. In the distance, the misty heights of Surrey and the bowery glades of Kensington. It was the day after the memorable voyage from Richmond. Eminent among the glittering throng, Count Mirabel cantered along on his Arabian, scattering gay recognitions and bright words. He reined in his steed beneath a tree, under whose shade was assembled a knot of listless cavaliers. The Count received their congratulations, for this morning he had won his pigeon match. "Only think of that old fool, Castlefish, betting on popping none," said the Count. "I want to see him, old idiot. Who knows where Charlie is?" "I do, Mirabel," said Lord Catchimwhocan. "He has gone to Richmond with Blandford and the two little Furslers. That good Blandford! Whenever he is in love, he always gives a dinner. It is a droll way to succeed. Apropos, will you dine with me today, Mirabel?" said Mr. Stockill. "Impossible, my dear fellow. I dine with Fitzwarine." "I say, Mirabel," drawled out a young man, "I saw you yesterday driving a man down to Richmond yourself. Who is your friend?" "No one you know or will know. 'Tis the best fellow that ever lived, but he is under my guidance, and I shall be very particular to whom he is introduced." "Lord, I wonder who he can be," said the young man. "I say, Mirabel, you will be done on Goshawk if you don't take care, I can tell you that." "Thank you, good Coventry. If you like to bet the odds, I will take them." "No, my dear fellow, I do not want to bet, but at the same time, you have an opinion that you will not back. That is a luxury, for certainly it is of no use. I would advise you to enjoy it." "Well, I must say, Mirabel," said Lord Catchimwhocan, "I think the same about Goshawk." "Oh no, Catch, you do not think so, you think. Go and take all the odds you can get upon Goshawk. Come, now, tomorrow you will tell me you have a very pretty book. _mon cher Catch." "But do you really think Goshawk will win?" asked Lord Catchimwhocan earnestly. "Certain." "Well, damned if I don't go and take the odds," said his lordship. "Mirabel," said a young noble, moving his horse close to the Count, and speaking in a low voice, "shall you be at home tomorrow morning?" "Certainly. But what do you want?" "I am in a devil of a scrape. I do not know what to do. I want you to advise me." The Count moved aside with his cavalier. "And what is it?" said he. "Have you been losing?" "No, no," said the young man, shaking his head. "Much worse. It is the most infernal business. I do not know what I shall do. I think I shall cut my throat. _Bêtise. It cannot be very bad, if it be not money." "Oh, my dear Mirabel, you do not know what trouble I am in." _mon cher Henri, soyez tranquille, said the Count, in a kind voice. "I am your friend. Rest assured, I will arrange it. Think no more of it until tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and then call on me. If you like, I am at your service at present." "No, no, not here. There are letters." "Ha, ha. Well, tomorrow at 1. In the meantime, do not write any nonsense." At this moment, the Duchess, with a party of equestrians, passed and bowed to the Count Mirabel. "I say, Mirabel," exclaimed a young man, "who is that girl? I want to know. I have seen her several times lately. By Jove, she is a fine creature." "Do not you know Miss Temple?" said the Count. "Fancy a man not knowing Miss Temple. She is the only woman in London to be looked at." Now there was a great flutter in the band, and nothing but the name of Miss Temple was heard. All vowed they knew her very well, at least by sight, and never thought of anybody else. Some asked the Count to present them, others meditated plans by which that great result might be obtained. But, in the midst of all this agitation, Count Mirabel rode away, and was soon by the very lady's side. "What a charming voyage yesterday," said the Count to Miss Temple. "You were amused?" "Very. And to think you should all know my friend Armine so well." "I was astonished, for he will never go anywhere or speak to anyone." "You know him intimately?" said Miss Temple. "He is my brother. There is not a human being in the world I love so much. If you only knew him as I know him. _share Miss Temple, there is not a man in London to be compared with him, so clever and so good. What a heart! So tender. And what talent. There is no one so _spiritual _. You have known him long, Count? Always, but of late I find a great change in him. I cannot discover what is the matter with him. He has grown melancholy. I think he will not live. Indeed. No, I am never wrong. That _share_ Armine will not live. You are his friend, surely. Ah. Yes, but I do not know what it is. Even me he cares not for. I contrive sometimes to get him about a little, yesterday for instance, but today, you see, he will not move. There he is, sitting alone, in a dull hotel, with his eyes fixed on the ground, dark as night. Never was a man so changed. I suppose something has happened to him abroad. When you first knew him, I dare say now, he was the gayest of the gay. He was indeed very different, said Miss Temple, turning away her face. You have known that dear Armine a long time? It seems a long time, said Miss Temple. If he dies, and die he must, I do not think I shall ever be in very good spirits again, said the Count. It is the only thing that would quite upset me. Now do not you think, Miss Temple, that our _share_ Armine is the most interesting person you ever met? I believe Captain Armine is admired by all those who know him. He is so good, so tender, and so clever. Lord Montfort, he knows him very well. They were companions in boyhood, I believe, but they have resumed their acquaintance only recently. We must interest Lord Montfort in his case. Lord Montfort must assist in our endeavors to bring him out a little. Lord Montfort needs no prompting, Count. We are all alike interested in Captain Armine's welfare. I wish you would try to find out what is on his mind, said Count Mirabel. After all, men cannot do much. It requires a more delicate sympathy than we can offer. And yet I would do anything for the _share_ Armine, because I really love him the same as if he were my brother. He is fortunate in such a friend. He does not think so any longer, said the Count. He avoids me. He will not tell me anything. _share_ Miss Temple, this business haunts me. It will end badly. I know that dear Armine so well. No one knows him like me. His feelings are too strong. No one has such strong feelings. Now, of all my friends, he is the only man I know who is capable of committing suicide. God forbid, said Henrietta Temple with emphasis. I rise every morning with apprehension, said the Count. When I call upon him every day, I tremble as I approach his hotel. Are you indeed serious? Most serious. I knew a man once in the same state. It was the Duc de Crillon. He was my brother friend, like this dear Armine. We were at college together. We were in the same regiment. He was exactly like this dear Armine, young, beautiful, and clever, but with a heart all tenderness, terrible passions. He loved Mademoiselle de Guise, my cousin, the most beautiful girl in France. Pardon me, but I told Armine yesterday that you reminded me of her. They were going to be married, but there was _contretemps_. He sent for me. I was in Spain. She married the Viscount de Marsignac. Until that dreadful morning, he remained exactly in the same state as our dear Armine. Never was a melancholy so profound. After the ceremony, he shot himself. No, no, exclaimed Miss Temple in great agitation. Perfectly true. It is the terrible recollection of that dreadful adventure that overcomes me when I see our dear friend here, because I feel it must be love. I was in hopes it was his cousin. But it is not so. It must be something that has happened abroad. Love alone can account for it. It is not his debts that would so overpower him. What are his debts? I would pay them myself. It is a heart-rending business. I am going to him. How I tremble. How good you are, exclaimed Miss Temple with streaming eyes. I shall ever be grateful. I mean, we all must. Oh, do go to him. Go to him directly. Tell him to be happy. It is the song I ever sing, said the Count. I wish some of you would come and see him, or send him a message. It is wise to show him that there are some who take interest in his existence. Now, give me that flower, for instance, and let me give it to him from you. He will not care for it, said Miss Temple. Try. It is a fancy I have. Let me bear it. Miss Temple gave the flower to the Count, who rode off with his prize. It was about 8 o'clock. Ferdinand was sitting alone in his room, having just parted with Glastonbury, who was going to dine in Brook Street. The sun had set, and yet it was scarcely dark enough for artificial light, particularly for a person without a pursuit. It was just that dreary, dismal moment when even the most gay grow pensive if they be alone. And Ferdinand was particularly dull. A reaction had followed the excitement of the last 48 hours, and he was at this moment feeling singularly disconsolate, and upbraiding himself for being so weak as to permit himself to be influenced by Mirabelle's fantastic promises and projects, when his door flew open, and the Count, full-dressed and graceful as a Versailles Apollo, stood before him. _Cher ami, I cannot stop 1 minute. I dine with Fitzwarine, and I am late. I have done your business capitally. Here is a pretty flower. Who do you think gave it me? She did, party. On condition, however, that I should bear it to you, with a message, and what a message. That you should be happy. Nonsense, my dear Count, it is true, but I romanced at a fine rate for it. It is the only way with women. She thinks we have known each other since the deluge. Do not betray me. But, my dear fellow, I cannot stop now. Only, mind, all is changed. Instead of being gay, and seeking her society, and amusing her, and thus attempting to regain your influence, as we talked of last night, mind, suicide is the system. Tomorrow I will tell you all. She has a firm mind and a high spirit, which she thinks is principal. If we go upon the tack of last night, she will marry Montfort and fall in love with you afterwards. That will never do. So we must work upon her fears, her generosity, pity, remorse, and so on. Call upon me tomorrow morning at 2:30, not before, because I have an excellent boy coming to me at 1, who is in a scrape. At 2:30, _Cher Armine, we will talk more. In the meantime, enjoy your flower and rest assured that it is your own fault if you do not fling the good Montfort in a very fine ditch. Chapter 16. In which Mr. Temple surprises his daughter weeping. The Count Mirabel proceeded with his projects with all the ardor, address, and audacity of one habituated to success. By some means or other, he contrived to see Miss Temple almost daily. He paid assiduous court to the Duchess, on whom he had made a favorable impression from the first. In St. James Square he met Mr. Temple, who was partial to the society of a distinguished foreigner. He was delighted with Count Mirabel. As for Miss Grandison, the Count absolutely made her his confidante, though he concealed this bold step from Ferdinand. He established his intimacy in the 3 families, and even mystified Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine so completely that they imagined he must be some acquaintance that Ferdinand had made abroad, and they received him accordingly as one of their son's oldest and most cherished friends. But the most amusing circumstance of all was that the Count, who even in business never lost sight of what might divert or interest him, became great friends with Mr. Glastonbury. Count Mirabel comprehended and appreciated that good man's character. All Count Mirabel's efforts were directed to restore the influence of Ferdinand Armine over Henrietta Temple, and with this view he omitted no opportunity of impressing the idea of his absent friend on that lady's susceptible brain. His virtues, his talents, his accomplishments, his sacrifices, but, above all, his mysterious sufferings and the fatal end which the Count was convinced awaited him, were placed before her in a light so vivid that they engrossed her thought and imagination. She could not resist the fascination of talking about Ferdinand Armine to Count Mirabel. He was the constant subject of their discourse. All her feelings now clustered round his image. She had quite abandoned her old plan of marrying him to his cousin. That was desperate. Did she regret it? She scarcely dared urge to herself this secret question, and yet it seemed that her heart, too, would break were Ferdinand another's. But then, what was to become of him? Was he to be left desolate? Was he indeed to die? And Digby, the amiable, generous Digby, why did she ever meet him? Unfortunate, unhappy woman. And yet she was resolved to be firm. She could not falter. She would be the victim of her duty even if she died at the altar. Almost she wished that she had ceased to live, and then the recollection of Armine came back to her so vividly. And those long days of passionate delight. All his tenderness and all his truth, for he had been true to her, always had he been true to her. She was not the person who ought to complain of his conduct. And yet she was the person who alone punished him. How different was the generous conduct of his cousin. She had pardoned all. She sympathized with him. She sorrowed for him. She tried to soothe him. She labored to unite him to her rival. What must he think of herself? How hard-hearted, how selfish must the contrast prove her? Could he indeed believe now that she had ever loved him? Oh no! He must despise her. He must believe that she was sacrificing her heart to the splendor of rank. Oh, could he believe this? Her Ferdinand, her romantic Ferdinand, who had thrown fortune and power to the winds, but to gain that very heart. What a return had she made him! And for all his fidelity he was punished, lone, disconsolate, forlorn, overpowered by vulgar cares, heartbroken, meditating even death. The picture was too terrible, too harrowing. She hid her face in the pillow of the sofa on which she was seated, and wept bitterly. She felt an arm softly twined round her waist. She looked up. It was her father. "My child," he said, "you are agitated." "Yes, yes, I am agitated," she said, in a low voice. "You are unwell. Worse than unwell. Tell me what ails you, Henrietta." "Grief for which there is no cure." "Indeed? I am greatly astonished." His daughter only sighed. "Speak to me, Henrietta. Tell me what has happened." "I cannot speak. Nothing has happened. I have nothing to say." "To see you thus makes me quite unhappy," said Mr. Temple. "If only for my sake, let me know the cause of this overwhelming emotion. It is a cause that will not please you. Forget, sir, what you have seen. A father cannot. I entreat you tell me. If you love me, Henrietta, speak." Sir, I was thinking of the past." "Is it so bitter?" "Ah, that I should live," said Miss Temple. "Henrietta, my own Henrietta, my child, I beseech you tell me all. Something has occurred, something must have occurred to revive such strong feelings." I know not what to say, but so much happens that surprises me. I know, I have heard, that you have seen one who once influenced your feelings, that you have been thrown in unexpected contact with him. He has not dared. "Say nothing harshly of him," said Miss Temple wildly. "I will not bear it, even from you." "My daughter." Your daughter, but still a woman. Do I murmur? Do I complain? Have I urged you to compromise your honor? I am ready for the sacrifice. My conduct is yours, but my feelings are my own." "Sacrifice, Henrietta." "What sacrifice? I have heard only of your happiness. I have thought only of your happiness. This is a strange return. Father, forget what you have seen, forgive what I have said. But let this subject drop forever. It cannot drop here. Captain Armine prefers his suit," continued Mr. Temple, in a tone of stern inquiry. "What if he did? He has a right to do so. As good a right as he had before. You are rich now, Henrietta, and he perhaps would be faithful." "Oh, Ferdinand," exclaimed Miss Temple, lifting up her hands and eyes to heaven, "and you must endure even this." "Henrietta," said Mr. Temple in a voice of affected calmness, as he seated himself by her side, "listen to me. I am not a harsh parent. You cannot upbraid me with insensibility to your feelings. They have ever engrossed my thought and care, and how to gratify, and when necessary how to soothe them, has long been the principal occupation of my life. If you have known misery, girl, you made that misery yourself. It was not I that involved you in secret engagements and clandestine correspondence. It was not I that made you, my daughter, on whom I have lavished all the solicitude of long years, the dupe of the first calculating libertine who dared to trifle with your affections and betray your heart." "'Tis false," exclaimed Miss Temple, interrupting him. "He is as true and pure as I am, more, much more," she added, in a voice of anguish. "No doubt he has convinced you of it," said Mr. Temple, with a laughing sneer. "Now, mark me," he continued, resuming his calm tone, "you interrupted me. Listen to me. You are the betrothed bride of Lord Montfort. Lord Montfort, my friend, the man I love most in the world, the most generous, the most noble, the most virtuous, the most gifted of human beings. You gave him your hand freely, under circumstances which, even if he did not possess every quality that ought to secure the affection of a woman, should bind you to him with an unswerving faith. Falter one jot, and I whistle you off forever. You are no more daughter of mine. I am as firm as I am fond, nor would I do this, but that I know well I am doing rightly. Yes, take this Armine once more to your heart, and you receive my curse, the deepest, the sternest, the deadliest that ever descended on a daughter's head. My father, my dear, dear father, my beloved father, exclaimed Miss Temple, throwing herself at his feet. Oh, do not say so, oh. Recall those words, those wild, those terrible words. Indeed, indeed, my heart is breaking. Pity me, for God's sake, pity me. I would do more than pity you, I would save you. It is not as you think, she continued, with streaming eyes. Indeed it is not. He has not preferred his suit, he has urged no claim. He has behaved in the most delicate, the most honorable, the most considerate manner. He has thought only of my situation. He met me by accident. My friends are his friends. They know not what has taken place between us. He has not breathed it to human being. He has absented himself from his home, that we might not meet. You must marry Lord Montfort at once. Oh, my father, even as you like. But do not curse me, dream not of such terrible things, recall those fearful words, love me, say I am your child. And Digby, I am true to Digby. But, indeed, can I recall the past, can I alter it? Its memory overcame me. Digby knows all, Digby knows we met, he did not curse me, he was kind and gentle. Oh, my father. My Henrietta, said Mr. Temple, moved, my child. Oh, my father, I will do all you wish, but speak not again as you have spoken of Ferdinand. We have done him great injustice, I have done him great injury. He is good and pure, indeed he is, if you knew all, you would not doubt it. He was ever faithful, indeed he was. Once you liked him. Speak kindly of him, father. He is the victim. If you meet him, be gentle to him, sir, for, indeed, if you knew all, you would pity him. Chapter 17. In which Ferdinand has a very stormy interview with his father. If we pause now to take a calm and comprehensive review of the state and prospects of the three families, in whose feelings and fortunes we have attempted to interest the reader, it must be confessed that, however brilliant and satisfactory they might appear on the surface, the elements of discord, gloom, and unhappiness might be more profoundly discovered, and might even be held as rapidly stirring into movement. Miss Temple was the affianced bride of Lord Montfort, but her heart was Captain Armine's. Captain Armine, in the estimation of his parents, was the pledged husband of Miss Grandison, while he and his cousin had, in fact, dissolved their engagement. Mr. Temple more than suspected his daughter's partiality for Ferdinand. Sir Ratcliffe, very much surprised at seeing so little of his son, and resolved that the marriage should be no further delayed, was about to precipitate confessions, of which he did not dream, and which were to shipwreck all the hopes of his life. The Count Mirabel and Miss Grandison were both engaged in an active conspiracy. Lord Montfort alone was calm, and if he had a purpose to conceal, inscrutable. All things, however, foreboded a crisis. Sir Ratcliffe, astonished at the marked manner in which his son absented himself from Brook Street, resolved upon bringing him to an explanation. At first he thought there might be some lovers' quarrel, but the demeanor of Catherine, and the easy tone in which she ever spoke of her cousin, soon disabused him of this fond hope. He consulted his wife. Now, to tell the truth, Lady Armine, who was a shrewd woman, was not without her doubts and perplexities, but she would not confess them to her husband. Many circumstances had been observed by her which filled her with disquietude, but she had staked all her hopes upon this cast, and she was of a sanguine temper. She was leading an agreeable life. Catherine appeared daily more attached to her, and Lady Armine was quite of opinion that it is always very injudicious to interfere. She endeavored to persuade Sir Ratcliffe that everything was quite right, and she assured him that the season would terminate, as all seasons ought to terminate, by the marriage. And perhaps Sir Ratcliffe would have followed her example, only it so happened that as he was returning home one morning, he met his son in Grosvenor Square. "Why, Ferdinand, we never see you now," said Sir Ratcliffe. "Oh, you are all so gay," said Ferdinand. "How is my mother?" "She is very well. Catherine and herself have gone to see the balloon, with Lord Montfort and Count Mirabel." "Come in," said Sir Ratcliffe, for he was now almost at his door. The father and son entered. Sir Ratcliffe walked into a little library on the ground floor, which was his morning room. "We dine at home today, Ferdinand," said Sir Ratcliffe. "Perhaps you will come." "Thank you, sir, I am engaged." "It seems to me you are always engaged. For a person who does not like gaiety, it is very odd." "Hego," said Ferdinand. "How do you like your new horse, sir?" "Ferdinand, I wish to speak a word to you," said Sir Ratcliffe. "I do not like ever to interfere unnecessarily with your conduct, but the anxiety of a parent will, I think, excuse the question I am about to ask. When do you propose being married?" "Oh, I do not know exactly. Your grandfather has been dead now, you know, much more than a year. I cannot help thinking your conduct singular. There is nothing wrong between you and Catherine, is there?" "Wrong, sir?" "Yes, wrong. I mean, is there any misunderstanding? Have you quarreled?" "No, sir, we have not quarreled. We perfectly understand each other." "I am glad to hear it, for I must say I think your conduct is very unlike that of a lover. All I can say is, I did not win your mother's heart by such proceedings." "Catherine has made no complaint of me, sir?" "Certainly not, and that surprises me still more." Ferdinand seemed plunged in thought. The silence lasted some minutes. Sir Ratcliffe took up the newspaper. His son leant over the mantelpiece and gazed upon the empty fireplace. At length he turned round and said, "Father, I can bear this no longer. The engagement between Catherine and myself is dissolved." "Good God! When and why?" exclaimed Sir Ratcliffe, the newspaper falling from his hand. "Long since, sir, ever since I loved another woman, and she knew it." "Ferdinand!" "Ferdinand!" exclaimed the unhappy father, but he was so overpowered that he could not give utterance to his thoughts. He threw himself in a chair and wrung his hands. Ferdinand stood still and silent, like a statue of destiny, gloomy and inflexible. "Speak again," at length said Sir Ratcliffe. "Let me hear you speak again. I cannot believe what I have heard. Is it indeed true that your engagement with your cousin has been long terminated?" Ferdinand nodded assent. "Your poor mother," exclaimed Sir Ratcliffe. "This will kill her." He rose from his seat and walked up and down the room in great agitation. "I knew all was not right," he muttered to himself. "She will sink under it. We must all sink under it. Madman! You know not what you have done. It is in vain to regret, sir. My sufferings have been greater than yours." "She will pardon you, my boy," said Sir Ratcliffe, in a quicker and kinder tone. "You have lived to repent your impetuous folly. Catherine is kind and generous. She loves us all. She must love you. She will pardon you. Yes, entreat her to forget it. Your mother has great influence with her. She will exercise it. She will interfere. You are very young. All will yet be well. It is as impossible for me to marry Catherine Grandison as for you yourself to do it, sir," said Ferdinand, in a tone of calmness. "You are not married to another?" "In faith, I am bound by a tie which I can never break." "And who is this person?" "She must be nameless, for many reasons." "Ferdinand," said Sir Ratcliffe, "you know not what you are doing. My life, your mother's, the existence of our family, hang upon your conduct. Yet there is time to prevent this desolation. I am controlling my emotions. I wish you to save us, you all. Throw yourself at your cousin's feet. She is soft-hearted. She may yet be yours." "Dear father, it cannot be." Then, welcome ruin," exclaimed Sir Ratcliffe, in a hoarse voice. "And," he continued, pausing between every word, from the difficulty of utterance, "if the conviction that you have destroyed all our hopes, rewarded us for all our affection, our long devotion, by blasting every fond idea that has ever illumined our sad lives, that I and Constance, poor fools, have clung and clung to. If this conviction can console you, sir, enjoy it, Ferdinand. My son, my child, that I never have spoken an unkind word to, that never gave me cause to blame or check him. Your mother will be home soon, your poor, poor mother. Do not let me welcome her with all this misery. Tell me it is not true. Recall what you have said. Let us forget these harsh words. Reconcile yourself to your cousin. Let us be happy. Father, if my heart's blood could secure your happiness, my life were ready, but this I cannot do. Do you know what is at stake? Everything. All. We can see Armine no more. Our home is gone. Your mother and myself must be exiles. Oh, you have not thought of this. Say you have not thought of this. Ferdinand hid his face. His father, emboldened, urged the fond plea. You will save us, Ferdinand? You will be our preserver? It is all forgotten, is it not? It is a lover's quarrel, after all. Father, why should I trifle with your feelings? Why should I feign what can never be? This sharp interview, so long postponed, ought not now to be adjourned. Indulge no hopes, for there are none. Then by every sacred power I revoke every blessing that since your birth I have poured upon your head. I recall the prayers that every night I have invoked upon your being. Great God, I cancel them. You have betrayed your cousin, you have deserted your mother and myself, you have first sullied the honor of our house, and now you have destroyed it. Why were you born? What have we done that your mother's womb should produce such a curse? Sins of my father, they are visited upon me. And Glastonbury, what will Glastonbury say? Glastonbury, who sacrificed his fortune for you. Mr. Glastonbury knows all, sir, and has always been my confidant. Is he a traitor? For when a son deserts me, I know not whom to trust. He has no thoughts but for our welfare, sir. He will convince you, sir, I cannot marry my cousin. Boy, you know not what you say. Not marry your cousin. Then let us die. It were better for us all to die. My father, be calm, I beseech you. You have spoken harsh words. I have not deserted you or my mother. I never will. If I have wronged my cousin, I have severely suffered, and she has most freely forgiven me. She is my dear friend. As for our house, tell me, would you have that house preserved at the cost of my happiness? You are not the father I supposed, if such indeed be your wish. Happiness, fortune, family, beauty, youth, a sweet and charming spirit, if these will not secure a man's happiness, I know not what might. And these I wished you to possess. Sir, it is in vain for us to converse upon this subject. See Glastonbury, if you will. He can at least assure you that neither my feelings are light nor my conduct hasty. I will leave you now. Ferdinand quitted the room. Sir Ratcliffe did not notice his departure, although he was not unaware of it. He heaved a deep sigh, and was apparently plunged in profound thought. Chapter 18. Ferdinand is arrested by Messrs. Morris and Levison, and taken to a sponging house. It must be confessed that the affairs of our friends were in a critical state. Everyone interested felt that something decisive in their respective fortunes was at hand. And yet, so vain are all human plans and calculations, that the unavoidable crisis was brought about by an incident which no one anticipated. It so happened that the stormy interview between Sir Ratcliffe and his son was overheard by a servant. This servant, who had been engaged by Miss Grandison in London, was a member of a club to which a confidential clerk of Messrs. Morris and Levison belonged. In the ensuing evening, when this worthy knight of the shoulder knot just dropped out for an hour to look in at this choice society, smoke a pipe, and talk over the affairs of his mistress and the nation, he announced the important fact that the match between Miss Grandison and Captain Armine was no go, which, for his part, he did not regret, as he thought his mistress ought to look higher. The confidential clerk of Messrs. Morris and Levison listened in silence to this important intelligence, and communicated it the next morning to his employers. And so it happened that a very few days afterwards, as Ferdinand was lying in bed at his hotel, the door of his chamber suddenly opened, and an individual, not of the most prepossessing appearance, being much marked with smallpox, reeking with gin, and wearing top boots and a Belcher handkerchief, rushed into his room and inquired whether he were Captain Armine. "The same," said Ferdinand. "And pray, sir, who are you?" "Don't wish to be unpleasant," was the answer, "but, sir, you are my prisoner." There is something exceedingly ignoble in an arrest. Ferdinand felt that sickness come over him which the uninitiated in such ceremonies must experience. However, he rallied and inquired at whose suit these proceedings were taken. "Messrs. Morris and Levison, sir." "Cannot I send for my lawyer and give bail?" The bailiff shook his head. "You see, sir, you are taken in execution, so it is impossible." "And the amount of the debt?" "Is 800L, sir." "Well, what am I to do?" "Why, sir, you must go along with us. We will do it very quietly. My follower is in a hackney coach at the door, sir. You can just step in as pleasant as possible. I suppose you would like to go to a house, and then you can send for your friends, you know. Well, if you will go downstairs, I will come to you." The bailiff grinned. "Can't let you out of my sight, sir." "Why, I cannot dress if you are here." The bailiff examined the room to see if there were any mode of escape. There was no door but the entrance. The window offered no chance. "Well, sir," he said, "I likes to do things pleasant. I can stand outside, sir, but you must be quick." Ferdinand rang for his servant. When Louis clearly understood the state of affairs, he was anxious to throw the bailiff out of the window, but his master prevented him. Mr. Glastonbury had gone out some 2 hours. Ferdinand sent Louis with a message to his family to say he was about leaving town for a few days, and impressing upon him to be careful not to let them know in Brook Street what had occurred. He completed his rapid toilet and accompanied the sheriff's officer to the hackney coach that was prepared for him. As they jogged on in silence, Ferdinand revolved in his mind how it would be most advisable for him to act. Any application to his own lawyer was out of the question. That had been tried before, and he felt assured that there was not the slightest chance of that gentleman discharging so large a sum, especially when he was aware that it was only a portion of his client's liabilities. He thought of applying for advice to Count Mirabel or Lord Catchimwoken, but with what view? He would not borrow the money of them, even if they would lend it, and as it was, he bitterly reproached himself for having availed himself so easily of Mr. Bond Sharpe's kind offices. At this moment, he could not persuade himself that his conduct had been strictly honorable to that gentleman. He had not been frank in the exposition of his situation. The money had been advanced under a false impression, if not absolutely borrowed under a false pretense. He cursed Catchimwoken and his levity. The honor of the Armines was gone, like everything else that once belonged to them. The result of Ferdinand's reflections was that he was utterly done up, that no hope or chance of succor remained for him, that his career was closed, and not daring to contemplate what the consequences might be to his miserable parents, he made a desperate effort to command his feelings. Here the coach turned up a dingy street, leading out of the lower end of Oxford Street, and stopped before a large but gloomy dwelling, which Ferdinand's companion informed him was a sponging house. "I suppose you would like to have a private room, sir? You can have every accommodation here, sir, and feel quite at home, I assure you." In pursuance of this suggestion, Captain Armine was ushered into the best drawing-room, with barred windows, and treated in the most aristocratic manner. It was evidently the chamber reserved only for unfortunate gentlemen of the utmost distinction. It was amply furnished with a mirror, a loo table, and a very hard sofa. The walls were hung with old-fashioned caricatures by Bunbury. The fire-irons were of polished brass. Over the mantelpiece was the portrait of the master of the house, which was evidently a speaking likeness, and in which Captain Armine fancied he traced no slight resemblance to his friend Mr. Levison, and there were also some sources of literary amusement in the room, in the shape of a Hebrew Bible and the racing calendar. After walking up and down the room for an hour, meditating over the past, for it seemed hopeless to trouble himself any further with the future, Ferdinand began to feel faint, for it may be recollected that he had not even breakfasted. So pulling the bell-rope with such force that it fell to the ground, a funny little waiter immediately appeared, awed by the sovereign ring, and having, indeed, received private intelligence from the bailiff that the gentleman in the drawing-room was a regular knob. And here, perhaps, I should remind the reader that of all the great distinctions in life none perhaps is more important than that which divides mankind into the two great sections of envious and snobs. It might seem at the first glance that if there were a place in the world which should level all distinctions, it would be a debtor's prison. But this would be quite an error. Almost at the very moment that Captain Armine arrived at his sorrowful hotel, a poor devil of a tradesman who had been arrested for £50 and torn from his wife and family had been forced to repair to the same asylum. He was introduced into what is styled the coffee room, being a long, low, unfurnished sanded chamber with a table and benches, and being very anxious to communicate with some friend in order, if possible, to effect his release and prevent himself from being a bankrupt. He had continued meekly to ring at intervals for the last half-hour in order that he might write and forward his letter. The waiter heard the coffee-room bell ring, but never dreamed of noticing it, though the moment the signal of the private room sounded, and sounded with so much emphasis, he rushed upstairs, 3 steps at a time, and instantly appeared before our hero. And all this difference was occasioned by the simple circumstance that Captain Armine was a N.B. and the poor tradesman a snob. "I am hungry," said Ferdinand. "Can I get anything to eat at this damned place?" "What would you like, sir?" "Anything you choose, sir. Mutton chop, rump steak, wool cutlet? Do you a fowl in a quarter of an hour, roast or boiled, sir?" "I have not breakfasted yet. Bring me some breakfast." "Yes, sir," said the little waiter. "Tea, sir? Coffee, eggs, toast, buttered toast, sir? Like any meat, sir? Ham, sir? Tongue, sir? Like a devil, sir? Anything, everything, only be quick." "Yes, sir," responded the waiter. "Beg pardon, sir. No offense, I hope, but custom to pay here, sir. Shall be happy to accommodate you, sir. Know what a gentleman is." "Thank you, I will not trouble you," said Ferdinand. "Get me that note changed." "Yes, sir," replied the little waiter, bowing very low as he disappeared. "Gentleman in best drawing-room wants breakfast. Gentleman in best drawing-room wants change for a £10 note. Breakfast immediately for gentleman in best drawing-room. Tea, coffee, toast, ham, tongue, and a devil. A regular knob." Ferdinand was so exhausted that he had postponed all deliberation as to his situation until he had breakfasted, and when he had breakfasted, he felt dull. It is the consequence of all meals. In whatever light he viewed his affairs, they seemed inextricable. He was now in a sponging house. He could not long remain here. He must be soon in a jail. A jail! What a bitter termination of all his great plans and hopes! What a situation for one who had been betrothed to Henrietta Temple! He thought of his cousin. He thought of her great fortune, which might have been his. Perhaps at this moment they were all riding together in the park. In a few days all must be known to his father. He did not doubt of the result. Armine would immediately be sold, and his father and mother, with the wretched wreck of their fortune, would retire to the continent. What a sad vicissitude! And he had done it all. He, their only child, their only hope, on whose image they had lived, who was to restore the house. He looked at the bars of his windows. It was a dreadful sight. His poor father, his fond mother, he was quite sure their hearts would break. They never could survive all this misery, this bitter disappointment of all their hopes. Little less than a year ago and he was at Bath, and they were all joy and triumph. What a wild scene had his life been since! Oh, Henrietta! Why did we ever meet? That fatal, fatal morning. The cedar tree rose before him, he recalled. He remembered everything. And poor Glastonbury, it was a miserable end. He could not disguise it from himself. He had been most imprudent. He had been mad. And yet so near happiness, perfect, perfect happiness. Henrietta might have been his, and they might have been so happy. This confinement was dreadful. It began to press upon his nerves. No. Occupation, not the slightest resource. He took up the racing calendar. He threw it down again. He knew all the caricatures by heart. They infinitely disgusted him. He walked up and down the room till he was so tired that he flung himself upon the hard sofa. It was intolerable. A jail must be preferable to this. There must be some kind of wretched amusement in a jail, but this ignoble, this humiliating solitude, he was confident he should go mad if he remained here. He rang the bell again. "Yes, sir," said the little waiter. "This place is intolerable to me," said Captain Armine. "I really am quite sick of it. What can I do?" The waiter looked a little perplexed. "I should like to go to jail at once," said Ferdinand. "Lord, sir," said the little waiter. "Yes, I cannot bear this," he continued. "I shall go mad." "Don't you think your friends will call soon, sir?" "I have no friends," said Ferdinand. "I hope nobody will call." "No friends," said the little waiter, who began to think Ferdinand was not such a knob as he had imagined. "Why, if you have no friends, sir, it would be best to go to the Fleet, I think." "By Jove, I think it would be better. Master thinks your friends will call, I am sure." "Nobody knows I am here," said Ferdinand. "Oh," said the little waiter, "you want to let them know, do you, sir?" "Anything sooner. I wish to conceal my disgrace." "Oh, sir, you are not used to it. I dare say you never were nabbed before." "Certainly not." "There it is. If you will be patient, you will see everything go well." "Never, my good fellow. Nothing can go well." "Oh, sir, you are not used to it. A regular knob like you, nabbed for the first time, and for such a long figure, sir, sure not to be diddled. Never knowed such a thing yet. Friends sure to stump down, sir." "The greater the claim, the more difficulty in satisfying it, I should think," said Ferdinand. "Lord, no, sir, you're not used to it. It is only poor devils nabbed for their 50s and 100s that are ever done up. A knob was never nabbed for the sum you are, sir, and ever went to the wall. Trust my experience. I never knowed such a thing." Ferdinand could scarcely refrain from a smile. Even the conversation of the little waiter was a relief to him. "You see, sir," continued that worthy, "Morris and Levison would never have given you such a deuce of a tick unless they knowed your resources. Trust Morris and Levison for that. You done up, sir. A knob like you, that Morris and Levison have trusted for such a tick. Lord, sir, you don't know nothing about it. I could afford to give them 15 shillings in the pound for their debt myself, and a good day's business, too. Friends will stump down, sir, trust me. Well, it is some satisfaction for me to know that they will not, and that Morris and Levison will not get a farthing." "Well, sir," said the incredulous little functionary, "when I find Morris and Levison lose 2,000 or 3,000 pounds by a knob who is nabbed for the first time, I will pay the money myself. That is all I know." Here the waiter was obliged to leave Ferdinand, but he proved his confidence in that gentleman's fortunes by his continual civility, and in the course of the day brought him a stale newspaper. It seemed to Ferdinand that the day would never close. The waiter pestered him about dinner, eulogizing the cook and assuring him that his master was famous for champagne. Although he had no appetite, Ferdinand ordered dinner in order to ensure the occurrence of one incident. The champagne made him drowsy. He was shown to his room, and for a while he forgot his cares in sleep. Chapter 19. The crisis rapidly advances. Henrietta Temple began once more to droop. This change was not unnoticed by her constant companion Lord Montfort, and yet he never permitted her to be aware of his observation. All that he did was still more to study her amusement, if possible, to be still more considerate and tender. Miss Grandison, however, was far less delicate. She omitted no opportunity of letting Miss Temple know that she thought that Henrietta was very unwell, and that she was quite convinced Henrietta was thinking of Ferdinand. Nay, she was not satisfied to confine these intimations to Miss Temple. She impressed her conviction of Henrietta's indisposition on Lord Montfort, and teased him with asking his opinion of the cause. "What do you think is the cause, Miss Grandison?" said his lordship, very quietly. "Perhaps London does not agree with her, but then, when she was ill before she was in the country, and it seems to me to be the same illness." "I wonder you do not notice it, Lord Montfort. A lover to be so insensible, I am surprised. It is useless to notice that which you cannot remedy." "Why do you not call in those who can offer remedies?" said Miss Grandison. "Why not send for Sir Henry?" I think it best to leave Henrietta alone, said Lord Montfort. Do you think it is the mind, then? Said Miss Grandison. It may be, said Lord Montfort. It may be. Upon my word, you are very easy. I am not indifferent, Miss Grandison. There is nothing that I would not do for Henrietta's welfare. Oh, yes, there is something, said Miss Grandison, rather maliciously. You are really an extraordinary person, Miss Grandison, said Lord Montfort. What can you mean by so strange an observation? I have my meaning, but I suppose I may have a mystery as well as anybody else. A mystery, Miss Grandison? Yes, a mystery, Lord Montfort. There is not a single individual in the 3 families who is not a mystery, except myself, but I have found out something. I feel quite easy now. We are all upon an equality. You are a strange person. It may be so, but I am happy, for I have nothing on my mind. Now that poor Ferdinand has told Sir Ratcliffe we are not going to marry, I have no part to play. I hate deception. It is almost as bitter as marrying one who is in love with another person. That must indeed be bitter. And is that the reason that you do not marry your cousin? Inquired Lord Montfort. I may be in love with another person, or I may not, said Miss Grandison. But, however that may be, the moment Ferdinand very candidly told me he was, we decided not to marry. I think we were wise, do not you? Lord Montfort. If you are happy, you are wise, said Lord Montfort. Yes, I am pretty happy as I can well be when all my best friends are miserable. Are they? I think so. My aunt is in tears, my uncle in despair, Ferdinand meditates suicide, Henrietta is pining away, and you, who are the philosopher of the society, you look rather grave. I think we are a most miserable set. I wish we could be all happy, said Lord Montfort. And so we might, I think, said Miss Grandison, at least, some of us. Make us, then, said Lord Montfort. I cannot make you. I think you could, Miss Grandison. At this moment Henrietta entered, and the conversation assumed a different turn. Will you go with us to Lady Bellairs, Kate? Said Miss Temple. The Duchess has asked me to call there this morning. Miss Grandison expressed her willingness. The carriage was waiting, and Lord Montfort offered to attend them. At this moment the servant entered with a note for Miss Grandison. From Glastonbury, she said, Dear Henrietta, he wishes to see me immediately. What can it be? Go to Lady Bellairs and call for me on your return. You must, indeed, and then we can all go out together. And so it was arranged. Miss Temple, accompanied by Lord Montfort, proceeded to Bellair House. Don't come near me, said the old lady when she saw them. Don't come near me. I am in despair. I do not know what I shall do. I think I shall sell all my china. Do you know anybody who wants to buy old china? They shall have it a bargain. But I must have ready money. Ready money I must have. Do not sit down in that chair. It is only made to look at. Oh, if I were rich, like you. I wonder if my china is worth £300. I could cry my eyes out, that I could. The wicked men. I should like to tear them to pieces. Why is not he in Parliament? And then they could not take him up. They never could arrest Charles Fox. I have known him in as much trouble as anyone. Once he sent all his furniture to my house from his lodgings. He lodged in Berry Street. I always look at the house when I pass by. Don't fiddle the pens. I hate people who fiddle. Where is Gregory? Where is my bell? Where is the page? Naughty boy. Why do not you come? There, I do not want anything. I do not know what to do. The wicked men. The greatest favorite I had, he was so charming. Charming people are never rich. He always looked melancholy. I think I will send to the rich man I dine with, but I forget his name. Why do not you tell me his name? My dear Lady Bellair, what is the matter? Don't ask me. Don't speak to me. I tell you I am in despair. Oh, if I were rich, how I would punish those wicked men. Can I do anything? Said Lord Montfort. I do not know what you can do. I have got the tic. I always have the tic when my friends are in trouble. Who is in trouble, Lady Bellair? My dearest friend, the only friend I care about. How can you be so hard-hearted? I called upon him this morning, and his servant was crying. I must get him a place. He is such a good man, and loves his master. Now, do you want a servant? You never want anything. Ask everybody you know whether they want a servant, an honest man who loves his master. There he is crying downstairs in Gregory's room. Poor, good creature. I could cry myself, only it is of no use. Who is his master? Said Lord Montfort. Nobody you know, yes. You know him very well. It is my dear, dear friend, you know him very well. The bailiffs went to his hotel yesterday, and dragged him out of bed, and took him to prison. Oh, I shall go quite distracted. I want to sell my china to pay his debts. Where is Miss Two Shoes? Continued her ladyship. Why don't you answer? You do everything to plague me. Miss Grandison, Lady Bellair? To be sure, it is her lover. Captain Armine? Have I not been telling you all this time? They have taken him to prison. Miss Temple rose and left the room. Poor creature. She is quite shocked. She knows him, too, said her ladyship. I am afraid he is quite ruined. There is a knock. I will make a subscription for him. I dare say it is my grandson. He is very rich and very good-natured. My dear Lady Bellair, said Lord Montfort, rising, favour me by not saying a word to anybody at present. I will just go in the next room to Henrietta. She is intimate with the family and much affected. Now, my dear lady, I entreat you, continued his lordship, do not say a word. Captain Armine has good friends, but do not speak to strangers. It will do harm, it will indeed. You are a good creature, you are a good creature. Go away. Lady Frederick Barrington, my lady, announced the page. She is very witty, but very poor. It is no use speaking to her. I won't say a word. Go to Miss Thingabob, go, go. And Lord Montfort escaped into the saloon as Lady Frederick entered. Henrietta was lying on the sofa. Her countenance was hid. She was sobbing convulsively. Henrietta, said Lord Montfort, but she did not answer. Henrietta, he again said, dear Henrietta. I will do whatever you wish. Save him, she exclaimed. Oh, you cannot save him. And I have brought him to this. Ferdinand. Dearest Ferdinand. Oh, I shall die. For God's sake, be calm, said Lord Montfort. There is nothing I will not do for you for him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, my own Ferdinand, oh. Why did we ever part? Why was I so unjust, so wicked? And he was true. I cannot survive his disgrace and misery. I wish to die. There shall be no disgrace, no misery, said Lord Montfort. Only for God's sake, be calm. There is a chattering woman in the next room. Hush, hush. I tell you I will do everything. You cannot, you must not, you ought not. Kind, generous Digby. Pardon what I have said, forget it, but indeed I am so wretched, I can bear this life no longer. But you shall not be wretched, Henrietta. You shall be happy. Everybody shall be happy. I am Armine's friend, I am indeed. I will prove it. On my honor, I will prove that I am his best friend. You must not. You are the last person, you are indeed. He is so proud. Anything from us will be death to him. Yes, I know him. He will die sooner than be under an obligation to either of us. You shall place him under still greater obligations than this, said Lord Montfort. Yes, Henrietta, if he has been true to you, you shall not be false to him. Digby, Digby, speak not such strange words. I am myself again. I left you that I might be alone. Best and most generous of men, I have never deceived you. Pardon the emotions that even you were not to witness. Take my arm, dearest, let us walk into the garden. I wish to speak to you. Do not tremble. I have nothing to say that is not for your happiness. At all times and under all circumstances, the great object of my thoughts. He raised Miss Temple gently from the sofa, and they walked away far from the observation of Lady Bellair, or the auricular powers, though they were not inconsiderable, of her lively guest. Chapter 20. Underscore, in which Ferdinand receives more than one visit, and finds that adversity has not quite deprived him of his friends. Underscore. In the meantime morning broke upon the unfortunate Ferdinand. He had forgotten his cares in sleep, and, when he woke, it was with some difficulty that he recalled the unlucky incident of yesterday, and could satisfy himself that he was indeed a prisoner. but the bars of his bedroom window left him not very long in pleasing doubt. His friend, the little waiter, soon made his appearance. "Slept pretty well, sir? Same breakfast as yesterday, sir? Tongue and ham, sir? Perhaps you would like a kidney instead of a devil? It will be a change. I have no appetite. It will come, sir. You ain't used to it. Nothing else to do here but to eat. Better try the kidney, sir. Is there anything you fancy? I have made up my mind to go to jail today. Lord. Sir, don't think of it. Something will turn up, sir, take my word." And sooth to say, the experienced waiter was not wrong. For bringing in the breakfast, followed by an underling with a great pomp of plated covers, he informed Ferdinand with a chuckle that a gentleman was inquiring for him. "Told you your friends would come, sir." The gentleman was introduced, and Ferdinand beheld Mr. Glastonbury. "My dear Glastonbury," said Ferdinand, scarcely daring to meet his glance, "this is very kind, and yet I wished to have saved you this." "My poor child," said Glastonbury. "Oh, my dear friend, it is all over. This is a more bitter moment for you even than for me, kind friend. This is a terrible termination of all your zeal and labors." "Nay," said Glastonbury, "let us not think of anything but the present. For what are you held in durance? My dear Glastonbury, if it were only £10, I could not permit you to pay it. So let us not talk of that. This must have happened sooner or later. It has come, and come unexpectedly, but it must be borne, like all other calamities. But you have friends, my Ferdinand. Would that I had not. All that I wish now is that I were alone in the world. If I could hope that my parents would leave me to myself, I should be comparatively easy. But when I think of them and the injury I must do them, it is hell, it is hell." "I wish you would tell me your exact situation," said Mr. Glastonbury. "Do not let us talk of it. Does my father know of this?" "Not yet." "'Tis well. He may yet have a happy day. He will sell Armine." Glastonbury shook his head and sighed. "Is it so bad?" he said. "My dearest friend, if you will know the worst, take it. I am here for nearly £3,000, and I owe at least 10 more. And they will not take bail? Not for this debt. They cannot. It is a judgment debt, the only one." "And they gave you no notice?" "None. They must have heard somehow or other that my infernal marriage was off. They have all waited for that. And now that you see that affairs are past remedy, let us talk of other topics, if you will be so kind as to remain half an hour in this dungeon. I shall quit it directly. I shall go to jail at once." Poor Glastonbury, he did not like to go, and yet it was a most melancholy visit. What could they converse about? Conversation, except on the interdicted subject of Ferdinand's affairs, seemed quite a mockery. At last Ferdinand said, "Dear Glastonbury, do not stay here. It only makes us both unhappy. Send Louis with some clothes for me, and some books. I will let you know before I leave this place. Upon reflection, I shall not do so for 2 or 3 days, if I can stay as long. See my lawyer. Not that he will do anything, nor can I expect him, but he may as well call and see me. Adieu, dear friend." Glastonbury was about to retire when Ferdinand called him back. "This affair should be kept quiet," he said. "I told Louis to say I was out of town in Brook Street. I should be sorry were Miss Temple to hear of it, at least until after her marriage." Ferdinand was once more alone with the mirror, the loo table, the hard sofa, the caricatures which he hated even worse than his host's portrait, the Hebrew Bible, and the racing calendar. It seemed a year that he had been shut up in this apartment. Instead of a day, he had grown so familiar with every object. And yet the visit of Glastonbury had been an event, and he could not refrain from pondering over it. A sponging house seemed such a strange, such an unnatural scene, for such a character. Ferdinand recalled to his memory the tower at Armine, and all its glades and groves, shining in the summer sun, and freshened by the summer breeze. What a contrast to this dingy, confined, close dungeon! And was it possible that he had ever wandered at will in that fair scene with a companion fairer? Such thoughts might well drive a man mad. With all his errors and all his disposition at present not to extenuate them, Ferdinand Armine could not refrain from esteeming himself unlucky. Perhaps it is more distressing to believe ourselves unfortunate than to recognize ourselves as imprudent. A fond mistress or a faithful friend. Either of these are great blessings, and whatever may be one's scrapes in life, either of these may well be sources of consolation. Ferdinand had a fond mistress once, and had Henrietta Temple loved him, why, he might struggle with all these calamities, but that sweet dream was past. As for friends, he had none, at least he thought not. Not that he had to complain of human nature. He had experienced much kindness from mankind, and many were the services he had received from kind acquaintances. With the recollection of Catch, to say nothing of Bond Sharp, and above all, Count Mirabel, fresh in his mind, he could not complain of his companions. Glastonbury was indeed a friend, but Ferdinand sighed for a friend of his own age, knit to him by the same tastes and sympathies, and capable of comprehending all his secret feelings, a friend who could even whisper hope and smile in a sponging house. The day wore away, the twilight shades were descending. Ferdinand became every moment more melancholy, when suddenly his constant ally, the waiter, rushed into the room. "My eye, sir, here is a regular knob inquiring for you. I told you it would be all right. Who is it? Here he is coming up." Ferdinand caught the triumphant tones of Mirabel on the staircase. "Which is the room? Show me directly." Armine _ mon ami. Mon cher _ is this your friendship? To be in this cursed hole, and not send for me. C'est un mauvaise plaisanterie _ to pretend we are friends. How are you, good fellow, fine fellow, excellent Armine? If you were not here I would quarrel with you. There, go away, man. The waiter disappeared, and Count Mirabel seated himself on the hard sofa. "My dear fellow," continued the Count, twirling the prettiest cane in the world, "this is a _ of you to be here and not send for me. Who has put you here? My dear Mirabel, it is all up." "Puh! How much is it?" "I tell you I am done up. It has got about that the marriage is off, and Morris and Levison have nabbed me for all the arrears of my cursed annuities." "But how much?" "Between 2,000 and 3,000. The Count Mirabel gave a whistle. "I brought 500, which I have. We must get the rest somehow or other." "My dear Mirabel, you are the most generous fellow in the world, but I have troubled my friends too much. Nothing will induce me to take a sou from you. Besides, between ourselves, not my least mortification at this moment is someone, 500L, which Bond Sharp let me have the other day for nothing, through Catch. Puh! I am sorry about that, though, because he would have lent us this money. I will ask Bevel. I would sooner die. I will ask him for myself. It is impossible. We will arrange it. I tell you who will do it for us. He is a good fellow and immensely rich. It is Fitzwarren. He owes me great favors. Dear Mirabel, I am delighted to see you. This is good and kind. I am so damned dull here. It quite gladdens me to see you, but do not talk about money. Here is 500L, for other fellows at 500L. We can manage it. No more, no more. I beseech you. But you cannot stop here. Quell droll apartment. Before Charlie Dorycourt was in Parliament he was always in this sort of houses, but I got him out somehow or other. I managed it. Once I bought of the fellow 500 dozen of champagne. A new way to pay old debts, certainly, said Ferdinand. I tell you, have you dined? I was going to, merely to have something to do. I will stop and dine with you, said the Count, ringing the bell, and we will talk over affairs. Laugh, my friend, laugh, my Armine. This is only a scene. This is life. What can we have for dinner, man? I shall dine here. Gentleman's dinner is ordered, my lord. Quite ready, said the waiter. Champagne and ice, my lord? To be sure, everything that is good. Mon cher Armine, we shall have some fun. Yes, my lord, said the waiter, running downstairs. Dinner for best drawing room directly. Green pea soup, turbot, beefsteak, roast duck and boiled chicken, everything that is good, champagne and ice, 2 regular knobs. The dinner soon appeared, and the two friends seated themselves. Potage admirable, said Count Mirabel. The best champagne I ever drank in my life. Mon brave _ your health. This must be Charlie's man, by the wine. I think we will have him up. He will lend us some money. Finest turbot I ever ate. I will give you some of the fins. You are glad to see me, my Armine. You are glad to see your friend. _encore_ champagne. Good Armine, excellent Armine. Keep up your spirits, I will manage these fellows. You must take some bifteak. The most tender bifteak I ever tasted. This is a fine dinner. _encore unver _man, you may go, don't wait. By Jove, Mirabelle, I never was so glad to see anybody in my life. Now you're a friend, I feel quite in spirits. To be sure. Always be in spirits. Say and Betty's not to be in spirits. Everything is sure to go well. You will see how I will manage these fellows, and I will come and dine with you every day until you are out. You shall not be here 48 hours. As I go home I will stop at Mitchell's and get you a novel by Paul de Kock. Have you ever read Paul de Kock's books? Never, said Ferdinand. What a fortunate man to be arrested. Now you can read Paul de Kock. By Jove, you are the most lucky fellow I know. You see, you thought yourself very miserable in being arrested. 'Tis the finest thing in the world, for now you will read Monvoisin and Raymond _. There are always two sides to a case. I am content to believe myself very lucky in having such a friend as you, said Ferdinand, but now as these things are cleared away, let us talk over affairs. Have you seen Henrietta? Of course, I see her every day. I hope she will not know of my crash until she has married. She will not, unless you tell her. And when do you think she will be married? When you please. Cher ami. Point de moquerie, _. By Jove, I am quite serious, exclaimed the Count. I am as certain that you will marry her as that we are in this damned sponging house. Nonsense. The very finest sense in the world. If you will not marry her, I will myself, for I am resolved that good Montfort shall not. It shall never be said that I interfered without a result. Why, if she were to marry Montfort now, it would ruin my character. To marry Montfort after all my trouble, dining with that good Temple, and opening the mind of that little Grandison, and talking fine things to that good Duchess, it would be a failure. What an odd fellow you are, Mirabelle. Of course. Would you have me like other people and not odd? We will drink _la belle Henriette, _Philip. You will be my friend when you are married, eh? Mon Armine, excellent garçon, how we shall laugh some day, and then this dinner will be the best dinner we ever had. But why do you think there is the slightest hope of Henrietta not marrying Montfort? Because my knowledge of human nature assures me that a young woman, very beautiful, very rich, with a very high spirit and an only daughter, will never go and marry one man when she is in love with another, and that other one, my dear fellow, like you. You are more sure of getting her because she is engaged. What a wonderful thing is a knowledge of human nature, thought Ferdinand to himself. The Count's knowledge of human nature is like my friend the waiter's experience. One assures me that I am certain to marry a woman because she is engaged to another person, and the other, that it is quite clear my debts will be paid because they are so large. The Count remained with his friend until 11 o'clock, when everybody was locked up. He invited himself to dine with him tomorrow, and promised that he should have a whole collection of French novels before he awoke, and assuring him over and over again that he looked upon him as the most fortunate of all his friends, and that if he broke the bank at Crocky's tonight, which he fancied he should, he would send him 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. At the same time he shook him heartily by the hand, and descended the staircase of the sponging house, humming _vive la bagatelle Chapter 21. The crisis Although, when Ferdinand was once more left alone to his reflections, it did not appear to him that anything had occurred which should change his opinion of his forlorn lot, there was something, nevertheless, inspiring in the visit of his friend Count Mirabel. It did not seem to him, indeed, that he was one whit nearer extrication from his difficulties than before, and as for the wild hopes as to Henrietta, he dismissed them from his mind as the mere fantastic schemes of a sanguine spirit, and yet his gloom, by some process difficult to analyze, had in great measure departed. It could not be the champagne, for that was a remedy he had previously tried. It was in some degree doubtless the magic sympathy of a joyous temperament, but chiefly it might, perhaps, be ascribed to the flattering conviction that he possessed the hearty friendship of a man whose goodwill was, in every view of the case, a very enviable possession. With such a friend as Mirabel, he could not deem himself quite so unlucky as in the morning. If he were fortunate, and fortunate so unexpectedly, in this instance, he might be so in others. A vague presentiment that he had seen the worst of life came over him. It was equally in vain to justify the consoling conviction or to resist it, and Ferdinand Armine, although in a sponging house, fell asleep in better humor with his destiny than he had been for the last 8 months. His dreams were charming. He fancied that he was at Armine, standing by the Barbary rose tree. It was moonlight. It was, perhaps, a slight recollection of the night he had looked upon the garden from the window of his chamber, the night after he had first seen Henrietta. Suddenly, Henrietta Temple appeared at his window and waved her hand to him with a smiling face. He immediately plucked for her a flower and stood with his offering beneath her window. She was in a riding habit, and she told him that she had just returned from Italy. He invited her to descend, and she disappeared, but instead of Henrietta, there came forward from the old place the Duchess, who immediately inquired whether he had seen his cousin, and then her Grace, by some confused process common in dreams, turned into Glastonbury and pointed to the rose tree, where, to his surprise, Catherine was walking with Lord Montfort. Ferdinand called out for Henrietta, but, as she did not appear, he entered the place, where he found Count Mirabel dining by himself, and just drinking a glass of champagne. He complained to Mirabel that Henrietta had disappeared, but his friend laughed at him, and said that, after such a long ride, leaving Italy only yesterday, he could scarcely expect to see her. Satisfied with this explanation, Ferdinand joined the Count at his banquet, and was awakened from his sleep, and his dream apparently, by Mirabel drawing a cork. Why did he ever wake? It was so real. He had seen her so plainly. It was life. It was the very smile she wore at Ducie, that sunny glance, so full of joy, beauty, and love, which he could live to gaze on. And now he was in prison, and she was going to be married to another. Oh, there are things in this world that may well break hearts. The cork of Count Mirabel was, however, a substantial sound, a gentle tap at his door. He answered it, and the waiter entered his chamber. "Beg pardon, sir, for disturbing you. Only 8 o'clock. "Then why the deuce do you disturb me?" "There has been another nob, sir. I said as how you were not up, and he sent his compliments, and said as how he would call in an hour, as he wished to see you particular." "Was it the Count?" "No, sir, but it was a regular nob, sir, for he had a coronet on his cab. But he would not leave his name. Catch, of course, thought Ferdinand to himself. And sent by Mirabel. I should not wonder if, after all, they have broken the bank at Crocky's. Nothing shall induce me to take a ducat." However, Ferdinand thought fit to rise, and contrived to descend to the best drawing-room about a quarter of an hour after the appointed time. To his extreme surprise, he found Lord Montfort. "My dear friend," said Lord Montfort, looking a little confused, "I am afraid I have sadly disturbed you. But I could not contrive to find you yesterday until it was so late that I was ashamed to knock them up here, and I thought, therefore, you would excuse this early call, as I wished to see you very much indeed." "You are extremely kind," said Captain Armine. "But really I much regret that your lordship should have had all this trouble." "Oh, what is trouble under such circumstances?" replied his lordship. "I cannot pardon myself for being so stupid as not reaching you yesterday. I never can excuse myself for the inconvenience you have experienced." Ferdinand bowed, but was so perplexed that he could not say a word. "I hope, my dear Armine," said his lordship, advancing rather slowly, putting his arm within that of Ferdinand, and then walking up and down the room together, "I hope you will act at this moment towards me as I would towards you, were our respective situations changed." Ferdinand bowed, but said nothing. "Money, you know, my good fellow," continued Lord Montfort, "is a disagreeable thing to talk about, but there are circumstances which should deprive such conversation between us of any awkwardness which otherwise might arise." "I am not aware of them, my lord," said Ferdinand, "though your good feelings command my gratitude." "I think, upon reflection, we shall find that there are some," said Lord Montfort. "For the moment I will only hope that you will esteem those good feelings, and which, on my part, I am anxious should ripen into sincere and intimate friendship, as sufficient authority for my placing your affairs in general in that state that they may in future never deprive your family and friends of society necessary to their happiness. My lord, I am sure that adversity has assumed a graceful hue with me, for it has confirmed my most amiable views of human nature. I shall not attempt to express what I feel towards your lordship for this generous goodness, but I will say I am profoundly impressed with it, not the less because I cannot avail myself in the slightest degree of your offer." "You are too much a man of the world, I am sure, my dear Armine, to be offended by my frankness. I shall, therefore, speak without fear of misconception. It does appear to me that the offer which I have made you is worthy of a little more consideration. You see, my dear friend, that you have placed yourself in such a situation that however you may act the result cannot be one completely satisfactory. The course you should pursue, therefore, as, indeed, all conduct in this world should be, is a matter of nice calculation. Have you well considered the consequences of your rushing upon ruin? In the first place, your family will receive a blow from which even future prosperity may not recover them. Your family estate, already in a delicate position, may be irrecoverably lost. The worldly consequences of such a vicissitude are very considerable. Whatever career you pursue, so long as you visibly possess Armine, you rank always among the aristocracy of the land, and a family that maintains such a position, however decayed, will ultimately recover. I hardly know an exception to this rule. I do not think of all men that you are most calculated to afford one." "What you say has long pressed itself upon us," said Captain Armine. "Then, again," resumed Lord Montfort, "the feelings and even interests of your friends are to be considered. Poor Glastonbury! I love that old man myself. The fall of Armine might break his heart. He would not like to leave his tower. You see, I know your place." "Poor Glastonbury," said Ferdinand. "But above all," continued Lord Montfort, "the happiness, nay, the very health and life of your parents, from whom all is now concealed, would perhaps be the last and costliest sacrifices of your rashness." Ferdinand threw himself on the sofa and covered his face. "Yet all this misery, all these misfortunes, may be avoided, and you yourself become a calm and happy man, by, for I wish not to understate your view of the subject, Armine putting yourself under a pecuniary obligation to me. A circumstance to be avoided in the common course of life, no doubt, but is it better to owe me a favor and save your family estate, preserve your position, maintain your friend, and prevent the misery and probable death of your parents, or be able to pass me in the street, in haughty silence if you please, with the consciousness that the luxury of your pride has been satisfied at the cost of every circumstance which makes existence desirable?" "You put the case strongly," said Ferdinand, "but no reasoning can ever persuade me that I am justified in borrowing 3,000L, which I can never repay." "Accept it, then." "'Tis the same thing," said Ferdinand. "I think not," said Lord Montfort. "But why do you say never?" "Because it is utterly impossible that I ever can." "How do you know you may not marry a woman of large fortune?" said Lord Montfort. "Now you seem to me exactly the sort of man who would marry an heiress." "You are thinking of my cousin," said Ferdinand. "I thought that you had discovered, or that you might have learned, that there was no real intention of our union." "No, I was not thinking of your cousin," said Lord Montfort, "though, to tell you the truth, I was once in hopes that you would marry her. However, that I well know is entirely out of the question, for I believe Miss Grandison will marry someone else." "Indeed!" exclaimed Ferdinand, a little agitated. "Well, may she be happy. I love Kate from the bottom of my heart. But who is the fortunate fellow?" "'Tis a lady's secret," said Lord Montfort. "But let us return to our argument. To be brief, either, my dear Armine, you must be convinced by my reasoning, or I must remain here a prisoner like yourself, for, to tell you the truth, There is a fair lady before whom I cannot present myself except in your company." Ferdinand changed countenance. There wanted but this to confirm his resolution, which had scarcely wavered. To owe his release to Henrietta's influence with Lord Montfort was too degrading. "My lord," he said, "you have touched upon a string that I had hoped might have been spared me. This conversation must, indeed, cease. My mouth is sealed from giving you the reasons, which nevertheless render it imperative on me to decline your generous offer." "Well, then," said Lord Montfort, "I must see if another can be more successful," and he held forth a note to the astounded Ferdinand in Henrietta's writing. It dropped from Ferdinand's hand as he took it. Lord Montfort picked it up, gave it him again, and walked to the other end of the room. It was with extreme difficulty that Ferdinand prevailed on himself to break the seal. The note was short. The hand that traced the letters must have trembled. Thus it ran: "Dearest Ferdinand, do everything that Digby wishes. He is our best friend. Digby is going to marry Catherine. Are you happy? Henrietta." Lord Montfort looked round. Ferdinand Armine was lying senseless on the sofa. "Our friend was not of a swooning mood, but we think the circumstances may excuse the weakness." As for Lord Montfort, he rang the bell for the little waiter, who, the moment he saw what had occurred, hurried away and rushed upstairs again with cold water, a bottle of brandy, and a blazing sheet of brown paper, which he declared was an infallible specific. By some means or other Ferdinand was in time recovered, and the little waiter was fairly expelled. "My dear friend," said Ferdinand, in a faint voice, "I am the happiest man that ever lived. I hope you will be, I am sure you will be. Catherine is an angel. But I cannot speak. It is so strange." "My dear fellow, you really must take a glass of brandy," said Lord Montfort. "It is strange, certainly. But we are all happy." "I hardly know where I am," said Ferdinand, after a few minutes. "Am I really alive? Let us think how we are to get out of this place. I suppose they will take my cheque. If not, I must be off." "Oh, do not go," said Ferdinand. "If you go I shall not believe it is true." "My dear Montfort, is it really true?" "You see, my dear Armine," said Lord Montfort, smiling, "it was fated that I should marry a lady you rejected. And, to tell you the truth, the reason why I did not get to you yesterday, as I ought to have done, was an unexpected conversation I had with Miss Grandison. I really think this arrest was a most fortunate incident. It brought affairs to a crisis. We should have gone on playing at cross purposes forever." Here the little waiter entered again with a note and a packet. "The same messenger brought them?" asked Ferdinand. "No, sir. The Count's servant brought the note, and waits for an answer. The packet came by another person." Ferdinand opened the note and read as follows: "Berkeley Square, 7:30 morning. Mon ami, best joke in the world. I broke Crocky Spank 3 times. Of course, I told you so. I win 15,000L. Directly I am awake I will send you the 3,000, and I will lend you the rest till your marriage. It will not be very long. I write this before I go to bed, that you may have it early. Adieu, _cher ami _, votre affection de Mirabel." "My arrest was certainly the luckiest incident in the world," said Ferdinand, handing the note to Lord Montfort. "Mirabel dined here yesterday and went and played on purpose to save me. I treated it as a joke. But what is this?" Ferdinand opened the packet. The handwriting was unknown to him. 10 bank notes of 300L. Each fell to the ground. "Do I live in fairyland?" he exclaimed. "Now who can this be? It cannot be you. It cannot be Mirabel. It is wondrous strange." "I think I can throw some light upon it," said Lord Montfort. "Catherine was mysteriously engaged with Glastonbury yesterday morning. They were out together, and I know they went to her lawyer's. There is no doubt it is Catherine. I think, under the circumstances of the case, we need have no delicacy in availing ourselves of this fortunate remittance. It will at least save us time," said Lord Montfort, ringing the bell. "Send your master here directly," he continued to the waiter. The sheriff's officer appeared. The debt, the fees, all were paid, and the discharge duly taken. Ferdinand in the meantime went upstairs to lock up his dressing-case, The little waiter rushed after him to pack his portmanteau. Ferdinand did not forget his zealous friend, who whispered hope when all was black. The little waiter chuckled as he put his 10 guineas in his pocket. "You see, sir," he said, "I was quite right. Knowed your friends would stump down. Fancy a knob like you being sent to quet. Fiddle-dee-dee. You see, sir, you weren't used to it." And so Ferdinand Armine bid adieu to the sponging house, where, in the course of less than 48 hours, he had known alike despair and rapture. Lord Montfort drove along with a gaiety unusual to him. "Now, my dear Armine," he said, "I am not a jot the less in love with Henrietta than before. I love her as you love Catherine. What folly to marry a woman who is in love with another person! I should have made her miserable, when the great object of all my conduct was to make her happy. Now Catherine really loves me as much as Henrietta loves you. I have had this plan in my head for a long time. I calculated finely. I was convinced it was the only way to make us all happy. And now we shall all be related, we shall be constantly together, and we will be brother friends." My dear Montfort," said Ferdinand, "what will Mr. Temple say?" "Leave him to me," said Lord Montfort. "I tremble," said Ferdinand, "if it were possible to anticipate difficulties today." "I shall go to him at once," said Lord Montfort. "I am not fond of suspense myself, and now it is of no use. All will be right." "I trust only to you," said Ferdinand, "for I am as proud as Temple. He dislikes me, and he is too rich for me to bow down to him." "I take it upon myself," said Lord Montfort. "Mr. Temple is a calm, sensible man. You will laugh at me, but the truth is, with him it must be a matter of calculation. On the one hand, his daughter's happiness, a union with a family second to none in blood, alliances, and territorial position, and only wanting his wealth to revive all its splendor. On the other, his daughter broken-hearted, and a duke for his son-in-law. Mr. Temple is too sensible a man to hesitate, particularly when I remove the greatest difficulty he must experience. Where shall I out you down?" "Berkeley Square." Chapter 22. Ferdinand meditates over his good fortune. In moments of deep feeling, alike sudden bursts of prosperity as in darker hours, man must be alone. It requires some self-communion to prepare ourselves for good fortune, as well as to encounter difficulty and danger and disgrace. This violent and triumphant revolution in his prospects and his fortunes was hardly yet completely comprehended by our friend, Ferdinand Armine, and when he had left a note for the generous Mirabell, whose slumbers he would not disturb at this early hour, even with good news, he strolled along up Charles Street and to the Park, in one of those wild and joyous reveries in which we brood over coming bliss and create 1,000 glorious consequences. It was one of those soft summer mornings which are so delightful in a great city. The sky was clear, the air was bland, the water sparkled in the sun, and the trees seemed doubly green and fresh to one who so recently had gazed only on iron bars. Ferdinand felt his freedom as well as his happiness. He seated himself on a bench and thought of Henrietta Temple. He took out her note and read it over and over again. It was indeed her handwriting. Restless with impending joy, he sauntered to the bridge and leant over the balustrade, gazing on the waters in charmed and charming vacancy. How many incidents, how many characters, how many feelings flitted over his memory! Of what sweet and bitter experience did he not chew the cud? 24 hours ago, and he deemed himself the most miserable and forlorn of human beings, and now all the blessings of the world seemed showered at his feet. A beautiful bride awaited him, whom he had loved with intense passion, and who he had thought but an hour ago was another's. A noble fortune, which would permit him to redeem his inheritance and rank him among the richest commoners of the realm, was to be controlled by one a few hours back a prisoner for desperate debts. The most gifted individuals in the land emulated each other in proving which entertained for him the most sincere affection. What man in the world had friends like Ferdinand Armine? Ferdinand Armine, who, 2 days back, deemed himself alone in the world. The unswerving devotion of Glastonbury, the delicate affection of his sweet cousin, all the magnanimity of the high-souled Montfort, and the generosity of the accomplished Mirabell passed before him and wonderfully affected him. He could not flatter himself that he indeed merited such singular blessings, and yet with all his faults, which with him were but the consequences of his fiery youth, Ferdinand had been faithful to Henrietta. His constancy to her was now rewarded. As for his friends, the future must prove his gratitude to them. Ferdinand Armine had great tenderness of disposition and somewhat of a meditative mind. Schooled by adversity, there was little doubt that his coming career would justify his favorable destiny. It was barely a year since he had returned from Malta, but what an eventful 12-month. Everything that had occurred previously seemed of another life. All his experience was concentrated in that wonderful drama that had commenced at Bath, the last scene of which was now approaching. The characters, his parents, Glastonbury, Catherine, Henrietta, Lord Montfort, Count Mirabel, himself, and Mr. Temple. That was a name that a little disturbed him, and yet he felt confidence now in Mirabel's prescience. He could not but believe that with time even Mr. Temple might be reconciled. It was at this moment that the sound of military music fell upon his ear. It recalled old days, parades and guards at Malta, times when he did not know Henrietta Temple, times when, as it seemed to him now, he had never paused to think or moralize. That was a mad life. What a Neapolitan ball was his career then! It was indeed dancing on a volcano. And now all had ended so happily. Oh, could it indeed be true? Was it not all a dream of his own creation, while his eye had been fixed in abstraction on that bright and flowing river? But then there was Henrietta's letter. He might be enchanted, but that was the talisman. In the present unsettled, though hopeful state of affairs, Ferdinand would not go home. He was resolved to avoid any explanations until he heard from Lord Montfort. He shrank from seeing Glastonbury or his cousin. As for Henrietta, it seemed to him that he never could have heart to meet her again, unless they were alone. Count Mirabel was the only person to whom he could abandon his soul, and Count Mirabel was still in his first sleep. So Ferdinand entered Kensington Gardens and walked in those rich glades and stately avenues. It seems to the writer of this history that the inhabitants of London are scarcely sufficiently sensible of the beauty of its environs. On every side the most charming retreats open to them, nor is there a metropolis in the world surrounded by so many rural villages, picturesque parks, and elegant casinos. With the exception of Constantinople, there is no city in the world that can for a moment enter into competition with it. For himself, though in his time something of a rambler, he is not ashamed in this respect to confess to a legitimate Cockney taste, and for his part he does not know where life can flow on more pleasantly than in sight of Kensington Gardens, viewing the silver Thames winding by the bowers of Rosebank, or inhaling from its terraces the refined air of graceful Richmond. In exactly 10 minutes, it is in the power of every man to free himself from all the tumult of the world, the pangs of love, the throbs of ambition, the wear and tear of play, the recriminating boudoir, the conspiring club, the rattling hell, and find himself in a sublime sylvan solitude superior to the cedars of Lebanon and inferior only in extent to the chestnut forests of Anatolia. Kensington Gardens is almost the only place that has realized his idea of the forests of Spenser and Ariosto. What a pity that instead of a princess in distress, we meet only a nursery maid. But here is the fitting and convenient locality to brood over our thoughts, to project the great and to achieve the happy. It is here that we should get our speeches by heart, invent our impromptus, muse over the caprices of our mistresses, destroy a cabinet, and save a nation. About the time that Ferdinand directed his steps from these green retreats towards Berkeley Square, a servant summoned Miss Temple to her father. "Is Papa alone?" inquired Miss Temple. "Only my lord with him," was the reply. "Is Lord Montfort here?" said Miss Temple, a little surprised. "My lord has been with master these 3 hours," said the servant. Chapter 23. Ferdinand receives the most interesting invitation to dinner ever offered to him. "Is not it wonderful?" said Ferdinand, when he had finished his history to Count Mirabel. "Not the least," said the Count. "I never knew anything less surprising. 'Tis exactly what I said, 'tis the most natural termination in the world." Ah, my dear Mirabelle, you're a prophet. What a lucky fellow I am to have such a friend as you. To be sure you are. Take some more coffee. What are you going to do? With yourself. I do not know what to do with myself. I really do not like to go anywhere until I have heard from Montfort. I think I shall go to my hotel. I will drive you. It is now 3 o'clock. But just at this moment, Mr. Bevel called on the Count, and another hour disappeared. When they were fairly in the cabriolet, there were so many places to call at and so many persons to see that it was nearly 6 o'clock when they reached the hotel. Ferdinand ran upstairs to see if there were any letter from Lord Montfort. He found his lordship's card and also Mr. Temple's. They had called about half an hour ago. There was also a note. These were its contents: Grosvenor Square, Thursday. My dear Captain Armine, I have prepared myself with this note, as I fear I shall hardly be so fortunate as to find you at home. It is only very recently that I have learnt from Henrietta that you are in London, and I much regret to hear that you have been so great an invalid. It is so long since we met that I hope you will dine with us today, and indeed I am so anxious to see you, that I trust, if you have unfortunately made any other engagement, you may yet contrive to gratify my request. It is merely a family party. You will only meet our friends from St. James Square and your own circle in Brook Street. I have asked no one else, save old Lady Belair and your friend Count Mirabel, and Henrietta is so anxious to secure his presence that I shall be greatly obliged by your exerting your influence to induce him to accompany you, as I fear there is little hope of finding him free. Henrietta joins with me in kindest regards, and I beg you to believe me, my dear Captain Armine, most cordially yours, Pelham Temple. Well, what is the matter? Said the Count, when Ferdinand returned to the cabriolet, with the note in his hand, and looking very agitated. The strangest note, said Ferdinand. Give it me, said the Count. Do you call that strange? 'Tis the most regular epistle I ever read. I expected it. 'Tis an excellent fellow, that Mr. Temple. I will certainly dine with him and send an excuse to that old Castlefish. A family party, all right, and he asks me, that is proper. I should not wonder if it ended by my being your trustee, or your executor, or your first child's godfather. Ah, that good Temple is a sensible man. I told you I would settle this business for you. You should hear me talk to that good Temple. I open his mind. A family party, it will be amusing. I would not miss it for £1,000. Besides, I must go to take care of you, for you will be committing all sorts of _bêtises_. I will give you one turn in the park. Jump in, _mon enfant_. Good Armine, excellent fellow, jump in. You see, I was right. I am always right. But I will confess to you a secret. I never was so right as I have been in the present case. 'Tis the best business that ever was. Chapter 24. Some account of the party, and its result . In spite of the Count Mirabel's inspiring companionship, it must be confessed that Ferdinand's heart failed him when he entered Mr. Temple's house. Indeed, had it not been for the encouragement and jolly raillery of his light-hearted friend, it is not quite clear that he would have succeeded in ascending the staircase. A mist came over his vision as he entered the room. Various forms, indeed, glanced before him, but he could distinguish none. He felt so embarrassed that he was absolutely miserable. It was Mr. Temple's hand that he found he had hold of. The calm demeanor and bland tones of that gentleman somewhat reassured him. Mr. Temple was cordial, and Count Mirabel hovered about Ferdinand and covered his confusion. Then he recognized the Duchess and his mother. They were sitting together, and he went up and saluted them. He dared not look round for the lady of the house. Lady Belair was talking to his father. At last he heard his name called by the Count. Armine, _mon cher_, see this beautiful work, and Ferdinand advanced, or rather staggered, to a window where stood the Count before a group, and in a minute he clasped the hand of Henrietta Temple. He could not speak. Catherine was sitting by her, and Lord Montfort standing behind her chair. But Count Mirabel never ceased talking, and with so much art and tact that in a few moments he had succeeded in producing comparative ease on all sides. I am so glad that you have come today, said Henrietta. Her eyes sparkled with a strange meaning, and then she suddenly withdrew her gaze. The rose of her cheek alternately glowed and faded. It was a moment of great embarrassment, and afterwards they often talked of it. Dinner, however, was soon announced as served, for Mirabel and Ferdinand had purposely arrived at the last moment. As the Duke advanced to offer his arm to Miss Temple, Henrietta presented Ferdinand with a flower, as if to console him for the separation. It was a round table. The Duchess and Lady Belair sat on each side of Mr. Temple, the Duke on the right hand of Miss Temple. Where there were so many members of the same family, it was difficult to arrange the guests. Ferdinand held back when Count Mirabel, who had secured a seat by Henrietta, beckoned to Ferdinand, and saying that Lady Belair wished him to sit next to her, pushed Ferdinand, as he himself walked away, into the vacated seat. Henrietta caught the Count's eye as he moved off. It was a laughing eye. I am glad you sit next to me, said Lady Belair to the Count, because you are famous. I love famous people, and you are very famous. Why don't you come and see me? Now I have caught you at last, and you shall come and dine with me the 7th, 8th, or 9th of next month. I have dinner parties every day. You shall dine with me on the 8th, for then Lady Frederick dines with me, and she will taste you. You shall sit next to Lady Frederick, and mind you flirt with her. I wonder if you are as amusing as your grandfather. I remember dancing a minuet with him at Versailles 70 years ago. It is well recollected in the family, said the Count. You rogue, said the little lady, chuckling, you lie. I like a lie sometimes, she resumed, but then it must be a good one. Do you know, I only say it to you, but I am half afraid lies are more amusing than truth. Naturally, said the Count, because truth must in general be commonplace, or it would not be true. In the meantime, Ferdinand was seated next to Henrietta Temple. He might be excused for feeling a little bewildered. Indeed, the wonderful events of the last 24 hours were enough to deprive anyone of a complete command over his senses. What marvel, then, that he nearly carved his soup, ate his fish with a spoon, and drank water instead of wine. In fact, he was laboring under a degree of nervous excitement which rendered it quite impossible for him to observe the proprieties of life. The presence of all these persons was insupportable to him. 5 minutes alone with her in the woods of Ducie, and he would have felt quite reassured. Miss Temple avoided his glance. She was, in truth, as agitated as himself, and talked almost entirely to the Duke, yet sometimes she tried to address him and say kind things. She called him Ferdinand. That was quite sufficient to make him happy, although he felt very awkward. He had been seated some minutes before he observed that Glastonbury was next to him. I am so nervous, dear Glastonbury, said Ferdinand, that I do not think I shall be able to remain in the room. I have heard something, said Glastonbury, with a smile, that makes me quite bold. I cannot help fancying that it is all enchantment, said Ferdinand. There is no wonder, my dear boy, that you're enchanted, said Glastonbury. Ferdinand, said Miss Temple in a low voice, Papa is taking wine with you. Ferdinand looked up and caught Mr. Temple's kind salute. That was a fine horse you were riding today, said Count Mirabel, across the table to Miss Grandison. Is it not pretty? It is Lord Montfort's. Lord Montfort's, thought Ferdinand. How strange all this seems. You were not of the riding party this morning, said his Grace to Henrietta. I have not been very well this day or two, said Miss Temple. Well, I think you are looking particularly well today, replied the Duke. What say you, Captain Armine? Ferdinand blushed and looked confused at this appeal, and muttered some contradictory compliments. Oh, I am very well now, said Miss Temple. You must come and dine with me, said Lady Belair to Count Mirabel, because you talk well across a table. I want a man who talks well across a table. So few can do it without bellowing. I think you do it. Very well. Naturally, replied the Count. If I did not do it well, I should not do it at all. You are audacious, said the old lady. I like a little impudence. It is better to be impudent than to be servile. Mankind are generally both, said the Count. I think they are, said the old lady. Pray, is the old Duke of Thingabob alive? You know whom I mean. He was an underscore emigre underscore and a relation of yours. De Krillin. He is dead, and his son too. He was a great talker, said Lady Belair, but then, he was the tyrant of conversation. Now men were made to listen as well as to talk. Without doubt, said the Count, for nature has given us 2 ears, but only 1 mouth. You said that we might all be very happy, whispered Lord Montfort to Miss Grandison. What think you? Have we succeeded? I think we all look very confused, said Miss Grandison. What a fortunate idea it was inviting Lady Belair and the Count. They never could look confused. Watch Henrietta, said Lord Montfort. It is not fair. How silent Ferdinand is. Yes, he is not quite sure whether he is Christopher Sly or not, said Lord Montfort. What a fine embarrassment you have contrived, Miss Grandison. Nay, Digby, you were the author of it. I cannot help thinking of your interview with Mr. Temple. You were prompt. Why, I can be patient, fair Catherine, said Lord Montfort, but in the present instance I shrank from suspense, more, however, for others than myself. It certainly was a singular interview. And were you not nervous? Why, no, I felt convinced that the interview could have only one result. I thought of your memorable words, I felt I was doing what you wished, and that I was making all of us happy. However, all honor be to Mr. Temple. He has proved himself a man of sense. As the dinner proceeded, there was an attempt on all sides to be gay. Count Mirabel talked a great deal, and Lady Belair laughed at what he said, and maintained her reputation for repartee. Her ladyship had been for a long time anxious to seize hold of her gay neighbor, and it was evident that he was quite a favorite. Even Ferdinand grew a little more at his ease. He ventured to relieve the Duke from some of his labors, and carve for Miss Temple. What do you think of our family party? Said Henrietta to Ferdinand, in a low voice. I can think only of one thing, said Ferdinand. I am so nervous, she continued, that it seems to me I shall every minute shriek, and leave the room. I feel the same. I am stupefied. Talk to Mr. Glastonbury, drink wine, and talk. Look at your mother. She is watching us. She is dying to speak to you, and so is someone else. At length the ladies withdrew. Ferdinand attended them to the door of the dining room. Lady Belair shook her fan at him, but said nothing. He pressed his mother's hand. Goodbye, Cousin Ferdinand, said Miss Grandison in a laughing tone. Henrietta smiled upon him as she passed by. It was a speaking glance, and touched his heart. The gentleman remained behind much longer than was the custom in Mr. Temple's house. Everybody seemed resolved to drink a great deal of wine, and Mr. Temple always addressed himself to Ferdinand, if anything were required, in a manner which seemed to recognize his responsible position in the family. Anxious as Ferdinand was to escape to the drawing-room, he could not venture on the step. He longed to speak to Glastonbury on the subject which engrossed his thoughts, but he had not courage. Never did a man, who really believed himself the happiest and most fortunate person in the world, ever feel more awkward and more embarrassed. Was his father aware of what had occurred? He could not decide. Apparently, Henrietta imagined that his mother did, by the observation which she had made at dinner. Then his father must be conscious of everything. Catherine must have told all. Were Lord Montfort's family in the secret? But what use were these perplexing inquiries? It was certain that Henrietta was to be his bride, and that Mr. Temple had sanctioned their alliance. There could be no doubt of that, or why was he there? At length the gentleman rose, and Ferdinand once more beheld Henrietta Temple. As he entered, she was crossing the room with some music in her hand. She was a moment alone. He stopped, he would have spoken, but his lips would not move. Well, she said, are you happy? My head wanders. Assure me that it is all true, he murmured in an agitated voice. It is all true. There, go and speak to Lady Armine. I am as nervous as you are. Ferdinand seated himself by his mother. Well, Ferdinand, she said, I have heard wonderful things. And I hope they have made you happy, mother? I should, indeed, be both unreasonable and ungrateful if they did not, but I confess to you, my dear child, I am even as much astonished as gratified. And my father, he knows everything? Everything. but we have heard it only from Lord Montfort and Catherine. We have had no communication with anyone else. And we meet here today in this extraordinary manner, but for them we should be completely in the dark. And the Duchess, do they know all? I conclude so. 'Tis very strange, is it not? I am quite bewildered. Oh, mother, is she not beautiful? Do you not love her? Shall we not all be the happiest family in the world? I think we ought to be, dear Ferdinand. But I have not recovered from my astonishment. My child, why did you not tell me when you were ill? Is it not for the best that affairs should have taken the course they have done? But you must blame Kate as well as me, dear Kate. I think of her, said Lady Armine. I hope Kate will be happy. She must be, dear mother. Only think what an excellent person is Lord Montfort. He is indeed an excellent person, said Lady Armine. But if I had been engaged to you, Ferdinand, and it ended by my marrying Lord Montfort, I should be very disappointed. The Duchess would be of a different opinion, said Ferdinand. Lady Belair, who was sitting on a sofa opposite, and had hitherto been conversing with the Duchess, who had now quitted her and joined the musicians, began shaking her fan at Ferdinand in a manner which signified her extreme desire that he should approach her. Well, Lady Belair, said Ferdinand, seating himself by her side. I am in the secret, you know, said her ladyship. What secret, Lady Belair? You will not commit yourself. Well, I like discretion. I have always seen it from the first. No one has worked for you as I have. I like true love, and I have left her all my china in my will. I am sure the legatee is very fortunate, whoever she may be. You rogue, you know very well whom I mean. You're saucy. You never had a warmer friend than myself. I always admired you. You have a great many good qualities and a great many bad ones. You always were a little saucy. But I like a little spice of sauciness. I think it takes. I hear you are great friends with Count Thingabob, the Count, whose grandfather I danced with 70 years ago. That is right. Always have distinguished friends. Never have fools for friends. They are no use. I suppose he is in the secret too. Really, Lady Belair, I am in no secret. You quite excite my curiosity. Well, I can't get anything out of you, I see that. However, it all happened at my house. That can't be denied. I tell you what I will do. I will give you all a dinner, and then the world will be quite certain that I made the match. Lady Armine joined them, and Ferdinand seized the opportunity of effecting his escape to the piano. I suppose Henrietta has found her voice again, now, whispered Catherine to her cousin. Dear Catherine, really if you are so malicious, I shall punish you, said Ferdinand. Well, the comedy is nearly concluded. We shall join hands, and the curtain will drop. And I hope, in your opinion, not an unsuccessful performance. Why, I certainly cannot quarrel with the catastrophe, said Miss Grandison. In the meantime, the Count Mirabel had obtained possession of Mr. Temple and lost no opportunity of confirming every favorable view which that gentleman had been influenced by Lord Montfort to take of Ferdinand and his conduct. Mr. Temple was quite convinced that his daughter must be very happy, and that the alliance, on the whole, would be productive of every satisfaction that he had ever anticipated. The evening drew on, carriages were announced, guests retired, Ferdinand lingered. Mr. Temple was ushering Lady Belair, the last guest, to her carriage. Ferdinand and Henrietta were alone. They looked at each other. Their eyes met at the same moment. There was but one mode of satisfactorily terminating their mutual embarrassments. They sprang into each other's arms. That was a moment of rapture, sweet, thrilling, rapid. There was no need of words. Their souls vaulted over all petty explanations. Upon her lips, her choice and trembling lips, he sealed his gratitude and his devotion. The sound of footsteps was heard. The agitated Henrietta made her escape by an opposite entrance. Mr. Temple returned. He met Captain Armine with his hat, and inquired whether Henrietta had retired, and when Ferdinand answered in the affirmative, wished him good night, and begged him to breakfast with them tomorrow. Chapter 25. Underscore which, the final, it is hoped will prove satisfactory underscore. Our kind reader will easily comprehend that from the happy day we have just noticed, Ferdinand Armine was seldom absent from Grosvenor Square or from the society of Henrietta Temple. Both were so happy that they soon overcame any little embarrassment which their novel situation might first occasion them. In this effort, however, they were greatly encouraged by the calm demeanor of Lord Montfort and the complacent carriage of his intended bride. The world wondered and whispered, marveled and hinted, but nothing disturbed Lord Montfort, and Catherine had the skill to silence raillery. Although it was settled that the respective marriages should take place as soon as possible, the settlements necessarily occasioned delay. By the application of his funded property, and by a charge upon his Yorkshire estates, Mr. Temple paid off the mortgages on Armine, which, with a certain life charge in his own favour, was settled in strict entail upon the issue of his daughter. A certain portion of the income was to be set aside annually to complete the castle, and until that edifice was ready to receive them, Ferdinand and Henrietta were to live with Mr. Temple, principally at Ducie, which Mr. Temple had now purchased. In spite, however, of the lawyers, the eventful day at length arrived. Both happy couples were married at the same time and in the same place, and Glastonbury performed the ceremony. Lord and Lady Montfort departed for a seat in Sussex, belonging to his father. Ferdinand and Henrietta repaired to Armine, while Sir Ratcliffe and his lady paid a visit to Mr. Temple in Yorkshire, and Glastonbury found himself once more in his old quarters in Lancashire with the Duke and Duchess. Once more at Armine, wandering once more together in the old pleasaunce, it was so strange and sweet that both Ferdinand and Henrietta almost began to believe that it was well that the course of their true love had for a moment not run so smoothly as at present, and they felt that their adversity had rendered them even more sensible of their illimitable bliss. And the woods of Ducie, they were not forgotten, nor least of all, the old farmhouse that had been his shelter. Certainly they were the happiest people that ever lived, and though some years have now passed since these events took place, custom has not sullied the brightness of their love. They have no cares now, and yet both have known enough of sorrow to make them rightly appreciate their unbroken and unbounded blessings. When the honeymoon was fairly over, for neither of them would bate a jot of this good old-fashioned privilege, Sir Ratcliffe and Lady Armine returned to the place, and Glastonbury to his tower, while Mr. Temple joined them at Ducie, accompanied by Lord and Lady Montfort. The autumn also brought the Count Mirabel to slaughter the pheasants, gay, brilliant, careless, kind-hearted as ever. He has ever remained one of Ferdinand's most cherished friends. Indeed, I hardly think that there is any individual to whom Ferdinand is more attached. And after all, as the Count often observes, if it had not been for Ferdinand's scrapes they would not have known each other. Nor was Lord Catchimwoken passed over. Ferdinand Armine was not the man to neglect a friend or to forget a good service, and he has conferred on that good-natured, though somewhat improvident, young nobleman, more substantial kindness than the hospitality which is always cheerfully extended to him. When Ferdinand repaid Mr. Bondsharp his £1,500, he took care that the interest should appear in the shape of a golden vase, which is now not the least gorgeous ornament of that worthy's splendid sideboard. The deer have appeared again too in the park of Armine, and many a haunch smokes on the Epicurean table of Cleveland Row. Lady Belair is as lively as ever and bids fair to amuse society as long as the famous Countess of Desmond, who lived to the age of 110 and died by a fall from a cherry tree then. What a frisky old girl! In her annual progresses through the kingdom, she never omits laying under contribution every establishment of the three families in whose fortunes she was so unexpectedly mixed up. As her ladyship persists in asserting, and perhaps now really believes, that both matches were the result of her matrimonial craft, it would be the height of ingratitude if she ever could complain of the want of a hearty welcome. In the daily increasing happiness of his beloved daughter, Mr. Temple has quite forgotten any little disappointment which he might once have felt at not having a duke for a son-in-law, and such a duke as his valued friend, Lord Montfort. But Ferdinand Armine is blessed with so sweet a temper that it is impossible to live with him and not love him, and the most cordial intimacy and confidence subsist between the father of Henrietta Temple and his son-in-law. From the aspect of public affairs also, Mr. Temple, though he keeps this thought to himself, is inclined to believe that a coronet may yet grace the brow of his daughter, and that the barony of Armine may be revived. Soon after the passing of the memorable Act of 1828, Lord Montfort became the representative of his native county and an active and influential member of the House of Commons. After the reform, Mr. Armine was also returned for a borough situate near the Duke's principal seat, and although Lord Montfort and Mr. Armine both adhere to the Whig politics of their families, they have both also, in the most marked manner, abstained from voting on the appropriation clause, and there is little doubt that they will ultimately support that British and national administration which Providence has doubtless in store for these outraged and distracted realms. At least this is Mr. Temple's more than hope, who is also in the House, and acts entirely with Lord Stanley. The Montforts and the younger Armines contrive, through mutual visits and a town residence during the session, to pass the greater part of their lives together. They both honestly confess that they are a little in love with each other's wives, but this only makes their society more agreeable. The family circle at Armine has been considerably increased of late. There is a handsome young Armine who has been christened Glastonbury, a circumstance which repays the tenant of the tower for all his devotion. And this blending of his name and memory with the illustrious race that has so long occupied his thoughts and hopes is to him a source of constant self-congratulation. The future Sir Glastonbury has also two younger brothers, quite worthy of the blood, Temple and Digby, and the most charming sister in the world, with large violet eyes and long dark lashes, who is still in arms, and who bears the hallowed name of Henrietta. And thus ends our love story.